1 0. First stage performance normal.
All right, viewers, coming up next, Delhi police identifies 30 stone pelters in Turkman Gate violence case. Delhi police do also send a notice to SPMP to join investigation.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to, I would argue that in many ways, India, because it's historically been an open society, one very much linked with the world, many countries of the global South are more likely to say the Indian experience is more transposable to their societies than perhaps those of others. So I do think in our progress as a democracy, the fact that for all the challenges that we've had, even at a low income, we have stayed true to the democratic model, which is almost...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report at 12 p.m. this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to you with 4 agenda-setting stories. On Republic, we have 2 investigations and a story that the entire country is talking about but can't figure how a state government is helping a murder and a rape convict called Rahim. That and more coming up. Here are the headlines. Rape convict Rahim out on parole for over 405 days. The victims are speaking out, talking about the Haryana government special treatment and the dilution of a clause that helped him stay out for over 400 days. How is a rape convict and a murder accused not a hardcore criminal? Big claim by the victims. They tell Republic that the hardcore criminal clause was removed to keep him out of jail. Republic's investigation continues on infiltrators. A big alarm in Bengaluru again. Republic Kannada exposing how Bangladeshi immigrants entered India on a rate card. At least 30 detained overnight in the Delhi violence. Lens on YouTubers, influencers, those who organized and brought together the pelter gangs in the national capital. Three months before elections, ED raids on IPAC co-founder's office in Kolkata, the agency that manages the Trinamool Congress. FIR registered on alleged money laundering cases. Ladies and gentlemen, the release on parole of rape convict Gurmeet Rahim. Every time he comes out of jail, we here at Republic play those. First, we break the story that he's got parole again, or furlough again, and then we get the pictures of him leaving jail. And then it's the same story of him entering the ashram and then being celebrated. And this cycle has been going on for over 5 years now. He's on a 20-year jail term for rape for an astonishing 15th time since his conviction in 2017. And it's making the headlines every single time. With this 40-day parole, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Rahim would have spent over 400 days. Can I put the graphic out of the 400 days? We'll tell you how he got out of jail. The timing of his parole and the furlough should have raised questions in the last few years. Now, the authorities have denied any bias. But for the Dera chief's victims, his frequent stints outside jail are seen as a travesty of justice. In fact, when you go through the timeline of how many days he was out of jail, let's show you that number graphic. 2020 out for 1 day. That was his time out. And after that, technical clause 2022 onwards, once he was labeled not a hardcore criminal, 70 plus 21, parole plus furlough, every year he was eligible to be out for 91 days. 2023, 91 days. 2024, 91 days. 2025, 91 days. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings you to the big number. 2026, he's out again for 40 days. That's overall 405 days out for Gurmeet Rahim, alias Love Charger Baba. That's what he calls himself. The victims have spoken to Republic TV. These are the victims who've been fighting the state in Haryana. And they say the state government is very happy with Haryana's Gurmeet Rahim being out on parole or furlough, because each time he goes back to his ashram, you won't be surprised who the visitors are. There are MLAs, there are MPs who visit his ashram. The victims spoke to Republic on this technical clause that is helping Gurmeet Rahim. Listen in.
ये सवाल किया जा रहा था कि परोल इसलिए दिया जा रहा है क्योंकि एक तरह से वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स है, ये आरोप आप भी लगा रहे हैं। इस वक्त कोई इलेक्शंस नहीं है, तो जब परोल दिया जाता है और ये कहा जाता है कि ये एक प्रोसीजर है और ये हर व्यक्ति को ये मिलता है, हर प्रिजनर को ये मालूमात है, उसके बावजूद सवाल किया जा रहा है।
राम रहीम को जब पैरोल या फरलो दिया गया, हर बार मीडिया में ये सवाल उठा कि फला इलेक्शन की वजह से उसको पैरोल दिया जा रहा है। लेकिन हमने ये कहा कि हमारा सवाल ये है कि इलेक्शंस ही नहीं, इसको दिया ही क्यों जाए। एक वीआईपी प्रिजनर को जिस तरीके से सरकार प्रिविलेज दे रही है, बार बार वीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट दे रही है, तो इस बात पे सवाल उठना लाजमी है कि चाहे दाएं बाएं कोई इलेक्शन नहीं है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अब वो पैरोल पर है। एक कैलेंडर ईयर में गवर्नमेंट कहती है कि हमने 91 डेज का जो पैरोल और फरलो जो है एक्ट के अकॉर्डिंग हम लोग सभी प्रिजनर्स का ये राइट बनता है, जबकि एक्ट जो है वो भी बार करता है इस चीज के लिए कि जो अभी नवराज जी ने, वकील साहब ने बोला कि हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर हैं, रिपीटेड ऑफेंडर के लिए एक्ट भी बार करता है कि आप उससे पैरोल या फरलो या दिस टाइप जो भी सुविधा है वो नहीं देंगे। उसके अलावा जो इस टाइप के जो हार्डकोर क्रिमिनल्स हैं, अगर उनको कोई इमरजेंसी पैरोल जो देना है तो उसको कस्टडी पैरोल बोला जाता है, उसको कस्टडी में लेके जाया जाता है और वो कुछ घंटों के लिए दिया जाता है। लेकिन यहाँ जिस तरीके से सरकार जो है और सरकार का पक्ष जो है, रूलिंग पार्टी जिस तरीके से बार बार इस पैरोल को, फरलो को जस्टिफाई करने के लिए जोर लगा रहा है। और अभी कल परसों की बात है कि हरियाणा के सीएम नायब सिंह सैनी जी जिस तरीके से मीडिया के सवालों से बचते हुए नजर आए और ये कह रहे थे कि ये कोर्ट द्वारा दिया जाता है, इसमें सरकार का कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन यहाँ मैं ये बात क्लियर करूंगा कि नायब सिंह सैनी जी प्रदेश की जनता को, देश की जनता को गुमराह कर रहे हैं। ये स्टेट का प्रेरोगेटिव होता है, स्टेट ने देखना है कि किसको दिया जाए, नहीं दिया जाए, किस प्रिजनर को दिया जाए, नहीं दिया जाए। और उसमें जिस तरीके से ये बार बार इसको राम रहीम को खुला छोड़ा जा रहा है, तो मेरा स्टेट से यही दरख्वास्त है कि आप 2017 के वो हालात मत भूलिए कि आपको एक कैदी को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे भेजने के लिए फैसला सुनाने के वक्त आपको आर्मी डिप्लॉय करनी पड़ी, आपको 38-40 लोग पुलिस की गोली से मारने पड़े लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल करने के लिए। तो ये सारी चीजें कहीं भी आप उनको दरकिनार नहीं कर सकते। आप बार बार ये मत कहिए कि उसका जेल के अंदर कंडक्ट अच्छा है जिस वजह से हम उसको पैरोल और फरलो दे रहे हैं, और ये हर कैदी का राइट है। मैं यहाँ ये कहूंगा कि गुरमीत राम रहीम एक आम कैदी नहीं है, उसको एक साधारण कैदी की तरह स्टेट जो है वो ट्रीट मत करे। स्टेट यहाँ ये बताए कि हरियाणा में, पंजाब में जो वायलेंस हुआ 2017 25 अगस्त को वर्डिक्ट के वक्त, उस वायलेंस के लिए जब बार बार पुलिस जो है वो गुरमीत राम रहीम को रिस्पॉन्सिबल ठहरा रही थी कि उसने एक रेड बैग लहराया, तो आज तक कोई एक एफआईआर जो है वो बता दीजिए आपने लॉन्च की हो गुरमीत राम रहीम के खिलाफ। और आप इसका मतलब दोबारा फिर से उसके दबाव में आ रहे हैं राम रहीम के, और फिर प्रदेश को दंगों की आग में झोंकना चाहते हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, these are live pictures coming in from Bengal. Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, has reached the residence of Pratik Jain. She looks angry, she's fuming, she's pushing away the mic as journalists try to ask her a question. IPAC has been raided. Mamata Banerjee is not happy. 3 months before the elections, the political consultancy that helped her win several elections, founded by Prashant Kishore, he's no more part of IPAC, at least that's what he claims. These are exclusive pictures coming in on Republic Bangla, right outside the residence of Pratik Jain in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee pushing away the mics, extremely furious as Pratik Jain is raided. And she knows how important IPAC's role is, especially in this time of the year, election cycle. In about 3 to 4 months, Bengal will vote, and then IPAC becomes extremely critical. Ladies and gentlemen, those were pictures coming in from Kolkata. Let's tell you what has happened this morning. The Enforcement Directorate has raided the IPAC office in Salt Lake. The Enforcement Directorate has searched Pratik Jain, the co-founder of IPAC's residence. And the raids have been underway since this morning. And there are reports that it could be in relation with the coal smuggling case. We are waiting for more details. There is no official word from the Enforcement Directorate. But why does IPAC matter? If you're asking or wondering why does IPAC matter, what is IPAC's link to the Trinamool Congress? It's a political consultancy to the Trinamool Congress since 2019. So they worked with Mamata Banerjee for almost 6 years now, 6.5, 7 years. Played a key role in Trinamool Congress's 2021 landslide win in Bengal. Very critical in Trinamool Congress's 2024 Lok Sabha campaign when Trinamool Congress won a large chunk of the seats in the Lok Sabha election. The last Lok Sabha election was originally founded by Prashant Kishore, but at some point of time he stepped away. Pratik Jain took over the operations. Pratik Jain is the co-founder, and Pratik Jain has been raided this morning. He's the co-founder and the director of IPAC. Now, on the coal scam, it's important to note that Abhishek Banerjee as well has been questioned in the past by the Enforcement Directorate. I'm going across to Shravan Sen. Shravan Sen joining us on the phone line. Shravan, she looks extremely angry. She's waving her finger. Obviously, this is going to get very ugly now.
Well, Niranjan, as far as IPAC is in advising and has also been looking after certain campaigning for the Trinamool Congress. Now, as of now, this morning, when the searches were basically carried out, and importantly, Niranjan, this is not being carried out by the local unit of the Enforcement Directorate in Kolkata, but rather a special unit of the Enforcement Directorate, which is based out of the national capital. They had carried out the searches. In fact, this was done in a manner that the information should not have been leaked, and that is the reason why it was very heavily guarded all through when the searches were being carried out. As of now, also remember, the Enforcement Directorate hasn't put out any official information with regards to the searches that are being carried out. It is only by way of sources that we can confirm that this morning that the searches had started. In fact, there are 2 locations where these searches are being carried out, which also includes Pratik's premises, which is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as far as the case is concerned, we do have information that it is pertaining to a money laundering case. In fact, a case was already registered. A predicate offense was already manifested, and thereafter, this case was taken over by the Enforcement Directorate. Right now, there is only preliminary information really coming in, and in terms of whether at all they have been able to make any seizure, that clarity hasn't come in. Perhaps in some time now it is expected. But it is a rerun of the images that we saw from the previous elections also, when the Central Bureau of Investigation was basically stopped from carrying out doing their work, particularly when at that point in time the Kolkata Police Commissioner was basically under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation. If you remember, Niranjan, at that point in time also, Mamata Banerjee had carried out a sit-in protest outside the Kolkata Police Commissioner's residence.
What is this raid for, or what is this? Okay, she's speaking. I don't know whether we have that audio there. Shravan, if you can translate this, please. Mamata speaking there. She's got a speaker and a mic. Shravan will translate.
House to collect all of our party heartbeats, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty Home Minister, the naughty Home Minister, who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents? If I get the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal peoples. More than 2 crore people. 1.5 crore people are being called. 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election, they are collecting all my information of my party. देखो मैंने सब लेके आया because I rang up Pratik because he is the in charge of my party. So my hard disks, ম্যাডাম পাটি সোজা করুন কোন all they are collecting and they are already attacked my IT officials in sector 5. I am going there also.
It's complete drama there in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee accusing the Enforcement Directorate and central agencies of snatching her party documents. She claims, let's stay with the audio there. Let's stay with the audio.
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তিনি বেরিয়ে গেলেন আমরা বারবার প্রশ্ন করি
Okay, there is Selina of Republic Bangla. They are doing a fantastic job trying to chase down Mamata Banerjee. Ask some questions. Of course, she won't be allowed to go near Mamata Banerjee because the police won't allow her to go near Mamata Banerjee. She has stormed out of Pratik Jain's residence. Shawan, a pretty short stopover there. I must say, at the IPAC founder's house, went in, came out with hard disk. She said she claimed she had some hard disk and documents in her hand. Anything you were able to pick up, Shawan?
Well, this is purely obstructing the public servants from carrying out their entire work. Now, it remains to be seen whether at all the Enforcement Directorate is going to take any further help from the central agencies, because this was on the expected lines that in the past too, Mamata Banerjee has done that when the Central Bureau of Investigation had carried out the searches. As I pointed out at that point in time, the commissioner was basically under the scanner. And now this time you have the political consultancy firm, IPAC, which basically handles the political affairs of Trinamool Congress, being under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Now remember, the central agencies have been extremely guarded because this is quite a sensitive matter, and that is the reason why it seems that there is also a meeting that is underway here in the national capital. We are trying to get in more details with regards to what exactly is the original case that has been registered against IPAC. But what we have been able to confirm is that there was...
Shawan, I think we have a Shuvendu Adhikari soundbite. Shawan, just stay with me. That's Shuvendu Adhikari. The story is moving fast in Bengal. We've had to cut out of our programming for the breaking news updates that are coming in here. Shawan, be with me. Shuvendu Adhikari speaking live.
क्या बोलेंगे हाईटेक का ऑफिस में ईडी रेड कर रहा है पुलिस कमिश्नर ওই বাড়িতে চলে গেছে কি বলবেন
প্রথমত রেড নিয়ে কোনো মন্তব্য করব না ওটা ইডি বলতে পারবে কেন রেড করেছে আমি আই এম নট অ্যাওয়ার এটা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কেন্দ্রীয় সংস্থা সাংবিধানিক সংস্থার কাজে এর আগেও হস্তক্ষেপ করেছেন 2021 সালে তিনি নিজাম প্যালেসে ধর্ণা দিয়েছিলেন সিবিআই অফিসে
Shuvendu Adhikari saying that it's the ED raiding Pratik Jain and he has no prerogative. He's saying the ED is doing its job.
এর আগে রাজীব কুমারের বাড়িতে যখন সারদা মামলা নিয়ে রেড হয় সিবিআইর সেদিনও তিনি সিপিকে নিয়ে ধর্ণা দিয়েছিলেন কলকাতাতে ধর্মতলাতে স্বাভাবিকভাবে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর এই ধরনের কাজ সাংবিধানিক প্রতিষ্ঠানের সরাসরি কাজে হস্তক্ষেপ
Okay, so
এবং তদন্তে
Shuvendu saying that Mamata Banerjee is rushed to meet an accused in this particular case, someone who's being raided, shows how scared she is right now. Look at Mamata Banerjee's expressions there as she got out of the car, pushing everyone. Look at her. Iona's live, she's going to translate for us now. Iona, if you can help us translate what Shuvendu is saying.
সেই ব্যবস্থা তারা আইনের মধ্যে থেকে নেবেন
The raids are conducted well within the ambit of law. It is the ED's prerogative to continue the progress of this case, and it is not right on the part of the Chief Minister to interfere.
আপনি তো ভোটার লিস্ট আছে বলছেন বাজেয়াপ্ত করতে আইপ্যাকের কাছে ভোটার লিস্ট থাকবে কেন কেন ভাই
This raid has got nothing to do with the ongoing special intensive revision exercise in Bengal.
আমি বলবো না আমি ইনভেস্টিগেশন এবং ইডির পার্টে ঢুকবো না সরি
I refuse to comment on the ongoing investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. I believe that this visit by Mamata Banerjee to the residence of Pratik Jain was unwarranted.
রাজীব কুমারের বাড়িতে রেড হওয়ার সময় এবং তিনি 5 ঘন্টা ধর্ণা দিয়েছেন নিজাম প্যালেসে আপনার যখন ফিরাদ হাকিম সাহেব
It is often seen that Mamata Banerjee has shown support for those who have been under the lens of the ED, be it the IPAC co-founder or former DG of West Bengal, Rajiv Kumar.
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এবং সিপির বিরুদ্ধে ব্যবস্থা না নেন তাহলে কিন্তু পশ্চিম বাংলায় ভুল বার্তা যাবে।
মমতা ব্যানার্জি বলছে আমি যদি বিজেপি অফিসে তল্লাশি করি তখন কি হবে? মমতা ব্যানার্জি বলছে
আইপ্যাক কি পার্টি অফিস নেই? আইপ্যাক একটা কর্পোরেট সংস্থা।
IPAC is a corporate entity and the Chief Minister has no business in interfering in the investigation of a central agency.
সবার অফিস বাড়ি তল্লাশির পরে তো গ্রেফতার হয় এমন তো নয়।
It is not that the ED is likely to make an arrest on every person that they raid. So the Chief Minister must let the investigation continue unhindered.
হেনস্থা করেছেন সিআইডি পাঠিয়ে 3 বার। আমি তো সিআইডির কাছ থেকে ফিতাও নিয়ে মাপতে গেছিলেন। ফিতা কাটিয়ে নিন।
As far as witch hunt is concerned, the Chief Minister herself has sent multiple CBI and CID team officers to my residence just because she disagrees with me politically.
এগুলো মানায় না। আর মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকে আমি চ্যালেঞ্জ করলাম বিজেপি কেন যে কোনো লোকের বাড়িতে আপনি পাঠিয়ে দেখুন
পার্টি অফিসে তল্লাশি
পাঠিয়ে দেখুন পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির কোচি বান্ধবী অর্পিতার মতো 51 কোটি টাকা কারো বাড়িতে পাবে না। আর আপনার বাড়িতে
As far as ED investigation is concerned, one must not remember the raids that were conducted on the residence of former Education Minister Partho Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee.
IPAC not at all a political organization. আপনি প্রথম প্রশ্ন করলেন আপনাকে কেউ যদি প্রশ্ন শিখিয়ে করে আলাদা কথা আমি ফেস করতে জানি।
I'd like to reiterate that IPAC is not a political organization but an individual corporate entity.
এখন বলছেন প্রার্থী তালিকা IPAC এ থাকবে কেন? প্রার্থী তালিকা তো টিএমসি অফিসে
There's a complete political showdown. Another vehicle there close to the residence of Pratik Jain. Okay, can we play out what Mamata Banerjee just said outside the residence of Pratik Jain, the IPAC co-founder? Here's what she said in English. She moved in, came out within 5 minutes. There's complete drama that she walked out with a hard disk and documents. Did she take away evidence from there, from Pratik Jain's residence? Let's take a look. Here's what Mamata said on record.
দিদি উনি তো টিএমসির কেউ না তাহলে কাকে বাঁচাতে এলেন? কাকে বাঁচাতে এলেন দিদি কি বলবেন? পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় মদন মিত্রের বাড়ি তো যাননি দিদি। দিদি দিদি উনি তো টিএমসির কেউ না তাহলে কাকে বাঁচাতে আপনি এলেন?
Shavan, any more details you've been able to pick up? Linked to coal scam. Okay, big breaking news update. Shavan is sharing in a big breaking update now. It's linked to the coal scam which is being probed by the agency. Shavan, coal scam linked to IPAC. Is there a money laundering angle perhaps that they're looking at now? Shavan.
Well, in fact, the coal scam in which the Trinamool Congress has been under the scanner of the enforcement directorate, multiple charge sheets have already been filed and Trinamool Congress leaders were taken into custody by the enforcement directorate in the past. It seems that they have been able to gather more information about the transfer of funds. There has been some money laundering that has taken place. In fact, whether at all the IPAC is a beneficiary of the funds that were received from Trinamool Congress is something that the enforcement directorate is now looking at. Now, As I speak right now, Niranjan, another breaking news coming in that there is a meeting of the Enforcement Directorate that is underway. In fact, the Financial Intelligence Unit is also being roped in, is what we are picking up. Niranjan, if you can just hold, I'm also getting a quick call
from a source is getting
to get
some more details from his sources in the agencies. Okay, Shawan, while you take that call, ladies and gentlemen, I want to play out that soundbite. This complete political showdown. This is exactly 3 months before Bengal goes to polls. It is the biggest battle of 2026, the fight for Bengal. And Mamata Banerjee knows how critical this fight is going to be. And that is why she's upset with IPAC being raided. IPAC being raided in connection with the coal scam. Mamata Banerjee at the residence of the IPAC co-founder. By the way, the IPAC co-founder was raided. She rushed there for some reason. She rushed out holding a hard disk and some documents. I'm playing the soundbite of Mamata Banerjee, what she said in English. Of course, she wanted the message to reach Delhi. That's why she spoke in English. Here's that soundbite.
How to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty Home Minister, the naughty Home Minister, who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents? If I raid the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called, 54 lakhs are being deleted. With how to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty Home Minister, the naughty Home Minister, who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents? If I raid the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called, 54 lakhs are being deleted.
Okay, the story is developing, ladies and gentlemen, in Bengal. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with the live coverage. IPAC has been raided. Mamata Banerjee is furious. The BJP says they have nothing to do with it. They say it's in connection with the scam that is being investigated. It's independent action being taken by the Enforcement Directorate. Taking a short break. Our coverage continues from Kolkata. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
ऑटो ट्रैकिंग
P3 ड्राइवर ट्रैकिंग
SLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
नॉर्मल।
There's a magnificent
2 1 0. All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal. S200 motors ignited. Plus 5 seconds. P1 tracking. S200 motors separated. Two, 1, 0. First stage performance normal.
Rape convict Rahim out on parole. Victims say Haryana government helped him out of jail. Big claim by Rahim. Victims, they say hardcore criminal clause was removed to get him out of prison. Infiltration alarm in Bengaluru. Republic Kannada exposes how Bangladeshi immigrants entered the city on a rate card. At least 30 detained in Turkman Gate violence case. Lens on YouTuber Salman, who allegedly instigated unruly mob. ED raids on IPAC co-founder's office in Kolkata. FIR registered in alleged money laundering cases. All right, viewers, we start this edition with some breaking news coming in. This is a big development now coming in from the heart of Kolkata, where the Enforcement Directorate early this morning conducted searches at the Salt Lake office of political consultancy firm IPAC and at the residence of its head, co-founder Pratik Jain, director of IPAC. Also, sources now confirm that the action is linked to a money laundering probe in the coal scam, with officials indicating that an FIR had already been registered earlier, based on which today's searches were carried out. Sources say the ED has conducted their searches at 2 locations so far. No official statement is yet issued by the Enforcement Directorate on the details of the case. There is no response at this stage from IPAC itself or from Pratik Jain. The investigation is currently underway. As we speak, viewers, there's a lot of action outside the residence, the Kolkata residence of the IPAC co-founder. Just a short while back, we had live visuals of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee visiting the residence of Pratik Jain. She gave a media statement claiming this to be a witch hunt, what turns out to be the latest political flashpoint between the BJP and the TMC just months ahead of the elections. Let's go across to, all right, before we go across to our colleague Kishale, who will be joining me live from the Bangla newsroom, here is that exclusive report. Here is that soundbite from the Bengal Chief Minister.
house to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah? The nasty home minister, the naughty home minister who cannot protect the country and is taking away all my party documents. If I read the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called, 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election, they are collecting all my information of my party. देखो मैंने सब लेके आया. Because I rang up Potik, because he is the in charge of my party. So my hard disk, see, phone, hard disk, all they are collecting, and they have already attacked my IT office also. In fact, Sector 5, I am going there also.
All right, viewers, that was the first statement that was coming in from the Bengal Chief Minister. As we speak, we understand a third location is also being raided. Giving us more details will be my colleague Shravan Sen from the newsroom. Shravan, do give us the latest details that you're picking up from your sources.
Well, in fact, this morning the searches started at Salt Lake Sector 5. In fact, we are being told right now that a third location has just now been added by the Enforcement Directorate where the searches are being carried out. This is linked to Trinamool Congress's political consultancy firm, that is IPAC, that is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. And the latest coming in is with regards to the coal scam where the searches are being carried out. It is expected that more details to come out a little later in the afternoon when a meeting that is basically underway right now in the national capital comes to an end. In fact, I'm given to understand the Financial Intelligence Unit, the FIU, is also carrying out a meeting. We're not very sure about what exactly is the meeting all about, whether at all this is only to do with the case that is now being probed by the Enforcement Directorate in Kolkata, or it is to do with a few other cases. That clarity hasn't really come in. But a massive showdown as expected in Kolkata. We have had an unprecedented scene taking place outside the IPAC office in Kolkata, where the Chief Minister of the state landed up. In fact, she claims that she has taken certain hard disks along with it. If that is the case, we'll have to wait for the central agency to essentially respond, because as this entire investigation is being carried out by a central agency and the raids are basically underway and there is no direct link of the Chief Minister basically landing at the very place where the searches are being carried out could actually result in some sort of a legal, perhaps a legal matter. In fact, what's going to be important to point out by the central agencies here is that they will have to perhaps draw upon the fact that the public servants are essentially being stopped from carrying out their duties. In fact, this is not the first time. In fact, before the previous election too, you've had a similar sort of situation erupting, where you've had the Chief Minister landing up at the residence of the police commissioner who was under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation at that point in time. As far as this case is concerned, the central agency has been completely tight-lipped, Iona, simply because the matter is extremely sensitive in nature. But by way of sources, what we have been able to pick up is that they're looking into the coal scam in which certain transactions have essentially taken place, and they're also looking at the money laundering angle. A PMLA case has already been registered based on which these searches are being carried out. So it's an ongoing case in which IPAC is being looked into.
Right, Shravan, thank you very much for joining us and giving us those details. On that note, viewers, let's also go across to my colleague Kishalay, who joins us live from the Kolkata newsroom. Kishalay, first statement that came in from the Bengal Chief Minister, essentially calling out the central agency. It was a statement that didn't come out of the blue. We were essentially anticipating that she would call out the central agencies. And now the BJP has come back and essentially hit out at the Chief Minister over trying to politicize the matter and interfere in what they call an independent investigation on a corporate entity.
Well, not just interference, just imagine this. The Chief Minister of West Bengal, she herself went to Pratik Jain's house. She came out with a file. She's saying that this file has contains all information about the Trinamool Congress, and now she's going to their corporate office. Right now, as we speak, this is for our Republic TV viewers. This is an exclusive breaking from Republic Bangla. Mamata Banerjee will be now going to the corporate office of IPAC, and now we can just remember the whole sequence which played out while Rajiv Kumar, West Bengal DG, was being questioned. But that was a public servant. He was a public servant at that point of time. But this is a corporate company. IPAC has been the chief strategist of the TMC since a few years now, and Pratik Jain has been closely connected to the Chief Minister, to the TMC party, Abhishek Banerjee, and other members of the TMC as well. As we are getting to know, the Chief Minister is taking up this matter in her own hand. She has come out with a file. She is hitting out on the BJP, on the Central Home Minister. She is saying that this has been done as a revengeful act. She is saying all the information about the TMC party will now be in the hands of the BJP. This is what West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is saying. Security outside the office, corporate office of IPAC has been increased now, and we can see how the whole area in front of the Salt Lake corporate office of IPAC has been covered with security forces. At one hand, we see central forces brought in by the central agencies. On the other hand, we also see the police personnel being deployed by the state government. The Chief Minister will probably be going to Salt Lake corporate office now. And as we are getting to know right now, I'm getting live feed from our reporters that there has been additional deployment of central forces. More vehicles of central forces are deployed outside the Salt Lake party office. On the other hand, from Pratik Jain's house, when the Chief Minister came out of his house, she clearly hit out at the BJP government, and she spoke out against the Central Home Minister, and she said, now I'll be going to their corporate office and I'll take all the files that are connected to TMC and I'll go back to my own office. So CM, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, herself taking up this matter in her own hand, saying that this is a revengeful act against the TMC party.
Kishalay, on the other hand, Kishalay, do stay on with me. The visuals that are right now coming in, this is Republic Bangla exclusive visual. I believe this is of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. As you mentioned, at the IPAC corporate office, do speak over these visuals and tell us what is it that is happening on ground. Our correspondent Shontupan over there, we can see. Kishalay, take us through the developments.
Well, exactly, these are live visuals. As I informed earlier, that the Chief Minister is right now at the Salt Lake corporate office of IPAC. I'll translate what my reporters are saying. We can see Oindrila there, Shontu there. So Oindrila is saying that we questioned the Chief Minister. We asked her, why did you come here? What is there that you had to personally come here? The Chief Minister did not respond to our question. We can see the Chief Minister entering corporate office of IPAC at Salt Lake. Unprecedented situation in West Bengal today. That's Oindrila questioning the Chief Minister. She's saying, Didi, why have you come to the IPAC office? You are not, I mean, the Chief Minister is not supposed to be at the IPAC office. Action, high action in West Bengal right now, live action in West Bengal right now as we speak. The Chief Minister came out from Pratik Jain's house, now entering the Salt Lake corporate office of IPAC. She's entering right now, live visuals, exclusive visuals. Our reporters are confronting the Chief Minister. Why have you come here? Why have you come to IPAC office? What are you hiding here?
এই মুহূর্তে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তিনি প্রবেশ করেছেন একদম ভেতরে। এই মুহূর্তে সুজিত বোস এসে উপস্থিত হয়েছেন। ছবি দেখতে পাচ্ছি সুজিত বোস এসে উপস্থিত হয়েছেন। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে আমি সরাসরি প্রশ্ন করি, দিদি আপনি কাদের পক্ষে? মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, আপনি কাদের পক্ষে? পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়।
So that's Shontupan, Moindrila and Shontupan reporting live from there. Both of them are saying Mamata Banerjee has now entered the office. Inside, she's inside the office. IPAC office right now, high action outside IPAC office. Mamata Banerjee is inside. As she was entering, our reporters were confronting her, asking why she is in the IPAC office. She's not supposed to be there. This is the corporate office. Why Mamata Banerjee is in the IPAC office? What is she hiding there? What files are there? What is the confidential information that she is talking about? We are getting to know from our sources, as Shawan was also telling us, that there might be a connection with the coal scam. That is why the central agencies are here. But what happens is the Chief Minister herself comes out from her office and visits Pratik Jain's house, the president of IPAC, and now she is at the corporate office and she is inside right now as we speak. More forces outside. We are getting to know from our reporters. Additional forces have been deployed outside the office, and I'll just remind our viewers, this IPAC is the chief strategist of the TMC, the chief strategist Pratik Jain, who is very close to Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee. His house has been raided. While his house was raided, Mamata Banerjee reached there. And now we see that Mamata Banerjee is also in the Salt Lake party office, the Sector 5 party office of IPAC. Now our reporters are asking constantly, why are you here? This is a corporate office. What is the reason that brings you here? What is the confidential information that you want to protect? That is what our reporters are asking. Our reporters, Republic reporters, are confronting the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and as we are confronting her, she is not speaking out. She is not even answering because she doesn't have answers probably. We also asked her why she did not go to Partho Chatterjee's house when there was a raid there and Partho was arrested, but why she is at Pratik Jain's house? Why is she at IPAC office? She did not answer. This confrontation that Oindrila was asking her question, I'll just let this confrontation play for a while.
মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় গাড়িতে ফাইল ঢোকানো হলো। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের সামনে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের গাড়িতে
So I'll update. This is West Bengal Police, Kolkata Police bringing out documents from IPAC office and putting it in the vehicle, in the convoy in which Mamata Banerjee came. This is extreme action outside IPAC office. Kolkata police officials, West Bengal police officials bringing out tons of documents and files from inside IPAC office and putting it in vehicles which Mamata Banerjee brought. She came with a convoy. Vehicles of her convoy are now being filled up with documents that West Bengal police, Kolkata police is bringing out from the IPAC office.
এনারা জানেন না ওইগুলা এনারা জানবে না। এই ফাইল কি ফাইল মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় জানেন। এই ফাইল আমি দেখাবো কিনছেন কেন? ফাইল নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে, ফাইল গাড়ির ভেতর ঢোকানো হয়েছে, ফাইল মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এই নথি উপর থেকে নিয়ে আসা হলো। এই নথি
This is unprecedented. Files and documents are brought down from the IPAC office to the basement parking by Kolkata police officials, and these are being put inside Mamata Banerjee's vehicle, her car, her convoy, her cars of her convoy being filled up with documents that are being brought down from IPAC office to the parking basement, and these are being brought down by police officials.
এবং সেই কাগজে কি রয়েছে এটা বাংলার মানুষ জানতে চায়। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি কাগজ আনার জন্য এখানে এসেছিলেন?
Stacks of files, stacks of documents brought down from IPAC corporate office to the basement parking of that building. These are being stacked inside Mamata Banerjee's vehicle, her convoy. There are multiple vehicles in her convoy. Those vehicles, those cars are being stacked with files and documents which are being brought from the IPAC party office. Mamata Banerjee is inside the office. Mamata Banerjee, as we speak, is inside IPAC corporate office at Sector 5, Salt Lake, and she is inside. While Kolkata police officials, according to sources we are getting to know from our reporters, that these are Kolkata police officials and IPAC officials as well. Kolkata police officials and IPAC officials, they are bringing out documents. They are bringing documents from inside the IPAC office. While Mamata Banerjee is inside, they are stacking these documents inside Mamata Banerjee's car and several other cars in her convoy. See this white car. This white car is a part of Mamata Banerjee's convoy. Probably it's her car only. And these files are, see these documents. I'll show my viewers. These are the documents which are being stacked inside. So I'll just break it down for our viewers. Mamata Banerjee went to, there was a raid at Pratik Jain's house and IPAC office. Pratik Jain is the owner of IPAC right now, to simplify it. Pratik Jain's house was raided by a central agency and also IPAC office at Salt Lake Sector 5. Mamata Banerjee went to Pratik Jain's house, came out with a stack of file saying that central agencies are revengefully acting for the BJP and taking away information about the TMC. So she has brought out those files. And now Mamata Banerjee from Pratik Jain's house, she has reached to Salt Lake Sector 5 corporate office of IPAC. She is inside the corporate office. While she is inside, many documents, stacks of documents are being brought out by Kolkata police officials and IPAC officials, and these are being stacked inside Mamata Banerjee's vehicle. These are unprecedented live visuals from Kolkata. Unprecedented. So right now, our reporters at spot where Mamata Banerjee is, she went inside IPAC corporate office at Sector 5, Salt Lake. Inside the office, Mamata Banerjee is inside the office. On the other hand, her officials, Kolkata police officials and IPAC officials, bringing out stacks of documents. Our reporters have confronted Mamata Banerjee. We've asked her, why did you, this is Mamata Banerjee's vehicle, by the way. This is her vehicle, this is her car in which she came 5555 ending with 5555. This vehicle is being stacked with documents. Our reporters confronted Mamata Banerjee. They asked her, why are you here? This is a corporate office of IPAC. What confidential information are you trying to talk about here? She did not answer us. On the other hand, we are getting to know from our sources, these raids are connected to the coal scam, and now why Mamata Banerjee has reached here, the corporate office of IPAC when the agencies are raiding in a coal scam is a question that people are asking right now. Back to the studio.
Right over there, viewers, major showdown that is right now happening in Kolkata. My colleague Kishale giving us the minute-to-minute ground update. This is a showdown that is happening at the IPAC corporate office in Salt Lake in Kolkata. On your screens now, the full-frame visuals of the documents that were brought out by the Bengal police and stacked into the vehicle that belongs to the Chief Minister. Full frame on the documents, piles and piles of documents that were brought out of the corporate office of IPAC by the Bengal police and stacked in the car of Mamata Banerjee. And you can clearly see over there, there's major interference as we see in the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate and extreme heavy action that has been taken by the police. As we understand, as the opposition has claimed on the orders of the Chief Minister to disrupt the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate on IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. Earlier today, the Chief Minister was at the residence of Pratik Jain. She's called this a witch hunt. She's in fact even gone on to claim that over the course of these raids, the ED has seized several documents that belong to the Trinamool Congress, and shortly after she was right there at the corporate office of IPAC. And now you see that upon the confrontation, upon being questioned by our Republic Bangla correspondents on ground, the Chief Minister refusing to respond, the media being blocked from asking further questions by the Kolkata police. Nobody knows what's there in those documents.
I am not aware. The Mukhyamantri কেন্দ্রীয় সংস্থা সাংবিধানিক সংস্থার কাজে এর আগেও হস্তক্ষেপ করেছেন 2021 সালের তিনি নিজাম প্যালেসে ধর্ণা দিয়েছিলেন সিবিআই অফিসে ফিরাদ হাকিম শোভন চট্টোপাধ্যায় মদন মিত্র সুব্রত মুখার্জিদের গ্রেফতারের বিরুদ্ধে এবং মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এর আগে রাজীব কুমারের বাড়িতে যখন সারদা মামলা নিয়ে
Also, how she interfered in the case of Rajiv Kumar's questioning in the Sarada case. So she has done it before. She has interfered in the work of the agencies.
মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর এই ধরনের কাজ সাংবিধানিক প্রতিষ্ঠানের
So it is very natural that the Chief Minister will act like this, but this is also unconstitutional and this is blocking the work of the agencies, the investigation of the agencies. She is not just any political leader, she is the head of the administration, and I condemn her actions. ED surely you will use their power and do what is necessary action against the Chief Minister. They should also take action against the Chief Minister while following the law. This is what Shubhendu Adhikari is saying right now.
IPAC ভোটার লিস্ট থাকবে কেন IPAC এর কাছে আপনি তো ভোটার লিস্ট আছে বলছেন
Why will IPAC have the voter list? Mamata Banerjee is saying that there is voter list at IPAC office, but why will IPAC have the voter list?
আমি বলবো না
I won't speak about the investigation. I don't know. I can speak about the Chief Minister.
আমি মুখ্যমন্ত্রী যাওয়া সিপি যাওয়াটাকে মনে করি অনৈতিক অসাংবিধানিক
I can say that it is unconstitutional that the Chief Minister and the Police Commissioner went to the place of investigation and this is unconstitutional and this is blocking the work of the agencies. Previously, she was sitting for a dharna in the case of Rajiv Kumar's interrogation,
সংস্থা তার যে সাংবিধানিক
and now she's doing it again.
সেই অনুযায়ী যদি এই তৃতীয়
The central agencies have their constitutional rights,
তাহলে কিন্তু পশ্চিম বাংলায় ভুল
and if this is the same chief minister for
All right, let's go across to Bengal BJP leader Priyanka Tibrewal joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, what do you have to say about what's happening in Bengal? Look at the brazen attempt by the Bengal police to interfere in the investigation that is being carried out by the ED.
Hi, good afternoon. See, the nervousness of Mamata Banerjee is so very visible. I mean, the kind of tenacious hold which she was trying to hold on to everything here in the state is now, she's losing the grip over it. I mean, she thought that, her hegemony would continue. But then we are all seeing that the kind of greed which she's having, the avarice is so very visible. Instead of helping a central agency in performing their activities, she is going after them. Why? Now, the reason is the black money. The black money which she has given to Prashant Kishore and his company, which she has given to this Pratik Jain and the company. Where did that money come from? Mamata Banerjee always cry foul, saying that, the state doesn't have money, the state doesn't have money. If you didn't have money, then hundreds and hundreds of crores of, money which you have given to them. Now, all that record is there in the grip of the ED. That is why, see, we had seen certain visuals like this when Rajiv Kumar, his house was surrounded by the ED and the police. During investigation, Mamata Banerjee went there and she sat down and said that I won't allow you to arrest him. I won't allow you to do any investigation. Why? Because this is a personal pain. A personal pain by a chief minister who herself is involved in this kind of foul play in the state.
Right.
It's a matter of shame.
Yes. Right. All right, Mr. Tibrewal, thank you for joining us and giving us the party's perspective on the matter. Viewers, let's go back to the statement coming in from Bengal LOP Shubhendu Adhikari. All right, we'll get you the full sequence of what the Bengal BJP and specifically leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari has to say, viewers. But a quick recap for you about what has happened so far. The BJP has essentially gone on to say and make a direct charge at the Mamata Banerjee government and at the Bengal police, the Kolkata police, over their brazen interference in the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP has said that the ED is not being allowed to do its job. A major showdown that is happening at the IPAC office in Salt Lake in Kolkata, just months ahead of the elections. And just to recap for you viewers what happened earlier this morning, the Enforcement Directorate raided the office of a political consultancy firm, that is IPAC, which is based in Salt Lake Sector 5 in Kolkata, as my colleague Kishale was telling us, and at the residence of its head Pratik Jain. So 2 locations were raided. But as we understand, as we speak right now, a third location is also being raided in a money laundering case that is linked to the Bengal coal scam. This raid, which started early this morning, are going on simultaneously at the corporate office of the IPAC consultancy firm and the residence of co-founder Pratik Jain. And sources have now indicated that these raids are being carried out in connection with a coal smuggling case. Now, we do not have any information at this point in time, viewers, about how the ED is really looking to progress its investigation. We do not have any information about if any likely arrests are to be made. But this is something that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is claiming in a statement that came in earlier today when she was outside the residence of Pratik Jain. She's claimed this to be a witch hunt. She's trained her guns at the Enforcement Directorate, saying that this is a typical tactic that is used by the centre to influence the voters, to politically go after their competitors. That was the statement that had come in from the Chief Minister earlier. On your screens now, viewers, are the exact sequence of visuals that came into our newsrooms from the Republic Bangla feed. These are visuals from outside the IPAC corporate office in Kolkata.
লিডাররা তারা ধরে নিয়ে এলেন থরে থরে ফাইল পেপার এবং সেই ফাইল পেপার তারা মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের এই গাড়িতে তুলে দিয়েছেন, যে গাড়িতে এখন হাই সিকিউরিটি ছবিটা দেখায় সঞ্জয় নাইয়া দেখাচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে সেই ছবি যেখানে হাই সিকিউরিটি, সেখানে গাড়ির চারপাশে কাউকে যেতে দেওয়া হচ্ছে না, ঠিক আছে, ভিআইপির গাড়ি, কিন্তু কাগজ কি ছিল, কাগজে কি তথ্য ছিল, কি নথি ছিল, এত কাগজ সঙ্গে সঙ্গে নিয়ে এসে গাড়িতে তুলে দেওয়া হলো, এটা কি করা যায়? এটা তো অনৈতিক, এটা তো বেআইনি। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা সেই প্রশ্নই করছি, সেই ছবি দেখাচ্ছি।
And they are also helping to carry these files to Mamata Banerjee's vehicle. There are yellow file. There's a yellow file. We can see there are stacks of files. Files put inside sacks, and Mamata Banerjee will come out anytime now. Before she comes out, the whole area has been cordoned off. There are police officials, IPAC officials, and also, according to sources, some local TMC leaders, TMC workers are helping in the whole process of transferring the files from within the IPAC office to Mamata Banerjee's convoy. So many files have been already put inside these vehicles, and more files are being brought down from the 19th floor to the parking lot. The parking lot is in the basement, and the office of IPAC is in the 19th floor. So these files are being brought down by the lift, and then these are being stacked inside Mamata Banerjee's vehicle and other vehicles at her convoy.
মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এত তৎপর কেন? এই প্রশ্নটা কিন্তু উঠছে, এই প্রশ্নের উত্তর খোঁজার চেষ্টা করছে।
The question is, why Mamata Banerjee is so concerned if Pratik Jain is being questioned by the ED?
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কি বলবে?
So probably she is coming out again.
মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি বলবেন?
Now this is a sequence.
মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি বলবেন? মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি বলবেন? এই মুহূর্তে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করছে, ছবি দেখায়। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি বলবেন? ম্যাডাম সিএম কি বলবেন?
So our reporters asking question to the chief minister, why are you here?
প্রতীক জৈনের পক্ষে, চোরদের পক্ষে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি বলবেন? মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কি বলবেন? মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কি বলবেন?
That's Shontu questioning, Oindrila questioning. What would you say, Mamata Banerjee? What would you say? Why are you here, Madam Chief Minister? That is what our reporters are asking. And at one hand, when the Chief Minister is being questioned by our reporters, we are confronting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee because this situation is unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever been witnessed before, where a Chief Minister herself has come to a corporate office while a central agency is raiding that office. Also, there is a question, if all these files are being carried away by the Chief Minister, what if there are important information in these files which the ED needs to know? So we see that there are security central forces that ED officials have brought in with them, and there is police officials that Mamata Banerjee has brought with her. So whether there will be a clash-like situation is also a concern, because anyway the ED would try to stop these files from being taken away. They would like to see these files. What is Mamata Banerjee and her men and this particular company, IPAC, is trying to hide? If they are working in a legal manner, in a lawful manner, why they would have to take away these files, and why would the Chief Minister have to run away with files? In which state of West Bengal something like this has ever happened before, that the Chief Minister of that state has come to a corporate office, taken away files and run away? Nothing like this has ever happened before. There are stacks of files which are being loaded in Mamata Banerjee's car. We can see that car standing. It has been some time that Mamata Banerjee is inside this office, about half an hour now, more than that probably. I don't know what she's doing inside, but surely she is selecting the files that she needs to take away. A while back, outside Pratik Jain's house. She was saying that we have our voter list, we have our candidate list, we have our information at IPAC's office. But why would the IPAC have the voter list? They are not supposed to have the voter list, is what Shubhendu Adhikari also was pointing out a while back. Pratik Jain, his residence is at Loudon Street, and this corporate office of IPAC is at Sector 5, Salt Lake. Both of these two locations being raided by the ED. And Mamata Banerjee is very concerned. She has done something which has not been done ever by any chief minister before. She has jumped in.
All right, viewers, unprecedented showdown in Kolkata. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stealing the files from the IPAC corporate office. As my colleague Keshalay was saying, the IPAC office on the 19th floor, the Bengal police have essentially interfered with the ED investigation, gone up to the 19th floor and brought down the files. Let's go back to Keshalay, who's giving us the live updates.
Well, big breaking right now. Republic TV is breaking this information exclusive. And first on, Mamata Banerjee's vehicle is being loaded, stacked with files which has been brought outside from inside the IPAC office. The IPAC office is at the 19th floor of this particular building at Sector 5, Salt Lake. ED officials are inside. Mamata Banerjee is inside. She reached the office about half an hour back. She went inside the office and immediately Kolkata police officials, a few IPAC officials, and also according to sources, a few local TMC workers. We are not sure about this. This is what our sources are telling us, that TMC workers were also helping in the process. They were bringing out files and they were stacking it. They were bringing down these files and taking the lift, going down to the basement, stacking all the documents inside the vehicle that Mamata Banerjee, inside the car in which Mamata Banerjee travelled, and also in different cars of her convoy. There is a particular yellow file that is important, we are being told, and there are other stacks of documents. And Mamata Banerjee, a while back, while she was coming out of the residence of Pratik Jain at Loudon Street, she said that our information about our party is inside these offices. She was saying that voter list, candidate list and other lists are inside these offices. So she needs to protect these lists from going to the hands of the BJP and going to the hands of the Central Home Minister Amit Shah. She said, quote unquote, naughty Home Minister Amit Shah is trying to interfere, quote unquote. She's saying this. Now Mamata Banerjee went inside Pratik Jain's house, came out with a file in her hand, and she said, I'll be going to the corporate office now. She did rightly what she said. She went inside, and now unprecedented situation, stacks of files inside Mamata Banerjee's vehicle. We are being told the raid is being, okay, she'll come out in a while. Our reporters are saying any moment now she'll be out. She'll be out of the IPAC office. And in fact, the question is, who would decide that what files would the ED require in order to conduct these investigations fairly and squarely? If there are important information in these documents, then Mamata Banerjee is just stealing it and running away. Which chief minister has done something like this before, so truly unprecedented? Mamata Banerjee will come out in a while, and our reporters confronted her. They asked her, why are you here? That's the basic question. Why are you here? This is a corporate office. Why are you here? They can be the strategist of your party, but you cannot come to a corporate office and stop ED officials from looking into their files and take away those files, steal away those files and run away. How is this even constitutional? The ED officials have come in order to investigate that whether the IPAC, the company, is connected to the coal scam or not according to sources. If they are not, then why are they scared? If there is nothing wrong, then why is Mamata Banerjee scared? If there is nothing to reveal, then what is she hiding? That is the question. That is the vehicle. That is the vehicle right now. If there is nothing to reveal, what is she hiding? And I'll try to scan whatever information right now we are getting every moment. we are getting more information. We are getting to know Mamata Banerjee probably is inside looking at more files. She's looking at more files. She's trying to understand what more files she needs to take away with her. And this is the parking lot. This is the basement of the building. This is the parking lot. Live visuals. First on parking lot, basement, Mamata Banerjee's vehicle inside that parking lot, inside that basement. The office is at 19th floor, is on the 19th floor. She's in the 19th floor. She'll be coming down in a while, according to our sources. While she is inside the office, I believe there has already been hundreds of files that is already being stolen by Mamata Banerjee. Hundreds of documents, thousands of documents, hundreds of files. The whole vehicle is full of files, just files. What is she hiding? And we also know that there are about 7 to 10 ED officials inside and about and a lot more central forces outside the office. Now we need to see when this vehicle comes out, when Mamata Banerjee's convoy comes out of the premises, whether the central forces will stop her, because these files are important. The ED might need to see these files. Why will she steal these files? What will the central forces do? Will they stop Mamata Banerjee? And right now, our reporters are telling us that Mamata Banerjee might come down, but she is taking a last look at the files which is inside, which are there inside this IPAC office, and she is trying to ensure that not a single file remains inside the office which might prove any connection of her party with all these scams. Probably that. Otherwise, why will she, if there is plain information about her party and her candidate list, why will she steal those? Why will she run away with those? Mamata Banerjee and ED officials inside IPAC office. High drama, high action. And we can see those documents as well. Some government documents are also there, according to sources. Not only Trinamool Congress documents. According to local sources, ED sources, there are government documents, West Bengal government documents as well, which might be there inside these stacks. There might be documents that can prove scams. There might be documents that can establish connections. So she's taking these documents out. This is the IPAC office, 19th floor. She's inside the IPAC office. This is in Sector 5, Salt Lake. We know Sector 5 is the area where all the IT companies, where all the multinational companies is there in Kolkata. It is like a Silicon Valley in Kolkata, all big companies there. In a particular building in Sector 5, Salt Lake, IPAC has its office in the 19th floor. Mamata Banerjee went to Loudon Street at Pratik Jain's house, came out, completely showered her anger on the BJP, saying that this has been done by the BJP in order to take revenge from her party and in order to steal information from her party. And that is why we can see those central forces, live visuals, central forces at the corporate office, more central forces being deployed, and we can see dates on these files. February 22nd, February 22, 2022 probably. This is what is written on one of these documents that she is stealing. More central forces being deployed. We can see central forces moving inside the building. On the other hand, we can also see Kolkata police officials inside the building. Just imagine this situation to our dear viewers. Mamata Banerjee, the chief minister, inside the IPAC office, and also 7 or 8 ED officials inside the IPAC office. This is inside the IPAC office. Outside, we can see central forces and we can see Kolkata police officials. Also, we probably also the police commissioner also probably is inside. So Mamata Banerjee is inside. Police commissioner is also inside. The DG is inside. The police commissioner is inside and the chief minister. DG Rajiv Kumar is inside also. We can put these information on the grid. DG Rajiv Kumar is also inside. The the police commissioner. The DG is inside and also Rajiv Kumar is inside. Rajiv Kumar is not the current DG. He is not the current DG. The current DG is inside. Also Rajiv Kumar is inside. Also the Kolkata police commissioner is inside. All of them are inside along with Mamata Banerjee. At one hand, on the other hand, the ED officials are inside. Okay, Rajiv Kumar is the acting DG. I'll update the information. Rajiv Kumar is the acting DG right now. He'll retire soon. He's inside with Mamata Banerjee. DG Rajiv Kumar and Kolkata Police Commissioner also inside. Mamata Banerjee inside at one hand. On the other hand, ED officials inside. This is inside the IPAC office. Outside the premises, Kolkata Police officials at one hand. On the other hand, central forces. We can see a tense situation, high drama, more files are being brought down. On the other hand, additional central forces are being reinforced. These forces are taking the lift and going towards 19th floor. The central forces are going towards 19th floor. Whether they'll stop more files to be brought down is a question. We are keeping an eye. Why is Mamata Banerjee coming out with files? Why is she doing this drama? Why is she angry because IPAC office is being raided? Questions remain. Whether these files have important information, the LOP, leader of opposition, is saying that inside why the IPAC will have access to the voter list. Why IPAC will have the voter list is something the LOP is asking. On the other hand, information is DGP and Kolkata Police Commissioner inside with Mamata Banerjee. This is what we are getting to know. And Mamata Banerjee, just imagine this, Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, DG Rajiv Kumar and Kolkata Police Commissioner all inside IPAC office. On the other hand, ED officials. I don't know if there is a confrontation happening inside, but I'm sure the ED will try to protect their rights to secure these documents, whatever they deem necessary. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee is sending down files in the hands of her officials, Kolkata police officials, IPAC officials, and some sources are also telling us that TMC workers are also in this. They are bringing down these files, stacking them inside Mamata Banerjee's vehicle. And why is this happening? We don't know. Why Mamata Banerjee is inside, we don't know. But according to sources, she is trying to hide some crucial information, which if goes to the hand of the ED, she might be in trouble. That is the reason she jumped in. She took the car, went straight to Pratik Jain's house at Loudon Street. She zoomed in. She went inside, carried all these files with her own hand, came out, gave out bites, saying that, quote unquote, the naughty Home Minister is trying to frame her. And then she left for this office. She went inside this office. Now she's sending down more files. Back to the studio.
You can see.
Subhendu Adhikari there, speaking with the media on this issue.
প্রথমত রেট নিয়ে কোনো মন্তব্য করব না, ওটা ইডি বলতে পারবে কেন রেট করেছে। আমি
I'll not speak about the raids.
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী
ED can say why the raids are happening.
সাংবিধানিক সংস্থার কাজে এর আগেও হস্তক্ষেপ করেছেন।
The chief minister
2021 সালের
trying to stop the work investigation of the agencies. She has done this before. 2021, she was doing dharna in front of Nizam Palace CBI office. Because Shobhan Chattopadhyay, Firad Hakim was arrested. Previously, she also went in front of Rajiv Kumar's house and was sitting for dharna because Rajiv Kumar was being questioned at that point of time by the central agencies. She was sitting at Dharmotala. So naturally, these kind of activities by the chief minister is directly unconstitutional. And she is trying to stop the work of the agencies. This is not something a chief minister can do. She is not just a political leader, but she's also a chief minister. We will be coming back with more bites of political leaders and updates and information about the raids that's happening at IPAC office and Mamata Banerjee is inside. We will be coming back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, so, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay. Game on. Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration. Ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT drive and tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
One, 0.
S200 motors ignited.
Plus 5 seconds.
Alright viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in at this moment. High intensity drama unfolding in Kolkata, and after that, big development here, big breaking. Proceeds of crime generated from coal block scam was used in Goa. As per ED, ED suspects money laundered used by TMC during Goa elections. Now IPAC allegedly facilitated the process in Goa, a money linked to Anup Maji used for election campaigns, and fresh evidence gathered in coal block scam. Now 10 locations being searched. Searches begin in many locations. Now these are the visuals, exclusive visuals that you are watching on your television screen. Mamata has come to the rescue of the files. She has stolen the files from the office. She doesn't want ED to get hold of the files because there's something that's fishy here. She has taken on most of the files in her car. We even showed you the files, exclusive footage of the documents that are in her car, and these are the latest visuals, the high intensity drama which is unfolding in Kolkata. And as the Enforcement Directorate is trying to carry out raids linked to the political consultancy firm that is IPAC, which is directly linked to TMC and its functions, and as a part of money laundering probe, the ED is there, but the local police, the local administration, the TMC supporters and Mamata Banerjee is not allowing it to happen. They are obstructing the government work at that location, and we confronted Mamata Didi, we've confronted Mamata Banerjee and asked tough questions. All right, we are now moving to Kisle from Bangla Newsroom, who's joining us live again. Kisle, what are the latest updates in this story?
Well, Shivam, exactly. Mamata Banerjee is still inside the IPAC office as we speak. Unprecedented situation at Sector 5 Salt Lake in Kolkata, where outside IPAC office, at one hand there is these huge central forces that are being deployed by the central agencies. On the other hand, Kolkata police officials are being deployed by Kolkata police. Inside the IPAC office, Mamata Banerjee is still now there with her West Bengal Police DG Rajiv Kumar, and also Kolkata Police CP is present inside the IPAC office. While she is inside, she is sending stacks of files, loads of files to her vehicle, to her car, the car that she traveled with, and reached that particular spot. That car is now filled up with several files and documents, hundreds of these that are being sent down from the 19th floor to the basement, and these files are being carried by Kolkata police officials, by IPAC officials. Also, local sources are telling us that there are some TMC workers who are helping in carrying these files as well. What is the information that Mamata Banerjee is trying to hide is the biggest question right now. The whole country is asking, because right now we have Shawan at the newsroom. Shawan, what is Mamata Banerjee trying to hide? That is the question we are asking today. Unprecedented situation.
Well, in fact, Kishila, I've got more details regarding the searches that are now being carried out. Top sources confirming to Republic TV that the searches are linked to the coal block scam. In fact, the enforcement directorate basically suspects that the proceeds of crime, which is the money that has been generated through money laundering in the coal block scam, was used for Goa elections. In fact, Trinamool Congress's candidates were campaigning in Goa, and they believe that the money that was allegedly received by the Trinamool Congress candidates during the Goa elections was essentially generated from the coal block scam. Not just that, Anup Maji, who happens to be one of the key accused in the coal block scam, and the money that was generated by Anup Maji was eventually used for the Goa elections, is what the central agency basically suspects at this point in time. Another important information basically coming in from sources here in the national capital is that they've been able to gather fresh evidence as far as the coal block scam is concerned. Remember, top leaders of the Trinamool Congress have been under the scanner of the enforcement directorate. Some have been taken into custody in the past. But it seems that money that was particularly generated from coal block scam was being used for the election purposes in Goa. That's where IPAC basically comes into the picture. The enforcement directorate, Kishore, basically suspects that IPAC was used by Trinamool Congress to rather facilitate this entire process, this money transfer that has actually taken place. And let me also bring in the big breaking news now coming in. These searches are no longer limited to West Bengal. The searches are also being carried out in the national capital. 6 locations where these searches are being carried out. 2 locations which are basically linked to the coal block scam itself. So this is only developing right now, but sources within the central agencies now basically indicating that it is not a fresh case. In fact, it is an ongoing probe in which fresh details have basically emerged, based on which these searches are now being carried out in Kolkata as well as in the national capital.
Well, exactly, as Shawan was breaking it down for us, what exactly Mamata Banerjee is trying to hide. On the other hand, I'll give out more information, Shawan, right now as we speak. There are areas in Kolkata right now where the TMC is coming out in protest. The TMC is protesting at Hajra More. Hajra More is a location very close to Mamata Banerjee's house. We will be getting those visuals as well. So right now, unprecedented situation as the central agencies are raiding a corporate office. The Trinamool Congress is protesting on the streets, and Mamata Banerjee, the chief minister, is inside their corporate office trying to select the files that she needs to send down to her vehicle, and then she'll probably run away with these files. But whether the central agencies, whether the central forces will allow those vehicles to pass with these files or not, that is what we have to see. Unprecedented situation, shocking visuals as we see more and more files are being brought down from the 19th floor office of IPAC and being stacked inside the vehicle of Mamata Banerjee. That vehicle is parked, that car is parked at the ground floor of this building at Sector 5. More and more files are being brought every minute. Mamata Banerjee herself inside that office along with the Kolkata Police Commissioner and also DG Rajiv Kumar. They are handpicking these files. They are looking at these files according to sources. Also inside there are 7 ED officials conducting the raids and continuing with their investigation. Whether a confrontation is happening inside is something that we need to know, that we will know in a while. On the other hand, the TMC is also protesting at a few areas in Kolkata, including Hajra More, as we are getting to show the live visuals as well in a while. On the other hand, these visuals that are on screen right now, Mamata Banerjee's car is being stacked with documents that she is selecting, handpicking and sending down with her men. And we confronted Mamata Banerjee a while back. We were asking her the basic question, why are you here, ma'am? Why are you here? So, Shawan, we asked Mamata Banerjee, why are you here, ma'am? But she did not reply. She just walked in. But she's saying that this is Home Minister who is doing all these quote-unquote mischief in order to frame her.
Well, in fact, Kishalai, this matter is now being taken very, very seriously by the central agencies, because effectively you have a sitting chief minister basically obstructing the central agency from carrying out their duties. In fact, I'm given to understand that a meeting which is already underway, in which they're essentially discussing how to handle this entire situation, because it is unprecedented. It has never happened. In fact, this is quite typical to what we have seen in any investigation that's actually carried out by the central agencies, particularly in the state of West Bengal. Here you have the Chief Minister first going in to the residence of Pratik Jain, who happens to be one of the founders of IPAC. Immediately thereafter, the Chief Minister steps out carrying a file as well as a hard disk. Now, we do not know the details of what is in that hard disk, but if you go by the claim that has been made by the Chief Minister, she says this is the strategy of the party, which she has now leveled a direct allegation against the centre, saying that this is an attempt to steal her strategy of the party in the upcoming elections, and some direct allegations have been levelled against the Home Minister here, Union Home Minister Amit Shah. But having said that, as far as the probe is concerned, concerning what they have essentially been able to establish so far. Now, from the multiple charge sheets that have been filed, you have Trinamool Congress leaders who have been taken into custody. Their role has basically surfaced in the coal block scam, and now it turns out that there is fresh evidence. The evidence is with regards to how the money that was generated from the coal block scam was being used in Goa elections. And not to forget, there was a massive campaigning that was actually done by the Trinamool Congress in the state of Goa. This was during the Lok Sabha elections also, as well as in the assembly elections of Goa, where you've had Trinamool Congress leaders participating in it. And it was a high-octane campaigning that was done by the Trinamool Congress, and it could not have essentially happened without enough funds really coming in. And that's where the Enforcement Directorate basically suspects that this money was laundered and was finally used for the elections in the state of Goa. And now more details coming in. In fact, we're going to put out details of the searches that have been carried out in the national capital, because it seems that two locations where the searches are now being carried out is directly linked to the coal block scam.
Mamata Banerjee is out right now, and Shawan, if you can hear me, Mamata Banerjee is out right now, and she is outside the office. She is saying that this is a crime that the ED is doing, and it's a crime that is being done against her party. And we will get those bites and visuals in a while, but this is what she is saying. The ED is, you just said that there is a meeting at the ED office as well, but she is saying it's a crime that is being conducted by the ED. Shawan.
Well, in fact, I'm just going to stay with these images coming in right now. We are going to wait for some sort of an official response coming in from the central agency, whether at all they are going to take any action. Because what it seems from an active crime scene, what we are given to understand is that some papers have been taken away, and these are documents which are going to be important for the investigation. It seems that has been taken away from the very place where the searches are being carried out. So whether at all some punitive action will be taken against any of the leaders there, and as far as the Chief Minister is also concerned, that is something that the central agency will have to strategize in the next few hours. The top story coming in from Kolkata this afternoon, where Enforcement Directorate is carrying out multiple searches.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yep.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society.
All right, viewers, coming up next, more raids at other locations, raids at locations in Delhi too. Now, this is related to the IPAC raid conducted by the ED, where Mamata interfered in an ED raid, stealing documents from IPAC office. Coming up next.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
Five, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
All right, viewers, we continue our mega coverage from Kolkata. Now, there's an update. The ED raids are happening in Delhi too. Now, this is regarding the ED raids at IPAC office, and Mamata Banerjee came to the rescue and obstructed the government officials for carrying out the searches in that location and interfered in an ongoing ED search. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yep.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT drive and tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what you are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
ED raids on IPAC. So
And co-founder's office in Kolkata FIR registered an alleged money laundering case. CM Mamata Banerjee at the IPAC office. Piles upon the documents stolen by Mamata and Bengal police from IPAC office. ED investigation obstructed. As showdown escalates in Kolkata, ED expands investigation into money laundering case. IPAC raids now in Delhi. Rape convict Rahim out on parole. Victims say Haryana government helped him out of jail. Big claim by Rahim victims. They say hardcore criminal clause was removed to get him out of jail. Infiltration alarm in Bengaluru. Republic Kannada exposes how Bangladeshi immigrants have entered the city on a raid card. At least 30 detained in Turkman Gate violence case. Lens on YouTuber Salman, who allegedly instigated unruly mob. Viewers, well, I'm breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. The top focus remains on Kolkata as the Enforcement Directorate officials are conducting raids on IPAC offices in Kolkata. Reacting to the probe, Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee reached the IPAC office and scuttled the probe by stealing the files in a yellow sack filled with relevant and put those files in a car. Okay, CM Mamata Banerjee was accompanied by the police commissioner and acting DGP of the Bengal police. And meanwhile, the ED has conducted raids in the national capital in the same case. A probe agency is scrutinizing the money laundering angle and suspects money laundered used by TMC during Goa elections. This is the top story tracking right now on Republic TV viewers. Let us tell you what is happening. What we see is that ED raids IPAC's Pratik Jain in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee rushes to secure TMC files in the Salt Lake office. That's what you're seeing. We're getting some reactions. Let's play them out.
How to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister who cannot protect the country, and he's taking away all my party documents? If I raid the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called, 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election, they are collecting all my information of my party. देखो मैंने सब लेके आया. Because I rang up Pratik, because he is in charge of my party. So my hard disks, see, phone, hard disk, all they are collecting, and they have already attacked my IT office also. In fact, Sector 5, I am going there also.
All right, viewers, we'll play out a confrontation where Republic has confronted Mamata Banerjee as she comes out of Pratik Jain's residence. Let's see what happened.
প্রবেশ করলেন এবং এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি প্রবেশ করলেন এবং এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি প্রবেশ করলেন এবং এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন?
All right, getting you many reactions coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's play out what the BJP has to say. We're getting many reactions.
তো রেট নিয়ে কোনো মন্তব্য করব না, ওটা ইডি বলতে পারবে কেন রেট করেছে, আমি আই এম নট অ্যাওয়ার। কিন্তু মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কেন্দ্রীয় সংস্থা, সাংবিধানিক সংস্থার কাজে এর আগেও হস্তক্ষেপ করেছেন। 2021 সালে তিনি নিজাম প্যালেসে ধর্ণা দিয়েছিলেন সিবিআই অফিসে। ফিরাদ হাকিম, শোভন চট্টোপাধ্যায়, মদন মিত্র, সুব্রত মুখার্জিদের গ্রেপ্তারের বিরুদ্ধে। এবং মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এর আগে রাজীব কুমারের বাড়িতে যখন সারদা মামলা নিয়ে রেড হয় সিবিআইয়ের, সেদিনও তিনি সিপিকে নিয়ে ধর্ণা দিয়েছিলেন কলকাতাতে, ধর্মতলাতে। স্বাভাবিকভাবে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর এই ধরনের কাজ সাংবিধানিক প্রতিষ্ঠানের সরাসরি কাজে হস্তক্ষেপ এবং তদন্তে বাধা দান। এটা একজন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, তিনি শুধু রাজনৈতিক নেতা নেত্রী নন, প্রশাসনিক কর্তৃ। নিন্দা জানাই এবং ইডি নিশ্চয়ই তার ক্ষমতা বলে তাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর বিরুদ্ধেও ব্যবস্থা নেওয়া উচিত বলে আমার মনে হয়েছে।
All right, viewers, we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV. This is the top story we're tracking the entire day today. So let us tell you what is happening. We see that the special unit of ED has conducted raids at multiple locations, including premises linked to IPAC. It's part of a nationwide crackdown.
আপনি কাদের পক্ষে পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের মতো চোরেদের পক্ষে না বাংলার মানুষের পক্ষে? পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের মতো চোরেদের পক্ষে না বাংলার মানুষের পক্ষে? আমি বলছি পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের পক্ষে।
All right, we're getting these updates coming in.
শান্ত না হন তাহলে আমার কথাও আপনারা শুনতে পাবেন না, আর আপনাদের কথাও আমি শুনতে পাবো না। দয়া করে যদি অনুগ্রহ
Please be patient with me while I answer all your queries. This is not about any political vindication. I have come here on legitimate reasons.
Please keep quiet. My humble request to all of you. I know you are very much worried about the situation, and thanks to press media, you are present here. But আপনারা জেনে রাখুন, এই অপারেশনটা স্টার্ট করেছে ভোর 6টা থেকে, যখন অফিসে কেউ ছিল না।
This entire operation has been conducted by the ED to influence the TMC and to influence the political voters in Bengal ahead of the election.
সমস্ত আইফোন বা ফোনে যে সমস্ত স্ট্র্যাটেজি আছে ইলেকশনে, ইনক্লুডিং SIR, আমাদের কাজ চলছে মানুষকে সাহায্য করবার জন্য। সেগুলো সব ওরা ফরেন্সিক টিম নিয়ে এসে সকাল থেকে ট্রান্সফার করেছে।
There was a pile load of documents that contained the TMC election strategy, candidates list, and the list of cases that were filed against us by the opposition in the state. All these files were taken away by the ED earlier.
এটা আমাদের অথরাইজড টিম, এবং সেই অথরাইজড টিমের কাছ থেকে সব কাগজ ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া, সব লুট করা, এবং কাগজ টেবিলগুলো পুরো ফাঁকা পড়ে রয়েছে।
The ED has stolen
তার মানে সব কাগজপত্র
from authorized party
আবার
workers.
নতুন করে তৈরি করতে গেলে ইলেকশন তো পেরিয়ে যাবে এটা কি ওদের ঠিক হয়েছে আপনাদের যদি কারো অফিসে ঢুকে
Is it right for the ED
বিশেষ করে আমরা রেজিস্টার্ড পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি
at an office that is only helping our party strategize for the election?
আমাদের ইলেক্টেড মেম্বার্স আছে আমাদের অডিট হয় যদি কোনো
We
প্রয়োজন
follow due
থাকতো
process. We have elected members. We
তারা
carry
ইনকাম
monthly
ট্যাক্স থেকে
audits.
কাগজ নিতেই পারতো
We don't hide
Election
anything
আসলে
from the
income tax
income tax
notice পাঠায়।
department.
বিজেপি কে তো নোটিশ
The
পাঠায়
ED
না
could have very well coordinated with the Bengal income tax
সবচেয়ে বড়
department
ক্রিমিনাল
to get their queries sorted.
Money power,
There was no
muscle
requirement
power.
for these raids this morning.
কিলার অফ ডেমোক্রেসি এসআইআর এর নামে they have deleted more than 1.5 crores name even they gave notice to Amartya Sen Nobel জয়ী they have sent notice to Joy Goswami we are proud of him he is a great poet renowned poet Dev he is a renowned film star number 1 from Bengal there have been also sent notices you will be surprised to know maximum women voters name are being deleted why maximum young generation they are not allowing to enlist their names even election commission is not giving us what they say logistical discrepancy newly they started it was not in the SI rule absolutely new one that record is also not with anybody not with the district magistrate not with the state government আস্তে প্লিজ আপনারা যারা করছেন এটা আমি বলবো এটা আপনাদের কাজ নয় আমার কাজটা আমায় করতে দিন আমি আপনাদের এখানে সব করতে ডাকিনি প্লিজ স্টপ ইট আমি যেটা আপনাদের বলছিলাম
I request Enforcement Directorate and the media personnel to kindly not interfere in the matters of IPAC.
আগে 54 লক্ষ লোকের নাম বাদ দিয়েছে even out of that nobody is allowed to submit their form number 7 or 8 even a murderer is allowed to defend himself but the genuine voters maximum the women who married recently or earlier after 2 their title is changed and their address is changed automatically because now they became married they were not allowed the from election commission office one BJP cadre of IT she is doing all the nuisance misusing the name of ERO and just deleted the names without giving an opportunity to the victims to defend their case and they have served notices about 1.5 crores people maybe about that list also in the name of so-called BJP logistical discrepancies who are our supporters or the voters and maximum they are the anti-women they gave notices to the 90 years old people the pregnant women the aged people the young generation the renowned persons all what they think forcefully can they capture a state like this my humble request to the press please keep quiet একটু শান্ত হন আমার গলাটাও তো মানুষের গলা আপনারা শান্ত না হলে আমি বলতে পারছি না যারা কথা বলছেন প্লিজ কিপ কোয়াইট आप देखिए, अगर अमित शाह आपको बंगाल को जीतना है तो आपको हिम्मत है तो आप इलेक्शन में लड़ाई करके आइए। आप क्यों हमारा पार्टी आईटी सेक्टर को रेड करके पूरा पेपर ले लिया? आप क्यों हमारा बंगाल में एक जो क्रेडिबिलिटी नहीं है जो ऐप का, उसको देके आप एक बीजेपी वर्कर को इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफिस में बैठा के 54 लाख नाम को डिलीट कर दिया, फॉर्म 7 फिलअप करने नहीं दिया, फॉर्म 8 भी फिलअप करने नहीं दिया, ईआरओ को नाम मिसयूज किया है, जिसमें एसोसिएशन लेटर भी लिख के प्रोटेस्ट किया है। इसका बाद जो आपका बीएलओ जाके सेटिस्फाइड होके जो नाम उठाया था लिस्ट में, उससे भी आप देख के चुन के और बीजेपी का लिस्ट बना के आपने 1.5 करोड़ लोगों का, अबाउट 1.5 करोड़ आपने नोटिस दिया है लॉजिस्टिकल डिस्क्रिपेंसी का नाम पे, लेकिन वो लिस्ट हम लोगों का पास में नहीं है। इलेक्शन कमीशन जो कर रहा है वो बीजेपी का इशारा में पूरा व्हाट्सएप में काम कर रहा है। देयर इज नो रिटन डायरेक्शन। उन्होंने 20 बार उसको डिसीजन चेंज किया है। बिहार में भी एसआईआर में जो सिस्टम रखा गया था, बंगाल में वो नहीं मानता है। हमारा होम डिपार्टमेंट का कागज नहीं मानता है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी का कागज नहीं मानते हैं, ईआरओ को कागज नहीं मानता है। कहते हैं जो बीजेपी करते हैं खाली उसका नाम बोर्ड में उठेगा और किसी को नाम नहीं उठेगा। अभी तक आज तक more than 72% already been died, either committed suicide or trauma they died, and 91% along with 72 are seriously hospitalized. Some people went to committed suicide. Some people after coming from the hearing, they are seriously ill, heart attack, brain stroke. Who is responsible for this death? BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I read their party, their IT office, will it be all right? Please remember, one-sided कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। हाँ, हम अभी तक भी चुप है, इतना सहन कर रहा है, इतना जलने का बाद भी, इतना लोगों का खून का बाद में भी, इतना लोगों का जान जाने का बाद भी मैं आशा करती हूं कि विचार मिलेगा। विचार के लिए हम वेट कर रहे हैं, इंतजार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप तो सब सीमा उल्लंघन कर दिया। हमारा आईटी ऑफिस में आके आप सब लैपटॉप से सब निकाल के लिया, हमारा डेटा, हमारा एसआईआर का डेटा, हमारा पार्टी का पॉलिसी का डेटा, हमारा कैंडिडेट का लिस्ट, हमारा बूथ प्रेसिडेंट का लिस्ट, हमारा आने वाला स्ट्रेटेजी आप प्रतीक का घर में भी जाके किया है, अब हमारा आईपैक ऑफिस में आके भी किया है। इट इज नॉट दैट दे आर प्राइवेटली ऑपरेटिंग, दे आर वेरी मच ऑथोराइज्ड बाय द ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस। बीजेपी का माफी काम बेनामी नहीं करते हैं, ये हमारा नाम पे काम करता है एग्रीमेंट का मुताबिक। I think it is an insult to all the IT sector, because all the IT sector, they are working for somewhere, for someone, so they can attack any IT sector anytime. They can collect all the data from any IT sector? Is it not a crime? Is it not a murder of the freedom? Murder of democracy? Murder of the right to work? हम अभी इसी में इधर से जो काम है हम कर देंगे, लेकिन जब तक पूरा इसको हम सेटल नहीं करते हैं कि हमारा पेपर ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, इसको हमको सेटल करना है, इसी के लिए हम इधर में इंतजार करेंगे जब तक प्रतीक नहीं आएंगे और जब तक प्रतीक ऑफिस में आके सेटल नहीं करेंगे। वन बाय वन, प्लीज वन बाय वन। चुनाव का स्ट्रैटेजी पूरा छीन के लिया, एक क्राइम है। अगर आप हमारे साथ लड़ने नहीं सकते हैं तो अब क्यों हम बंगाल में आते हैं? आप हिम्मत से काम लो, आप लोकतंत्र पुलिस प्रोसेस में जीतो। आप एजेंसी लगा के हमारा पेपर लूट करते हैं, करते लूट बोलते झूठ, हमारा पेपर लूट करते हैं, हमारा स्ट्रैटेजी लूट करते हैं, हमारा डेटा लूट करते हैं, हमारा वोटर लूट करते हैं, हमारा बंगाल को लूट करते हैं, हमारा भाषा को लूट करते हैं। क्या है आप लोगों के लिए भविष्य? इससे और भी खराब होगा। जितना भी सीट आपको मिलना चाहिए था, इससे तो अब जीरो में आ जाएगा। आई एम सॉरी मिस्टर अमित शाह एंड मिस्टर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, प्लीज कंट्रोल योर होम मिनिस्टर। छह बजे शुरू हो गया, उसको फोरेंसिक मैंने जो सुना उसका फोरेंसिक टीम आया था, उन्होंने ट्रांसफर कुछ किया, लेकिन क्या वो बोलता है अभी जो है ये बोलता है नहीं हम नहीं किया, लेकिन हम देखता है हमारा हार्ड डिस्क ले लिया, हमारा फाइनेंशियल पेपर ले लिया, हमारा पॉलिटिकल पेपर ले लिया। फाइनेंशियल पेपर हमारा जो पॉलिटिकली रिलेटेड है ये हम इनकम टैक्स में सबमिट करते हैं। दिस इज द पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम। हमारा बैंक अकाउंट है, सब कुछ है। इसका बाद में भी बीजेपी इतना बड़ा डाकू है जिसका पास एक भी पैसा नहीं था, अभी हजारों लाखों करोड़ का संपत्ति हुआ है। एक आदमी को तो सीबीआई ने नहीं पकड़ा, ईडी नहीं पकड़ा। बंगाल में तो इसको इतना गद्दार है, जो बड़ा डाकत है, एक का खिलाफ में कोई सीबीआई नहीं हुआ। इवन जो शांतनु ठाकुर है, जो कलकत्ता में एक आदमी पकड़ गया है कोई केस पे, उन्होंने तो उसका नाम लिया, उसका बाद में भी ईडी ने नहीं पकड़ाया कि वो बीजेपी करता है। गद्दार का खिलाफ में कितना केस है, इसका बहुत सारे नेता है जिसको हम नाम बता सकती हूँ, लेकिन हम काटी से मेंटेन करते हैं। इसका मतलब नहीं होता है আমি সৌজন্যতা দেখাবো, চুপচাপ থাকবো, সব সহ্য করে নেব, এটা আমার দুর্বলতা নয়। উই আর জেন্টল, উই আর সোবার, উই আর कल्चरल पीपल। बंगाल इज द कैपिटल कल्चर ऑफ इंडिया। लेकिन हमको अगर आप जलन देगा, आप अगर हमारा सब लूट कर लेगा, चीटिंग कर लेगा, छीन के लेगा, चुरा के लेगा, तो हम इसको कभी डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर पाऊंगी। पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन चुरा गया। मैं क्या करेंगे मैं अभी नहीं बता सकती हूँ। लेट मी फाइंड आउट ऑल द डिटेल्स एंड देन आई विल लेट यू नो। देखो एक करके बोलो ना, हम तो रिप्लाई देते हैं। हम तो अमित शाह मोदी नहीं है कि हम रिप्लाई नहीं देंगे। आपको रिप्लाई हम देंगे, लेकिन आप एक एक करके पूछो। प्लीज वेट, फास्ट ये लो। ওগুলো আমাদের, ওগুলো ছড়িয়ে ছিটিয়ে পড়েছিল সব, এগুলো আমাদের, আমরা রেখেছি। এটা আমাদের কাগজপত্র, আমার দলের। ऐसा प्लीज प्लीज आप पहले उसको पूछने दो, तो शुरू किया। Actually, for party matter, sometimes I give a ring to them because every day is a development regarding our program. We talk each other by phone. So suddenly, I was not aware this fact. So I just gave a phone call to him. Then I have seen that the ring is going on, but nobody is picking up the phone. Then I cross-checked what happened, why he is not picking up my phone. Then I came to know that his phone is not with him. His phone is been handed over to ED, has snatched his phone. Then I thought, then whatever we discussed, whatever we have taken the strategy, whatever we have the list, whatever we have the data, they have taken over everything. So if my agency and my people are in trouble, it is my duty to see how they are and what happened actually, why they attacked our party matters. Then I went there. Yes, I talked to them, and what they said I cannot tell you right now. देखिए, ये तो पता चलेगा, वो तो फोरेंसिक टीम ले आके पहले बहुत सारे ट्रांसफर भी किया है। वो जो किया है क्राइम किया है, इसका बारे में एफआईआर होगा फोरेंसिक टीम का बारे में। मेरे को पता नहीं है कब, देखो सजेशन आता है, सब सजेशन हम बुक करके रखते हैं। जब चुनाव का टाइम आते हैं हम देखते हैं किसका पास क्या होना चाहिए, तो वही तो सजेशन तो आता ही है, तो हमारा पूरा सजेशन तो ले लिया। सजेशन तैयार करने के लिए हमारा टाइम लगेगा, हम कर लेंगे। वो सोचता है ऐसा करने से है हमारा मुश्किल हो जाएगा चुनाव के लिए, मुश्किल उसको हम कर देंगे।
चुनाव के लिए जो रिसर्चल वर्क है जो ये करते हैं, वो रिसर्चल वर्क भी क्या वो लोग ले गए हैं?
वो पूरा छीन के लिया, लूट करके लिया, क्राइम करके लिया। ये उनको नहीं चाहिए था। बीजेपी का 100 ऑफ एजेंसीज वर्किंग हियर, hundreds of YouTube, फेसबुक, ट्विटर, बीजेपी फंड में काम करते हैं और एआई देके झूठा झूठा बात कहते हैं। तब भी आप लोगों को पता है कि यूपी में नंगा करके लोगों को रखता है सांबादिक को। हम लोग कभी किसी को डिस्टर्ब नहीं किया आज तक, लेकिन अगर ऐसा चलते रहेगा तो मैदान में लड़ाई होगा, लोकतांत्रिक लड़ाई लोकतंत्र का परंपरा में ही होगा। सब হবে। আর আজকে বিকেল 4টের সময় সব ব্লকে ব্লকে যারা এসআইআর এর কাজে যুক্ত এসআইআর করবেন, বাদবাকি সংগঠনে যারা আছে সারা বাংলায় সব ব্লকে ব্লকে সব ওয়ার্ডে ওয়ার্ডে এর প্রতিবাদী মিছিল হবে। বিজেপির এই তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসকে অ্যাটাক করার এবং বিজেপির এই চুরির বিরুদ্ধে, এই ডাকাতির বিরুদ্ধে, এই লুটের বিরুদ্ধে আমি তো বলি যদি ক্ষমতা থাকে সামনাসামনি লড়ো। ভোটার নাম্বার দিয়ে ডেটা চুরি করে বাংলার মানুষের উপর অত্যাচার করে যদি মনে করো যে তোমরা টিকে থাকবে, তাহলে জেনে রাখবে বাংলা ইজ দ্য কি পয়েন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া। ইফ বেঙ্গল ইজ ডিস্টার্ব, ইন্ডিয়া ইজ ডিস্টার্ব। ইফ বেঙ্গল ইজ ডিস্টার্ব, all the gateway of the border country is disturbed and border state is disturbed. These fool people, they don't understand. They only understand in the name of so-called religions. They don't love neither Hindu, neither Muslims, neither Sikh, neither Parsi, neither Jain, neither Muslim. They only love themselves and they have created their own religions in the name of brutality. हम बोल दिया ना, आज 4 बजे हम तो इधर में अभी है जब तक सेटल नहीं होगा। और 4 बजे हमारा वार्ड में एवरी वार्ड, एवरी ब्लॉक देयर विल बी ए प्रोटेस्ट रैली। ओनली वार्ड बिजी विथ SIR वर्क में जो है वो SIR वर्क करेगा, बाद बाकी जो है वो आंदोलन करेगा। क्या होता है देखो ना, সেটা নয়, আমাকে কাগজপত্রগুলো সেট করতে হবে না। পার্টির কাগজপত্র তো নিয়ে চলে গেছে অনেক, টেবিলগুলো তো ফাঁকা পড়ে আছে, ল্যাপটপ নিয়েছে, ফোন নিয়েছে, হার্ডওয়্যার নিয়েছে, হার্ড ডিস্ক নিয়েছে, সরি হার্ডওয়্যার না, হার্ড ডিস্ক নিয়েছে, কাগজপত্র নিয়েছে। তো আমাকে তো যারা কাজ করে তাদের সেটেল করতে হবে। তাদের থ্রেট করা হবে, তাদের থ্রেট করা হবে, ইডির ভয় দেখানো হবে, সিবিআই ভয় দেখানো হবে, তাতে আমাদের লোকেরা ভয় পায় না। তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের কর্মীরা বীরের মতো লড়াই করে, এরা বিজেপিকে আমরা কেয়ারই করি না। পুলিশের কোনো FIR নেই, ওরা নিজেরাই করেছে, গায়ের জোর, ফোর্সফুলি। They want to forcefully bulldoze the Bengal. Bengal people will raise their voice and they will not bow down their head to BJP. And I do not know why BJP, Congress and leftists are working together here. They should remember that if the enemy comes, everybody is to work together for their own interest. But they think that enemy is our friend. We don't believe this ideology. We believe that BJP is a dangerous party. They will finish the country. They have already finished. Who is Vanis Kumar? Is he a magician? What is his credibility? Only to protect his district magistrate to his parivar? Hey, please don't ask this question. It's not related to this. BJP, no, I will not give you answer. You ask BJP. You ask BJP. Go to ask BJP. They will give you reply. If the matter is end now, and I am not talking about that. আপনি ভালো বলতে পারবেন, বিজেপি কে জিজ্ঞেস করুন। দাঁড়ান 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 দাঁড়ান, কয়লার টাকা অমিত শাহ ব্যবহার করেছেন, অমিত শাহ ব্যবহার করেছেন, রাজনাথ সিং ব্যবহার করেছেন, জগন্নাথ চট্টোপাধ্যায় ব্যবহার করেছেন, শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ব্যবহার করেছেন। এবং তাই আপনাকে বলছি যে আপনি ইডি তাদের রেড করুক, অমিত শাহকে রেড করুক, অমিত শাহকে রেড করুক, শুভেন্দুকে রেড করুক, জগন্নাথ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে রেড করুক, রাজনাথকে রেড করুক। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। যতই বিজেপি করুন হবে না কো জয়, দিনে দিনে হবে আপনাদের ক্ষয়। আর বাংলা দালাল, আর বাংলা দালাল, আর বাংলা দালাল।
Dramatic development, dramatic turn of events. Mamata Banerjee, unprecedented, never seen before. Chief Minister rushes to an office and takes away files during ED action. That was Mamata Banerjee getting clearly riled up by certain questions and saying that go and ask the BJP. I have no answers for that. She hits out at the ED. She hits out at the Home Minister as she addresses the media. She still guards the IPAC office. She is guarding the IPAC office. She is a sitting chief minister, functioning chief minister, and she leaves her CM office and goes to the IPAC office and she guards the files. She takes away the files. Never has this country seen this ever before. A nation is hooked onto this drama that's unfolding in Kolkata. CM decides to guard an office. IPAC office drops all work to defend the IPAC office, to defend her aide who's under ED scanner. Bengal Chief Minister says she will hold protest against West Bengal, and as she hits out against the agencies, she snatches the files. As you can see to the left side of the screen, she tucks them away in her car. She tucks those files away. What is Mamata Banerjee hiding that she had to leave all work and personally go there? It's not even the police officers. It's not just Mamata police or administration or officers or her aides. It's Mamata Banerjee herself who rushes to the office, the IPAC office, and she takes those files away and she tucks them in the car, as you can see in that visual that's running to the left side of your screens. Mamata Banerjee there saying that these are election-related papers that are being taken away, and she is now raising questions on the ED and the Home Ministry. She goes back into IPAC office, refuses to move out. She is refusing to move out. Meanwhile, we also have what our sources are telling us, what the agencies are saying. What we know is that agencies are saying this is an illegal intrusion in a process, illegal intrusion in an investigation that is still underway by a central agency. Top government sources tell Republic TV, no party office has been searched. It's illegal intrusion during a raid. Documents have been snatched from 2 sites. Searches on at 10 locations. Searches are based on evidence. This is what the government sources tell Republic TV, that the ED action is based on evidence, and 10 locations are being searched. This is Hawala transfer. This is Hawala transfer that is being investigated, and there is no party office because she's linking it to her TMC candidates ahead of the assembly elections. She says that this is illegal, this is unfair, and and of course she has spoken against this action. This is the breaking news we are getting in right now. We'll tell more updates what we are getting in from ED sources, and in fact the ED has told us that there is no party office that has been raided, but Mamata Banerjee rushes to an IPAC office, not the TMC office. This is not a TMC. If she is a TMC Supreme, it's understandable if she would have gone to a TMC headquarters, but this is an IPAC office which she is guarding right now. A sitting chief minister rushes to take some files, guards, refuses to leave the spot, refuses to leave this office, which is not her party office, it's not a government office, and it's not a government headquarter or anything of that sort. And she addresses the media, and she takes away these files as well. And you know, this is investigation that is on the alleged Hawala transfers. No party office has been searched. There were instances of illegal intrusion during the raid, and documents have been snatched from 2 sites as per government sources, as per ED sources. That's the breaking news we are getting to you right now. The Chief Minister arrived at the Godrej waterside entrance. Chief Minister enters via the back entry. Let me just tell you this entire timeline, the chronology of this drama that unfolded at Pratik Jain's residence. At Mamata Banerjee goes to his residence, Pratik Jain's residence, and only Republic TV was there. She no, of course, responses were given to questions. She exits the residence. She went in empty-handed and she carries a green file coming out. Okay, we are getting in more breaking news right now. As I was telling you, the top government sources tell us that the searches are based only on evidence. Searches are based on evidence, and no party office has been searched. So why is Mamata Banerjee so scared of those files that were lying at the IPAC office is the big question. She leaves her job, she leaves her CM duties, and she decides to camp at the IPAC office. She decides to guard the IPAC office. And in fact, she went in empty-handed. She carried a green file, and she claims that these are TMC candidate lists. This file contains TMC candidate list, and it includes the vote strategy as well. And she was flanked by the acting DGP, Rajiv Kumar, and CP Manoj Kumar as well. And Kolkata police brought down document files from the 10th floor, and you know, her car was there, and multiple stacks of documents were stored by the Bengal police. My colleague, Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, joins us on the broadcast from the ED headquarters, or from the newsroom, in fact. Shravan, well, this is high drama that has unfolded. We have never seen such scenes before. A sitting chief minister rushes to an office. It's not a party office. She is alleging that these are TMC candidate list and vote strategy that is in that file, and that's why she rushed in to defend that. Meanwhile, sources are telling us that it was only no party office has been searched, and this was illegal intrusion during an investigation.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, I'll just take our viewers through some of the claims that have been made by the Trinamool Congress and whether at all there is any merit to the argument that has been made. One, they say that the party is now being targeted. That's what the Chief Minister had to say. As far as these searches are concerned, it is not related to just a political party here. It is about an ongoing scam, and that happens to be the coal block scam, of course, in which you've had Trinamool Congress leaders coming under the scanner. Now, as far as whether at all any political party is being searched, the searches are only being carried out at 10 locations, which is not only in Kolkata, but here in the national capital, where Hawala operators are also being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. At least 6 such locations are in West Bengal, 4 happens to be in the national capital, and it is not at the premises of any political party. The other important aspect is with regards to whether at all there is a larger narrative that is being built. The search is basically linked to any particular election. It is to do with the elections that happened in Goa. And in fact, they are basically talking about whether at all money that was generated from the coal block scam was actually used by Trinamool Congress during the campaigning. And whether at all IPAC actually facilitated this. Because not to forget, as far as IPAC is concerned, the political consultancy firm that was engaged by the Trinamool Congress for the elections that took place in Goa, that is the reason why the IPAC is essentially being searched. Now, as far as the role of the Chief Minister here, it is undoubtedly unprecedented. The images that have basically come in from the IPAC office, the first place where the Chief Minister had landed. In fact, it turns out that in the presence of central agencies and in the presence of the Enforcement Directorate officers, you've had a sitting Chief Minister walking inside a place which is being searched and is being probed by a federal agency. And immediately from there, you have certain documents being taken out by the Chief Minister, and that too in the presence of Kolkata police officers. It is important to point out here that this is an illegal entry of the Chief Minister, and more importantly, this is an intrusion. The question is whether at all the Enforcement Directorate was perhaps extremely weak in the manner that they have basically handled the situation, but not taking an immediate action. Whether at all, there are certain limitations due to which the Enforcement Directorate hasn't really acted on the sitting Chief Minister, because at some level, the Enforcement Directorate essentially believes that this is also an attempt for destruction of evidence, because when you have the subject matter of this entire investigation, from that very place, documents are basically taken away, then the question is this an attempt being made by the Chief Minister to destroy evidence?
Right. In fact, to stay on with us, Shravan, we have some more breaking news coming in. ED statements say that the documents snatched from ED offices were snatched from the ED offices. And on Mamata Banerjee's statement on the ED raised at the IPAC office, ED says that the search is evidence-based and is not targeted at any political establishment, and the search is going on at 10 places. And it relates to illegal coal smuggling. The search covers various premises linked to the generation of cash, hawala transfer, etc. And no party office has been searched. It's not linked to elections and is part of a regular crackdown on money laundering. Search is conducted strictly in accordance with established legal safeguards, and certain people, including constitutional functionaries, have come to the premises. At least 2 out of those 10 locations intruded illegally by misusing their position and snatched away the documents. Now, Shravan, well, clearly ED confirms, and it's quite visible also when we see those files lying inside the CM's car. ED confirms that Mamata Banerjee indeed intruded. These are people holding constitutional posts they're pointing to, and one being Mamata Banerjee herself. We understand she was flanked by the DGP and the CP as well, that the files were literally snatched.
Well, there are certain legal limitations, and that is the reason why perhaps the central agency has been a little cautious here. And but they have actually confirmed that the Chief Minister, who holds a constitutional position, Mamata Banerjee, after all, holds a constitutional position. Despite that, she has basically walked into the very place where the searches were being carried out. It is an active scene of perhaps in a way a scene of crime. In fact, we are being given to understand that certain documents were basically taken out. The Enforcement Directorate has now confirmed that yes, the Chief Minister walked in, she intruded, and an illegal manner she had taken out certain documents. Now, what were the documents all about? That is not known. The claim that has been made by the Chief Minister is that these are basically strategy of the political party for the upcoming elections that has been stolen by her opponent. The opponent happens to be the Bharatiya Janata Party. But the reality is this: the Enforcement Directorate maintains that they are purely looking at the money laundering angle, and certain invoices which are now being examined by the Enforcement Directorate. It has got nothing to do with a party's political strategy, because remember, it will also go through the scrutiny of the court. So the Enforcement Directorate is largely concerned about whether at all there are any documents pertaining to certain transactions that have taken place. And the very fact that a certain agency was basically hired by the Trinamool Congress, and the money that was actually paid to them and certain other parties, this they believe was generated from the coal scam.
Right, many thanks, Shravan, for joining us. We'll keep a close eye on Republic TV, getting the minute-by-minute developments on this entire high drama that has unfolded in Kolkata, viewers. But at the same we will be stepping to a very, very short break. But on the other side, we get to you how the piles and piles of documents have been stolen by Mamata Banerjee and the Bengal police from the IPAC office. That's a political consultancy office. ED investigation has been obstructed by none other than a sitting Chief Minister. We continue to track every development. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what you are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
Five, 4, 3. S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
There's a magnificent
2, 1.
After this short break, viewers, we get you the dramatic turn of events as Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee steals files from the IPAC office as ED investigation, ED raids are underway. Details on the other side at 3.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to, I would argue that in many ways, India, because it's historically been an open society, one very much linked with the world, many countries of the global South are more likely to say the Indian experience is more transposable to their societies than perhaps those of others. So I do think in our progress as a democracy, the fact that for all the challenges that we've had, even at a low income, we have stayed true to the democratic model, which is almost, if you look at our part of the world, we are pretty much the only country that has done.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India. On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team. So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
5, 4, 3. S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0. All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal. S200 motors ignited. Plus 5 seconds. P1 tracking. S200 motors separated. Two, 1, 0. First stage performance normal.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. I mean, in many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global south will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. As the high drama unfolds in Kolkata, we see Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee guarding the IPAC office and stealing away the files in a car. We'll get you all the details from ground zero, but first, the headlines. ED raids on IPAC co-founder's office in Kolkata. FIR registered in alleged money laundering case. Mamata Banerjee at the IPAC office. Piles and piles of documents stolen by Mamata Banerjee and Bengal police from IPAC office. ED investigation obstructed. As showdown escalates in Kolkata, ED expands investigation into money laundering case. IPAC raids now in Delhi. Rape convict Rahim out on parole. Victims say Haryana government helped him out of jail. Big claim by Rahim victims. They say the hardcore criminal clause was removed to get him out of jail. Infiltration alarm in Bengaluru. Republic Kannada exposes how Bangladeshi immigrants entered the city on a raid card. At least 30 detained in Turkman Gate violence case. Lens on YouTuber Salman, who allegedly instigated the mob. We have some breaking news coming in right now on the Justice Verma case. Now, Supreme Court has reserved a verdict on Justice Yashwant Verma's plea against impeachment proceedings. And that's the breaking news we are getting in. Setback coming in for Justice Verma as the Supreme Court has denied time extension to reply and has reserved order. He'll also be appearing before the parliamentary panel. That's the breaking news we have. Supreme Court has reserved its decision on a plea filed by Allahabad High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Verma challenging the validity of a parliamentary committee probing corruption charges against him. So he has no escape but to appear before the parliamentary panel. That's the breaking news we have right now. Supreme Court has reserved its verdict, and the case relates to the recovery of a large sum of the cash from his official residence last year. And the apex body refused to grant him more time to file his response before the committee. It's a speaker's decision to constitute a 3-member committee against him under the Judges Act. And we'll track more details and more developments on that story. But meanwhile, viewers, our focus remains Kolkata as Enforcement Directorate sleuths conducted raids on the IPAC offices in the city. Reacting to the probe, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee reached the IPAC office, rushed to the IPAC office, scuttled the probe by stealing the files. Yellow sack filled with relevant files. She put them in her car. Chief Minister was accompanied by the Police Commissioner and the acting DGP of the Bengal Police as well. And ED meanwhile conducted the raids in the national capital. Also, at least 10 locations have been searched. In this case, the ED says this is in connection with the Hawala probe, nothing to do with the elections. The probe agency is scrutinizing the money laundering angle and suspects money laundered used by TMC during Goa elections. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee says that the file she is taking away has her vote strategy and candidate list. And she took aim at the ED for this. and there was high drama unfolding as she was she refused to leave. She stayed there and took away those files along with the Kolkata police personnel. Those piles of files were taken away during the ED raids. And take a listen in to what Mamata Banerjee has to say.
House to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents? If I read the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people. 1.5 crore people are being called. 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election, they are collecting all my information of my party. देखो मैंने सब लेके आया. Because I rang up Potik, because he is the in charge of my party. So my hard disks, see, phone, hard disk, all they are collecting, and they have already attacked my IT office also. In fact, Sector 5, I am going there also. আপনারা জেনে রাখুন, এই অপারেশনটা স্টার্ট করেছে ভোর 6টা থেকে, যখন অফিসে কেউ ছিলই না প্রায়, এবং তারা এসে আমাদের পার্টির সব ডেটা, সমস্ত ল্যাপটপ, সমস্ত আইফোন বা ফোনে যে সমস্ত স্ট্র্যাটেজি আছে ইলেকশনে, ইনক্লুডিং SIR, আমাদের কাজ চলছে মানুষকে সাহায্য করবার জন্য, সেগুলো সব ওরা ফরেন্সিক টিম নিয়ে এসে সকাল থেকে ট্রান্সফার করেছে। আমি মনে করি এটা ক্রাইম। একটা পার্টি অফিসের, এটা প্রাইভেট অর্গানাইজেশন নয়। আপনারা সবাই জানেন IPAC আমাদের অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের, এটা আমাদের অথরাইজড টিম, এবং সেই অথরাইজড টিমের কাছ থেকে সব কাগজ ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া, সব লুট করা, এবং কাগজ টেবিলগুলো পুরো ফাঁকা পড়ে রয়েছে। তার মানে সব কাগজপত্র এবার বলুন আবার নতুন করে তৈরি করতে গেলে ইলেকশন তো পেরিয়ে যাবে। এটা কি ওদের ঠিক হয়েছে? আপনাদের যদি কারো অফিসে ঢুকে, বিশেষ করে আমরা রেজিস্টার্ড পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি, আমরা ইনকাম ট্যাক্স দিই, আমাদের ইলেক্টেড মেম্বার্স আছে, আমাদের অডিট হয়। যদি কোনো প্রয়োজন থাকতো ইডি, তারা ইনকাম ট্যাক্স থেকে কাগজ নিতেই পারতো। ইলেকশন আসলে ইনকাম ট্যাক্স নোটিশ পাঠায়, বিজেপিকে তো নোটিশ পাঠায় না। ডাকাতের ডাকাত ওরা, সবচেয়ে বড় ক্রিমিনাল, মানি পাওয়ার, মাসেল পাওয়ার, কিলার অফ ডেমোক্রেসি। SIR এর নামে they have deleted more than 1.5 crore men, যে লজিস্টিক্যাল ডিসক্রিপেন্সির নামে আগে 54 লক্ষ লোকের নাম বাদ দিয়েছে। Even out of that, nobody is allowed to submit their form number 7 or 8. Even a murderer is allowed to defend himself. But the genuine voters, maximum the women who married recently or earlier after 2, their title is changed and their address is changed automatically because now they became married. They were not allowed. From Election Commission office, one BJP cadre of IT, she is doing all the nuisance, misusing the name of ERO and just deleted the names. हमारा होम डिपार्टमेंट का कागज नहीं मानता है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी का कागज नहीं मानते हैं, ERO को कागज नहीं मानता है, कहते हैं जो बीजेपी करते हैं खाली उसका नाम बोर्ड में उठेगा और किसी को नाम में नहीं उठेगा। अभी तक आज तक more than 72 persons already been died, either committed suicide or trauma they died, and 91 persons along with 72 are seriously hospitalized. Some people went to committed suicide. Some people after coming from the hearing, they are seriously ill, heart attack, brain stroke. Who is responsible for this death? BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I read their party, their IT office, will it be all right? Please remember, one-sided कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। हाँ, हम अभी तक भी चुप है, इतना सहन कर रहा है, इतना जलने का बाद भी, इतना लोगों का खून का बाद में भी, इतना लोगों का जान जाने का बाद भी, मैं आशा करती हूँ कि विचार मिलेगा, विचार के लिए हम वेट कर रहे हैं।
All right, we shift our focus to other story that we're tracking for you. Now, news coming in from the Kathua district in Jammu and Kashmir, where security forces resumed an intensified anti-terror operation to track down Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists believed to be holed up in the dense forest and steep hillside terrain following an encounter on Wednesday. The forces have tightened cordons in this strategically sensitive region. Here's a report.
Bilawar area, Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir. After Wednesday evening's encounter, security forces resumed search operation at first light to track down Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists after fresh inputs suggested continued terrorist presence. Joint teams of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police and SOG have tightened cordons around forest and hill belts where militants were earlier sighted.
These Jawans of the Special Operations Group that have engaged this group of Jaish-e-Mohammed, they have once again on the roads carrying out a large-scale patrols in the area so that the location of the terrorists can be identified. Because if you see here how these SOG Jawans are manning, because this where we even breathe, unable to breathe and walk a distance, they are manning this entire area as we speak, because what we have seen that this area has been used as a safe hide by the terrorists. If you look at the geography of this area, this is one of the difficult terrains when it comes to carrying out the counter-insurgency operations.
Officials say 2 to 3 terrorists linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed are still believed to be in the area. One suspected Jaish terrorist was injured after being shot during the intense encounter that broke out on Wednesday afternoon in the Kahog and Kamadnulla areas. The encounter began after locals reported suspicious movement of terror suspects, prompting security forces to move in. Security personnel came under fire and retaliated as they tried to corner the suspects in remote forested hills. After the exchange, the terrorists managed to slip deeper into forest cover. The area where operations are on is part of the Bilawar Kog belt. Terrain here is considered sensitive due to proximity to infiltration routes, and the forests provide multiple possible hideouts, making this one of the most challenging operations in the region. In recent years, security forces have increased surveillance and deployment in this belt to block terror movement and deny militants safe passage. The search for terrorists goes on, with reinforcements sweeping through valleys, gullies, and elevated paths to ensure no militant hideout remains unchecked. Security officials have reiterated that the operation will continue until the last suspect is neutralized.
Breaking is coming in right now in connection with the Turkman Gate violence case. The police have arrested 6 more accused, and a woman is also on police's radar. The woman's name is Ayman Rizvi. She has been summoned for questioning today, and the woman also posted inflammatory content. Now, this social media entire ecosystem where we've seen that there have been a lot of incendiary content that has been promoted to instigate mob is under scanner, and that's an action in that pursuit. Now, this woman, Rizvi, is a resident of Jamia, and so far a list of 10 people who posted such inflammatory content has been compiled. All of them have been summoned and asked to join the investigation, and all of these individuals have a significant number of followers on social media. And there you have it, not just on those who have been on ground pelting stones, but who instigated them, who were behind them. Those people are also being caught by the police. And these are the faces, some of the faces behind this entire stone pelting case that panned out a night before. As we saw, policemen were targeted, openly celebrating the pelting of stones. There were many videos that were, of course, circulated so as to encourage this. Delhi police personnel have been injured also. Soumya joins us live on the broadcast now. Soumya, well, we see that now there is action not just on those who were on ground zero, but also those who were circulating videos, who are so-called influencers, who were trying to mislead people and mobilize the mob.
Yes, well, Rakshita, it's a big crackdown on this whole nexus, which tried to call on these people, tried to give this whole thing a communal spin, so to say, because if you see all the videos that have gone viral on social media, it is some sort of influencer. There's a woman influencer that Delhi police is going to send the notice to for questioning. There was another influencer who is on the run. As of now, the total number of arrests stands at 11. The things that have helped the Delhi police with this major crackdown in this incident that took place on the intervening nights of January 6th and 7th were the social media post itself. The videos that went viral on social media, these influencers, the so-called influencers, when they made these videos and posted these videos on social media, calling people to come together at the very spot where the encroachment drive was underway to stop by peddling the fake news that the encroachment drive was to demolish the mosque altogether, whereas the truth stands different. The mosque is very much there. It was only the illegal land of it which has been erased. So now the total number of arrests that stands at is at 11. The police crackdown is a huge. More such arrests and summons are expected as we speak.
All right, Soumya, many thanks for joining us with details coming in, viewers. So now at least 11 people have been arrested in this Turkman Gate violence case. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking in connection with this matter. Delhi police is going to issue a notice to YouTuber Salman now for questioning. Salman is accused of inciting violence through his videos. So another social media user or a YouTuber, so-called, has now been is now under scanner. This man called Salman is now under lens. Delhi police is issuing a notice to YouTuber Salman, and he will be questioned by the Delhi police. So nobody will be spared in this matter, as this incident brought back the memories of what happened back in 2020. In Old Delhi, we saw what happened on Tuesday night, or rather early Wednesday morning. Soumya, well, tell us more about the man called Salman, who with his YouTube videos was promoting incendiary content.
Well, Rakshita, Salman is another YouTuber in question. He is on the run as we speak. However, the Delhi police has intensified its search for Salman. They will be soon issuing a notice for this influencer in question, because he also made videos wherein he can be heard
Breaking news coming in right now. Republic has accessed the first CCTV footage of the Turkman Gate violence. The CCTV footage from the Faiz-e-Elahi Mosque square at Turkman Gate shows stone pelters hiding their faces with masks. And when the police force comes to apprehend them, they run away. There you have. This was all planned. As you can see, they come in. This was not a spur of the moment. They were very much prepared. They hide their faces because they knew what they were going to do. And once police come after them, they run away. This is the footage, first and exclusive on Republic TV. This is the footage from the time when the police chased away this crowd, this mob, and the stone pelters. And some of the stone pelters went to the other side and started throwing stones at the police force. There you have the visual from one angle. CCTV of the pelter gang. Soumya continues to be with us. Soumya, just tell us more details about this footage that we have accessed.
Yes, well, Rakshita, this is one of the main CCTV footages. If you remember, since yesterday, the Delhi police has been scanning these CCTV footages, and if what we can see here is that how these stone pelters have covered their face, it very much establishes the intent of these stone pelters as to how it was a pre-planned thing. Because if you remember, the Delhi police, before even carrying out this encroachment drive, they undertook multiple meetings with the Aman committee members, the local stakeholders. So everybody was briefed about what was about to happen on the late night of 6th of January. So in the video, how people can be seen there attacking the police officials, the MCD officials, with their faces half covered, and also after pelting the stones towards the police officials, them running away, it very much establishes the intent of these stone pelters. How these people were called together at this spot, how it was all a pre-planned conspiracy against an encroachment drive, where it was only going to be only was supposed to be peaceful, as to how the Delhi police or the other officials had planned about it. However, if you go through the CCTV footage that we have access, it very much establishes the intent of these stone pelters. Back to you.
Right, many thanks, Soumya, for joining us with details coming in on the story. We'll keep a close eye on the updates. Meanwhile, viewers, we slip into a very, very short break. But on the other side, we will be getting you more on the same story. 30 people detained in the Turkman Gate violence case. Lens on YouTuber Salman. Right, viewers, we are just running that CCTV footage that we have accessed of the pelter gang, and we will continue to get more updates as we now are telling you that at least 11 people have been detained, and we will be showing you that from the SP MP Nadvi to the YouTubers, everybody is being questioned by the Delhi police.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yep.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating.
At least 30 detained in Turkman Gate violence case lens on YouTuber Salman, who allegedly instigated unruly mob. Details on the other side. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. I mean, in many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to.
We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A top story comes from Kolkata, where ED raids IPAC's Pratik Jain, and we see CM Mamata Banerjee fuming and securing files. The ED has said this was a very, very massive intrusion. All this and much coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines we're tracking right now. ED raids IPAC's co-founder office in Kolkata. FIR registered in alleged money laundering case. CM Mamata Banerjee and IPAC office. Piles of documents stolen by Mamata and Bengal police from IPAC office. ED investigation obstructed. A showdown escalates in Kolkata. ED expands investigation into money laundering case. And we see IPAC raids are now in Delhi as well. Rape convict Rahim out on parole. Victims say Haryana government helped him out of jail. Big claim by Rahim's victims. They say hardcore criminal clause was removed to get him out of jail. Infiltration alarm in Bengaluru, Republic. Canada exposes how Bangladeshi immigrants entered the city on a raid car. At least 30 detained in Turkman Gate violence case. Lens on YouTuber Salman, who allegedly instigated unruly mob. All right, viewers, getting you some big updates coming in Republic TV. We continue getting you the top updates. ED claims IPAC move cold scam, Hawala money. Cold scam money was routed to IPAC through Hawala, says ED. So we're getting these updates coming in. ED saying IPAC, one of the entities linked to Hawala money. ED confirms IPS officers entered the raid sites today. ED confirms Mamata took away key evidence from IPAC office. ED says Mamata took away electronic evidence and documents. ED claims obstruction in ongoing investigation. I want to go across to my colleague Shaman Sen for more details. Shaman, ED has been confirming that Mamata took away electronic evidence and documents.
Well, in fact, there is a confirmation now coming in from the Enforcement Directorate of the unprecedented action of the Chief Minister. In fact, this morning when searches were basically carried out in the coal scam, we give it to understand that the Chief Minister had landed at the residence at the office of IPAC. Along with the Chief Minister, you also had Kolkata Police, that is the Deputy Commissioner of Police, South Kolkata, officer in charge of the Sarandi Police Station. They came to one of the premises along with one personal to verify the identity of the officials. Then you had the police commissioner, the Kolkata Police Commissioner, entering the premises along with several other Kolkata police officers. They were also briefed by the proceedings by the Enforcement Directorate's authorized officer. But despite all the process that was being followed by the Enforcement Directorate, there was a sudden arrival of the Chief Minister of West Bengal. And the moment she entered the residential premises of Pratik Jain, who also happens to be one of the founders of IPAC, the political consultancy firm, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee barged in, took away key evidences which the Enforcement Directorate believes these were physical documents and electronic devices important for this entire investigation. In fact, the CM's convoy not only entered the residential premises of Pratik Jain where the searches were being carried out, but thereafter they went to IPAC's office also, from where the Chief Minister as well as the state police forcibly removed some documents as well as electronic evidences. In terms of what exactly will the Enforcement Directorate really do, the next plan of the next course of action, we are now given to understand that they are basically contemplating whether at all an FIR can be registered in this entire matter, because what has happened is that public servants have been prevented from doing their work. And that is the reason why what we are being told right now, that a meeting is basically underway to take certain legal steps. Some legal measures are now being taken as far as to decide what would be the future course of action.
All right. Shravan, I really want to hold on for a second, because we see that Mamata stormed in. She took those files. Just getting you more updates coming in, because FIR will be filed. Mamata has stolen that evidence. We saw those pictures coming in. ED could file FIR for obstructing the investigation, because ED has confirmed there was intrusion. Mamata intruded 2 IPAC raid sites in Kolkata. So we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers. Mamata steals evidence. And it's very likely, viewers, that ED could file FIR for obstructing the evidence. So this is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. And as we keep getting you more updates, let us tell you exactly what the ED has said. Now, a short while back, we had broken that the ED had said that there was definitely an intrusion which had taken place. This was one of the biggest stories that we're tracking right now. ED statement had come out that documents were snatched from the ED officials. I really want to go back to my colleague, Shravan Sen, who's joining us once more. Shravan, if you could help our viewers understand, what exactly can we expect next? Because there seems to be the next step, looks like an FIR could be filed, Shravan.
Well, in fact, that is one legal recourse that the Enforcement Directorate has at this point in time. And it's not the first time that they have witnessed this kind of a situation. Earlier, I remember when they were probing coal scam, that's when they were being prevented by local strongmen of the Trinamool Congress, and thereafter FIR was actually registered. But as far as this case goes, it is unprecedented, because you have the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, who holds a constitutional position, actually misused her position and barged into an active scene where we've had an investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. She has directly prevented the public servant from doing her duties, which basically calls for some sort of a penal action. Now, that is the reason why, as far as punitive action is concerned, there would be certain limitations, because she's, after all, a sitting Chief Minister. So there is a legal meeting that is basically underway currently in the Enforcement Director to basically understand how exactly can they take this forward, by when can the FIR be registered, and who exactly would be named in the complaint that would be filed by the Enforcement Directorate.
Right. And Shravan, I really want viewers to understand, what exactly the ED has been saying, because the ED has said it very, very clearly that there was intrusion which took place. ED has confirmed that, also confirming that these files were taken from the ED officials themselves, Shravan. And we see this drama unfolding. It's a lot of drama, and it's all caught on camera.
Well, all of this is caught on camera, and the Chief Minister herself has made an now that she has taken away these documents because she believes that this is an attempt that is being made by her opponent, that's the BJP in the state of West Bengal, to steal the party's strategy, the strategy for the upcoming elections. So this has now become absolutely political, but it is quite unbecoming of a sitting chief minister to basically guard an office which is now a subject of investigation. IPAC's office is now under the scanner of the... The reason being is that the agency essentially suspects that the proceeds of crime that was generated in the coal scam, which is ill-gotten money, that money was basically diverted for the campaigning purposes in the state of Goa. And as far as IPAC is concerned, they believe that it played the role of facilitating all of this. And that is the reason why they are basically under the scanner. The chief minister, it appears right now, has prevented the enforcement directorate from carrying out any further investigation.
That's right. And, Shaman, thank you for getting us those details. I really want to also play out what the CM Mamata Banerjee has said. She addressed the media amidst all that chaos that we saw, and she said this is an attempt to target her party ahead of elections. Let's play that out for you.
How to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents? If I get the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people. 1.5 crore people are being called. 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election, they are collecting all my information of my party. देखो मैंने सब लेके आया. Because I rang up Potik. Because he is the in charge of my party. So my hard disk, see, phone, hard disk, all they are collecting, and they have already attacked my IT office also. In fact, Sector 5, I am going there also.
And we must move ahead right now. Police encounter took place in Delhi's Ghazipur area at a paper market early this morning. Now, 2 criminals were arrested during a shootout, with one sustaining gunshot injury. Authorities are investigating this incident. Take a look.
A police encounter unfolded in Delhi's Ghazipur area early Thursday morning. The shootout began with a confrontation that erupted between law enforcement officers and criminals at the paper market. During the operation, 2 suspects were apprehended by the Delhi police, while one of them sustained a gunshot wound to the leg. Officials said the encounter was part of ongoing efforts to clamp down on criminal activity in the area. The police are investigating the incident further to understand the exact circumstances that led to the shootout. However, authorities have confirmed that the situation is under control and have urged the public to remain calm while the investigation continues.
News coming in from Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, where we see that anti-terror operations continue. Security forces have resumed an intensified anti-terror operation to track down Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists believed to be holed up in dense forest and steep hillside terrains. Here is a complete story as Republic gets you the ground report.
Bilawar area, Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir. After Wednesday evening's encounter, security forces resumed search operation at first light to track down Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists after fresh input suggested continued terrorist presence. Joint teams of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police and SOG have tightened cordons around forest and hill belts where militants were earlier sighted.
These Jawans of the Special Operations Group that have engaged this group of Jaish-e-Mohammed, they have once again on the roads carrying out a large-scale patrols in the area so that the location of the terrorists can be identified. Because if you see here how these SOG Jawans are manning, because this where we even breathe, unable to breathe and walk a distance, they are manning this entire area as we speak, because what we have seen that this area has been used as a safe hide by the terrorists. If you look at the geography of this area, this is one of the difficult terrains when it comes to carrying out the counterinsurgency operations.
Officials say 2 to 3 terrorists linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed are still believed to be in the area. One suspected Jaish terrorist was injured after being shot during the intense encounter that broke out on Wednesday afternoon in the Kohog and Kamadnulla areas. The encounter began after locals reported suspicious movement of terror suspects, prompting security forces to move in. Security personnel came under fire and retaliated as they tried to corner the suspects in remote forested hills. After the exchange, the terrorists managed to slip deeper into forest cover. The area where operations are on is part of the Bilawar Kog belt. Terrain here is considered sensitive due to proximity to infiltration routes, and the forests provide multiple possible hideouts, making this one of the most challenging operations in the region. In recent years, security forces have increased surveillance and deployment in this belt to block terror movement and deny militants safe passage. The search for terrorists goes on, with reinforcements sweeping through valleys, gullies and elevated paths to ensure no militant hideout remains unchecked. Security officials have reiterated that the operation will continue until the last suspect is neutralized.
Viewers, after Venezuela, speculations are now on Donald Trump's next move on Greenland. Now, the Trump administration yesterday itself reiterated its stance of acquiring Greenland, also informing of a meeting with Danish officials next week. Meanwhile, people of Greenland remain anxious and uncertain of their future. Here's more.
We should prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
The Trump administration yesterday had reiterated its stance of having eyes upon Greenland. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio mentioned that Trump has been talking about acquiring Greenland since his first term in the office.
That's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first US president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
Rubio now plans to meet officials from Denmark next week for talks over the strategic island. The residents of Greenland, however, expressed concern over Donald Trump's next expected move.
I think we're not a business, we're a people. We're a people with our own country and culture, language. We are not a product. So I think people should really think about that. I know Donald Trump is a businessman, but Greenland is not a product. We're a people, and that should be taken very seriously, and that should be respected.
People of Greenland reiterated independence.
We should be the people that is in focus here. And when the Greenlandic people have shown time and again that we want independence, we should explore the possibilities for independence in our current situation.
After the United States' action in Venezuela, people of Greenland are uncertain about their own future over speculations of Washington's acquisition.
Well, I would say I'm worried. We've been talking about that, what we're going to do if something happens. Should I need to go to Denmark to the children? Should I stay here? Stuff like that. So it's getting very practical thoughts about what's going to happen if something worse happens.
US had earlier said it wants to eventually purchase Greenland. But now US has cited that military is always an option, escalating the tensions significantly.
The administration really willing to risk
the NATO alliance by potentially moving ahead with military operations.
What I think the White House said yesterday is what I will tell you now, and I've always said. The president always retained the option. Every president, not this president, every president always retains the option. I'm not talking about Greenland. I'm just talking about globally. If the president identifies a threat to the national security of the United States, every president retains the option to address it through military means. As a diplomat, which is what I am now, and what we work on, we always prefer to settle it in different ways. That included in Venezuela.
Notably, the United States was one of the 12 founding members of the NATO. And now, Donald Trump's intention to acquire Greenland puts the future of the entire organization at risk.
And shift to focus to what's happening in the US. A deadly immigration raid in the US has triggered a political storm. A woman has been shot dead by an immigration enforcement officer in Minneapolis. Now, amid a viral video questioning the officer's self-defense claim and mass protests on the streets, President Trump has stepped in and called the victim a professional agitator. Here are the details. Take a look.
A deadly immigration raid in the United States. A woman shot dead. And a city now in open rebellion against federal authorities. This is Minneapolis, where a routine immigration enforcement operation turned fatal. On Wednesday morning, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents confronted a woman in a parked SUV. As the vehicle began to move, an ICE agent fired into it, killing the driver, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Renee Nicole Good was a local resident of Minneapolis. Her family says she was unarmed, frightened, and trying to leave the area. Her mother insists Renee posed no threat. However, U.S. federal authorities claim the agent fired in self-defense. They allege the woman attempted to use her vehicle as a weapon against the officers. Homeland Security Secretary called Good's actions an act of domestic terrorism, while U.S. President Donald Trump called Good a professional agitator.
ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
Meanwhile, a viral video footage shows SUV appears to be moving slowly. Local leaders say the video does not support the self-defense claim.
Viewers, much coming up on the side. We will continue tracking the biggest updates. Infiltration alarm in Bengaluru, Republic, Canada exposes how Bangladeshi immigrants entered the city on a rate card. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, so, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
5, 4, 3. S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Performance normal.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to, I would argue that in many ways, India, because it's historically been an open society, one very much linked with the world, many countries of the global South are more likely to say the Indian experience is more transposable to their societies than perhaps those of others. So I do think in our progress as a democracy,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Viewers, our top headlines are tracking right now. ED raids on IPAC co-founder's office in Kolkata. FIR registered in alleged money laundering case. CM Mamata Banerjee at IPAC office. Piles and piles of documents stolen by Mamata and Bengal police from IPAC office. ED investigation obstructed. As showdown escalates in Kolkata, ED expands investigation into money laundering case. IPAC raids now in Delhi. First CCTV footage of Turkman Gate violence out. Clip shows pelter gang singing out and targeting police force. Rape convict Rahim out on parole, and victims say Haryana government helped him out of jail. Big claim by Rahim victims. They say hardcore criminal clause was removed to get him out of jail. Infiltration alarm in Bengaluru. Republic Kannada exposes how Bangladeshi immigrants entered city on a rate card. Some breaking news is coming in, viewers. We put our focus in Kolkata, where we see unbelievable, dramatic situation play out there. BJP is alleged that the ED's raid on IPAC office and the residence of his chief, Pratik Jain in Kolkata, exposed serious questions about the TMC's conduct after CM Mamata Banerjee rushed to the spot during the operation. The party said CM's visible anxiety and effort to secure party documents and digital records from a private organization under investigation went beyond routine damage control and warranted public explanation.
Kishore joining us live. In fact, it's going to be a very heated political season in Bengal. Kishore, you were there. In fact, some of the documents, Kishore, when you look at the documents, they have Government of West Bengal files there as well. What were Government of West Bengal files doing at an IPAC office? If they were political consultancy, why did they have Government of West Bengal files? Because those were the files that were brought out. It's on camera.
Well, exactly. It is the biggest question right now. Government of West Bengal files at IPAC office, which Mamata Banerjee herself comes to steal and then puts in her car, and that car leaves. That car is nowhere now. We are standing right in front of the IPAC office. Behind me is the car parking where Mamata Banerjee's vehicle was parked. We can see all security arrangements are made here. She might come out in a while. And Mamata Banerjee's car is parked right behind me in that building. In the 11th floor, Mamata Banerjee is sitting right now at the IPAC office. While she was inside the office with her, Kolkata Police DG was present, with her West Bengal Police DG was present, and with her Kolkata Police Commissioner was also present. Now, they was scouring through the files, according to sources. They were looking for things. We don't know what. They were looking, Mamata Banerjee was looking herself for certain information that she needed the ED not to see. Therefore, we are getting to know from our sources that it's a complete daylight stealing where Mamata Banerjee reached the ED IPAC office, took out those files, put in her own vehicle, and that vehicle is not present right now. On the other hand, these files, according to sources, also contained information and files of the government of West Bengal. Government of West Bengal files at IPAC office is highly unacceptable because IPAC is a corporate company that handles the voting process, the election process of the TMC. The election machinery of the TMC is handled by IPAC, but why will they have the voters list, the candidate list, the government information that the government of West Bengal has is a question. Mamata Banerjee in an unprecedented way reached Loudon Street, the home of Pratik Pratik Jain, co-founder of IPAC. She went there, she went inside, grabbed the yellow, green file. She came out with the file. She openly showed that file and she was saying that in this file there are information about the TMC that the Home Minister is trying to steal from us. Therefore, I'm taking this file back with me. She came after Lawrence Street, Pratik Jain's house. She came here where I'm standing right now. Behind me is the building where she's right now, the 11th floor. And in this parking lot, basement parking, we know that her car is parked, and already the documents are not here. They have been sent somewhere. What we know is Mamata Banerjee will come out in a while. We also confronted her. We asked her questions. We asked her why she's here and whether the money from coal scam was used for elections at Goa or not. She instead said, our Bangla BJP Dalal, which means we are Dalal of BJP. That is what she was saying. But she knows very well that Republic Bangla, Republic Network speaks for the people of West Bengal, speaks against all scams of her party. That is the reason she's scared today, and she's not agreeing to answer to our valid questions that we are raising. And today she, in fact, escaped from those questions that we were raising today. On the other hand, she's right now inside this building trying to scour through rest of the files. She's trying to make sure that any information that might put her in problem should not go to the hands of the ED officials. That is what she's doing right now.
Kishale, I want to understand now, where she's still inside the IPAC office, right? For how long has she been there? And for how long does she plan to be there? Because the vehicle with all those files stacked have left the Godrej Waterside building. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Godrej Waterside building, which is in Salt Lake, where my colleague Kishale is reporting from. That's where the IPAC headquarters is. The vehicle was inside. She was accompanied by IPS officers, including the Kolkata commissioner. She went in, barged out with the files. How many files were taken away? Do we have an estimate of how many files were taken away? You saw those pictures, Kishale.
Well, it was a lot of files, Niranjan, a lot of files. In fact, there were people, multiple police personnel, multiple IPAC personnel who came down with stacks of files in their hand. They were in fact struggling to carry those files inside those vehicles. 2 or 3 vehicles filled up with files and documents. We don't know how many, but we know for sure a lot of files, a lot of documents, thousands of documents. We don't know. She is stealing those documents. She's taking out those documents from the IPAC office. She's ensuring that those documents be sent away so that the ED officials inside, or more ED officials when they come, they should not have their hands on those documents. What is there in those documents? People are asking. The BJP is saying there are information about her party's connection with the coal scam, and she will be in trouble if those files come into fore, and IPAC is a part of it. That's the reason why she is trying to hide and remove these files from the location herself. Mamata Banerjee inside this building right now. Behind me is the parking lot from where Mamata Banerjee's convoy will come out in a while. That is what we are getting to know. And while her convoy or her car will come out from here, we will try and ask questions to her again. But already we've asked her questions which she did not reply. In fact, she said that we are speaking for a particular political party, but we are only speaking for the people of West Bengal. We are asking her valid questions. We are asking her why her party has taken money, according to the allegations, from the coal scam and used it for Goa elections. She could not answer to that question. She did not have any answer, and what she said was completely farce. And now she's inside this building in the office doing her last minute scouring of files, and she will come out in a while. But unprecedented situation. On the other hand, update is that ED has already approached the High Court in order to file an FIR against Mamata Banerjee because she tried to stop the process of investigation and created hindrance which they are not accepting at this point of time.
Yeah, I want you to stay with me, Kishale, because I have some of the pictures of what the documents showed, or at least what the documents look like. Let me show you the documents now. These were some of the documents that were brought out physically by the IPS officers and the officers, police officers, those who accompanied Mamata Banerjee. Storms into first the IPAC founder's home in Kolkata, Pratik Jain's home. She comes out with a hard disk and some documents. Secondly, She storms into the IPAC headquarters at the Godrej Waterside in Salt Lake, Kolkata. Walked in and walked out. Look at this file. If you can just pause this file for a second. Look at that. Government of West Bengal. And it says organizations and sports. Organizations and sports. Now, what was a government document doing inside the IPAC headquarters? Now, that's a question. And why did she come out? She claimed, first of all, when she spoke to the media, that the BJP was stealing documents related to candidates, election strategy. What does government of West Bengal file have to do with candidates or election strategy? Point number one. Look at this. The second file that we just showed you. We just got a glimpse of the other file, not this one. Can you play the next visual, please? The other visual? Yes. Okay. It's just going to come up next. Okay, look at this. Now, this particular file, we managed to get a shot of this. It says Indian PAC Consulting Private Limited for the period 1st February 2022. Now, it is an IPAC document, and it says it's a client statement. It's a client statement period starting February 2022. And it's an accounting document. If you play this visual, just continue this, please. Just play the visual, and you'll see that it is nothing to do with elections. It is nothing to do with candidates. It's nothing to do with election strategy. These are documents from 2022. 2022. Why will she walk away with files as old as 2022 when she claims this is about elections in 2026? Because the Enforcement Directorate claims the raids were in connection with the coal scam. They suspect that the coal scam money was routed to IPAC and used in the Goa elections as well. And the elections in Goa took place around that time, in that period. And that is why they were looking at these files very closely. I want to, before I play out what Mamata Banerjee said, I want to go back to Kishale because he's been tracking the story. Kishale, she claimed it was about candidates. She claimed it was about elections. She claimed it was about strategy. But the files show that they were government files. The files show that they were accounting audits from 2022. What is she doing inside? Do we know where she's sitting? Is she because ED officers are inside. 7 ED officers are inside. And what is she doing there? What is she doing there, and what is the ED going to do about it? How are they going to work with her there?
Well, Niranjan, the ED has already approached the High Court. The ED has approached the High Court and requested that they be allowed to register a FIR against Mamata Banerjee because she is causing an hindrance to the process of investigation that's happening. That's one update. On the other hand, the right question that we are posing, why Government of West Bengal files are kept in IPAC office? Government of West Bengal files have information about people like us, the people of West Bengal. And we do not want our information to go to a corporate company and use that against us. We are taxpayers of West Bengal. But our information is now being given to IPAC in order to be used by them. Is a question, serious question of security that is being raised by the people of West Bengal right now. On the other hand, there are vehicles, we can see back-to-back police vehicles going inside this parking lot. These are police vehicles. She can come out anytime soon. This is the parking lot where Mamata Banerjee's car is parked. A few cars already left with the documents that she stole from inside. And now we can see more vehicles going inside this parking lot. So what ED is doing? Well, the ED officials are inside the premises. Mamata Banerjee is inside the premises. The DG is inside the premises. Rajiv Kumar on CP is also inside the premises. What they're doing exactly, we do not have clear information. But we, according to sources, Mamata Banerjee is trying to look for more files. She's scouring for files. She's scouring for information. She's looking through all those. Anything that can get her into trouble, she wants to get rid of that. Mamata Banerjee inside IPAC office, but ED officials are also inside IPAC office. So there might be and resistance from the ED officials so that these files are not allowed outside. We are waiting for Mamata Banerjee to come out after a while. But we also question Mamata Banerjee. Our reporters, Shontupan, our reporter Soindrila, they questioned Mamata Banerjee. Ma'am, why are you here? Ma'am, whether you have used the money of coal scam in your election campaigns. But she did not answer us. What she said was that we are being quote-unquote dalal, which means that we are actually talking for a political party, but she knows that we are only talking for the people of West Bengal. We are only talking about the situation of West Bengal in terms of corruption, in terms of the situation, the people are really struggling to meet their ends. But right now, Mamata Banerjee is sitting inside a corporate office trying to save her party from utter exposed. She will be exposed, she knows, if these files are in the hands of the ED officials, because according to the ED officials, also as alleged by the BJP, that these files contains very sensitive information about her party's linkages to the coal scam, which she doesn't want to allow the ED officials to get their hands into. Niranjan.
Okay, here's what Mamata Banerjee said this morning after the story broke of the IPAC founder being raided. She stormed to Pratik Jain's residence. Pratik Jain is a director and co-founder at IPAC, and she was there. She walked in and walked out within a few minutes with a hard disk and a file clutched onto it, entered her car. She was extremely furious at that point, and she said she's going to other raid sites as well. Here's what she said while speaking to the media when she heard the news of the raid.
যে লজিস্টিক্যাল ডিসক্রিপেন্সির নামে আগে 54 লক্ষ লোকের নাম বাদ দিয়েছে। Even out of that, nobody is allowed to submit their form number 7 or 8. Even a murderer is allowed to defend himself. But the genuine voters, maximum the women who married recently or earlier after 2, their title is changed and their address is changed automatically because now they became married. They were not allowed. From Election Commission office, one BJP cadre of IT, she is doing all the nuisance, misusing the name of ERO and just deleted the names. हमारा होम डिपार्टमेंट का कागज नहीं मानता है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी का कागज नहीं मानते हैं, ERO को कागज नहीं मानता है, कहता है जो बीजेपी करते हैं खाली उसका नाम बोर्ड में उठेगा और किसी को नाम नहीं उठेगा। अभी तक आज तक more than 72 persons already been died, either committed suicide or trauma they died, and 91 persons along with 72 are seriously hospitalized. Some people went to committed suicide. Some people after coming from the hearing, they are seriously ill, heart attack, brain stroke. Who is responsible for this death? BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I raid their party, their IT office, will it be all right? Please remember, one-sided कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। हाँ, हम अभी तक भी चुप है, इतना सहन कर रहा है, इतना जलने का बाद भी, इतना लोगों का खून का बाद में भी, इतना लोगों का जान जाने का बाद भी, मैं आशा करती हूँ कि विचार मिलेगा। विचार के लिए हम वेट कर रहे हैं। House to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister who cannot protect the country, and he's taking away all my party documents? If I raid the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people. 1.5 crore people are being called. 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election.
Okay, getting in breaking news right now, ladies and gentlemen. Mamata Banerjee is still inside the IPAC office, and Pratik Jain, the co-founder of IPAC, has been brought to the office, the headquarters, where Mamata Banerjee currently is. He's been brought there by the ED. So this is going to be extremely interesting right now. Inside the IPAC headquarters is Mamata Banerjee, and ED has just entered with Pratik Jain. So this is extremely interesting. Kishale is live there. He saw those pictures when they were entering. Kishale. Kishale, are you there? Kishale is joining us live
now. We are reporting live, and this is the breaking news, and the police is requesting us to move away a bit. I'll report from here. Right now, Mamata Banerjee's vehicle will probably come out from this place, and I'm showing you live visuals. Mamata Banerjee's vehicle will probably be coming out from this way. On the other hand, Pratik Jain has already reached this same place where Mamata Banerjee is right now. And Mamata Banerjee is inside. She'll come out anytime. We are being requested by the police to move back a bit. On the other hand, Pratik Jain has also been brought in. He had police officials to accompany him. He came in a white car. He is inside the ED office. Mamata Banerjee said a while back that she will wait till the ED official, till Pratik Jain arrives. And now Pratik Jain has arrived. And we can see that Pratik Jain is inside. Also, Mamata Banerjee is probably going to come out from this way. And we are waiting for her. The police is requesting us to move back a bit. Niranjan, here is the situation. I'll ask her if I can, if she's anywhere around. And Mamata Banerjee might be leaving from this area. On the other hand, she was insisting a while back that she will wait till Pratik Jain comes. Now Pratik Jain has come, and her car will probably leave now from this area. And update is that Pratik Jain was accompanied by police officials. We don't know if ED officials were also present in that area. And we can see movement of vehicles. We can see movement of vehicles. We can see police officials leaving. We can see police officials leaving. Didi, চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে। দিদি, মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন। মমতা ব্যানার্জি, আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন? মমতা ব্যানার্জি, আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? মমতা ব্যানার্জি, আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? মমতা ব্যানার্জি, আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে? আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে? আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা, ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে, আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? আমাদের দালাল বলছেন। এদিকে ক্যামেরা, আলিদা এদিকে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, আপনি কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার আমরা প্রশ্ন করলাম, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আঙুল তুলে বললেন যে উনি উত্তর দেবেন না। করছি আবারও
जिस तरह से सेंट्रल एजेंसी यहाँ पे रेड डाला है, दीदी आप दादा एक सामने तो छेड़ दो, दादा एक
চুরি করছেন আপনারা, কি নথি চুরি করছেন? মামা
কি বলেছে?
গাড়ি ডাকো, বেরোই গঙ্গা আউটম ঘাট যেতে হবে। ডাকো ডাকো ডাকো,
ঢুকে যাই।
আবার কোন জায়গায় পৌঁছেছে? আমি প্রশ্ন করেছি যে চাকরি চুরির টাকা কার বাড়িতে ছিল, চাকরিটা কে চুরি করেছে?
That's the Republic Bangla team fearlessly asking the questions that the rest of the media will not in West Bengal there. Mamata Banerjee was asked the question by both Kishore and Shantupan on why she was guarding the scam files and whether she was trying to cover up for the scam, whether she used scam money in the elections. Flurry of questions. In fact, we had a whole list of questions for her. But Mamata Banerjee just escaped from there. In fact, she just left. She couldn't take the questions. She knew the questions will be asked. It's unprecedented. Let me try and I'm going to get back. I'm going to get back Kishore live now. Kishore tried asking the questions. Mamata Banerjee just ran away from those questions. She ran away from those questions. She leaves the IPAC office the minute Enforcement Directorate brings Pratik Jain into the Godrej Waterside building. That's where the IPAC headquarters is. ED brings him there and Mamata Banerjee leaves immediately. And she knows she's going to be booked. In fact, she led the charge to intrude and steal documents. And this is going to be extremely serious. We are hearing that the court could hear this case tomorrow as Mamata and a few IPS officers, along with her bureaucrats included, tried to stall the Enforcement Directorate while raids were underway at two different locations. That's her leaving the building. She stops the car, gets out of the car, tries to take the mic.
I show here these gundas are trying to harass us. These are the gundas who are trying to harass us. This is the situation of West Bengal. This is the situation of West Bengal where the TMC cadres are harassing Republic Network because we are speaking for the people, but we will stand here and we will report. We will talk for the people. These are TMC cadres trying to harass us, but we will stand here and we will report. Niranjan, we will report. We will talk against these harassment. We will talk against the people, against these people who are gundas of TMC, who are nothing but gundas of TMC, trying to harass us. And I am showing live visuals with these people who are trying to harass us because we are speaking the truth, because we are asking questions for the people, because we are asking questions to the Chief Minister of West Bengal. আমি বাংলায় বলবো, আমরা প্রশ্ন করেছি বলে তৃণমূলের গুন্ডারা যেভাবে হ্যারাস করার চেষ্টা করছে, কারণ তাদের কাছে উত্তর নেই, তাদের কাছে শুধুমাত্র গুন্ডামি আছে, তাদের কাছে শুধুমাত্র গুন্ডামি আছে। এই চোর গুন্ডারা এসে হ্যারাস করার চেষ্টা করছে, কারণ তারা জানে তাদের কাছে উত্তর নেই। They are harassing because they don't know there is no answer to the questions that we are raising. That is the reason they only can resort to harassment. মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় চলে যাওয়ার পর ওদের গুন্ডারা, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় চলে যাওয়ার পর তাদের গুন্ডারা এসে তাদের গুন্ডা ছেড়ে দিয়ে গেছে। She has kept some gundas and she left gundas to harass us, to harass Republic Network. We are asking questions. We are asking the right questions. questions. We are talking for the people of West Bengal. We are talking for the people of West Bengal. But we will not stop. We will not stop under these circumstances. These are gundas, these are thieves, and they are trying to harass us so that we don't ask questions. But we will ask questions. Mamata Bandyopadhyay একটু আগে এখানে ছিলেন, তাকে প্রশ্ন করেছি যে আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করছেন। উনি বলেছেন আপনার কথার উত্তর দেব না। তারপর এই গুন্ডারা, তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা বাহিনী কিনা আমি জানি না, তবে তারা এসে হ্যারাস করছে, ভয় পেয়েছে, তারা এসে হ্যারাস করছে, এদের সাহস নেই, সাহস নেই। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ছেড়ে গিয়েছে, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ছেড়ে গিয়েছে, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ছেড়ে গিয়েছে। Look at these faces, look at these faces. মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কাদের ছেড়ে গিয়েছেন দেখুন, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ছেড়ে গিয়েছেন। আপনাদের কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, আপনাদের কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, আপনাদের কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, আপনাদের কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, আপনাদের কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়। Okay, I'll come back. If this is in English, I'll let you know that this is what the situation of West Bengal is. When we ask questions, when we ask true questions, when we ask questions for the people, we are harassed by TMC cadres. Mamata Banerjee was here a while back. I asked question, I asked her whether the money from coal scam is being used by the TMC for their election campaigns. She could not answer. She told me, showing her finger, I won't answer you. And then she left. But these people, I don't know if Mamata Banerjee has left them here, but what they are trying to do is harass us. আমি বাংলায় বলবো, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে আমি চিৎকার করে প্রশ্ন করি, সন্তু প্রশ্ন করে, আমরা প্রশ্ন করি যে নির্বাচনে কি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আঙুল তুলে বলে, হ্যাঁ আঙুল তুলে বলে আপনাদের উত্তর দেবো না, আমরা
দালালি করি, যারা চাকরি চুরি করেছে তাদেরকে প্রশ্ন করবো। কিন্তু মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় চলে যাওয়ার পর আমি ফেসগুলো দেখাবো।
পুলিশ কোথায়? Where is the police? I'll ask in English. This is Shantu and me reporting. Where is the police? I'll ask, where is the police of West Bengal? Where is the police? The DG was here, the CP was here. Where is the police? Where is the police? This is the situation. This is the situation. This is the situation in West Bengal. See this face. 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 এই মুখটা দেখুন কিভাবে হ্যারাস করার চেষ্টা হচ্ছে, কারণ আমরা মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে প্রশ্ন করেছিলাম। এই মুখগুলো দেখুন, যেভাবে আমরা প্রশ্ন করেছি, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় উত্তর দিতে পারেনি, এবার এরা হ্যারাস করছে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় উত্তর দিতে পারেনি, এবার এরা হ্যারাস করছে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় উত্তর দিতে পারেনি, তাই জন্য এরা হ্যারাস করছে। উত্তর নেই, তাই জন্য হ্যারাস করছে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় উত্তর দিতে পারেনি, তাই হ্যারাস করছে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় উত্তর দিতে পারেনি, তাই হ্যারাস করছে। তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা কিনা আমি জানি না এরা। আপনারা কি তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা? আপনারা তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা? মমতা সৈনিক, মমতা ব্যানার্জি সৈনিক। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় বলে গেছেন এখানে বিজেপি চালান, হ্যারাস করতে বলেছে। See these faces, এদের মুখগুলো দেখুন, এরা গায়ে হাত দেবে না, গায়ে হাত দেবে না, গায়ে হাত দিচ্ছে, গায়ে হাত দেবে না, গায়ে হাত দেবে না, টাচ করবে না, টাচ করবে না, গায়ে হাত দেবে না, গায়ে হাত দেবে না। We are right now in front of the Sector 5 office. Here is a circus, circus. Here is a circus. এখানে একটা সার্কাস চলছে এবং এই সার্কাসটা দেখুন, এই সার্কাসটা দেখুন। এই আসুন, এদিকে আসুন, এখানে ঝাঁপ মারুন, এদিকে ঝাঁপ মারুন, এদিকে ঝাঁপ মারুন। এখানে হ্যারাসমেন্টটা দেখাবো। আমরা প্রশ্ন করছি পুলিশ কোথায়? পুলিশ কোথায়? পুলিশ কোথায়? আমরা প্রশ্ন করছি পুলিশ কোথায়? পুলিশ কোথায়? পুলিশ নেই এখানে। মমতা ব্যানার্জি উত্তর দিতে পারেনি, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় উত্তর দিতে পারেনি। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় নিজের লোক ছেড়ে গিয়েছে হয়তো, আমরা জানি না এরা কারা, এরা কোথাকার গুন্ডা, এরা কোথাকার গুন্ডা, এরা গুন্ডা, এরা চোর, এরা গুন্ডা। These are the gundas. I don't know if Mamata Banerjee left them. Niranjan, look at these faces. Look at these faces. We asked question to Mamata Banerjee. She could not reply. She could not reply. Look at this face. Look at this face. I don't know if they have been left by the Trinamool Congress, if Mamata Banerjee. We asked Mamata Banerjee. She could not answer. And now look at these faces. Look at these faces. Look at this. Gaye haat debe na. Don't touch. Gaye haat debe na. Gaye haat debe na. Gaye haat debe na. Gaye haat debe na. Dure thakun. Police kothay? Gaye haat debe na. Dure thakun. These are the gundas. These are the thieves right now harassing us because we asked the right questions. Because we asked the right questions. Police kothay? Apnara kothay ছিলেন দাদা? দাদা স্যার আসুন এদিকে আপনারা কোথায় ছিলেন হ্যারাসমেন্ট করছিল যখন কোথায় ছিলেন আপনারা কোথায় ছিলেন আপনারা কোথায় ছিলেন হ্যারাসমেন্ট হচ্ছিল কোথায় ছিলেন লুকিয়ে ছিলেন ওয়্যার ইউ হাইডিং ওয়্যার ওয়াজ দ্য পুলিশ আই এম আস্কিং দ্য পুলিশ ওয়্যার ওয়্যার ইউ পুলিশ চলে যাচ্ছে পুলিশ পালিয়ে যাচ্ছে পুলিশ কোথায় ছিল এতক্ষণ পুলিশ কোথায় ছিল এতক্ষণ পুলিশ কোথায় ছিল পুলিশ কোথায় ছিল এতক্ষণ হ্যারাসমেন্ট চলছিল আপনারা কোথায় ছিলেন ও পুলিশ ভাই ও স্যার এদিকে আসুন আপনারা কোথায় ছিলেন হ্যারাসমেন্ট চলছিল চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন পুলিশকে প্রশ্ন করছি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে প্রশ্ন করেছি উত্তর দিতে পারেনি পুলিশও চলে যাচ্ছে ওকে ব্যাক টু দ্য স্টুডিও নিরঞ্জন
Kishore, well done, Kishore, well done. Well done. You stood up to them and they all ran away, Kishore. Well done to the entire Republic Bangla team. Standing up to these goons there. They were Trinamool backers, goons who tried to harass, who tried to intimidate Republic Bangla. Kishore, well done. Shantu, well done. The entire Republic Bangla team, well done. So proud of you. They all ran away. Eventually, the goons ran away. We'll let you go, Kishore, because you have to be live on Republic Bangla. But very, very well done, Kishore. Questions that Mamata Banerjee could not answer, reporting that the goons could not stand. They eventually ran away. Cowards. Cowards completely. We'll play out that sequence, in fact, as we stay with those pictures of Mamata Banerjee leaving the IPAC office after stealing the files. She leaves with the files in the car. She leaves with the files in the car. They appear to be Trinamool Congress supporters, tried to harass, intimidate the Republic crew that was asking the questions there. Kishore just stood his ground and kept asking the police where the police were, and eventually they had to run away. That is the situation in Kolkata, outside the Godrej waterside. That's where the IPAC headquarters is. I want to play out that entire sequence. Can we please cut that entire sequence as Mamata Banerjee leaves and as Kishore started reporting from there? Let's play out the full sequence. Can we get that sequence? In a few seconds, No, we'll stay with the visuals. Stay with the visuals. Stay with the visuals. We'll stay with those pictures of Mamata Banerjee. That's her. She came out. She tried to take the mic. She tried to take the mic. She said she will answer questions. Republic Bangla asked her some uncomfortable questions. She refused to answer those questions. She waved her finger and simply left from there. She simply left. She did not answer because she knows that she's on the wrong side of the law. She obstructed Enforcement Directorate. She obstructed a central agency from doing its job, and she simply left from there. She simply left from there. I have the full sequence. I'm playing that sequence out. Let's play that out, please. Let's play that out.
Didi, চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আমাদের দালাল বলছেন এদিকে ক্যামেরা আলিদা এদিকে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আপনি কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনি আমাদের দালাল বলছেন কেন দিদি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আমাদের দালাল বলছেন এদিকে ক্যামেরা আলিদা এদিকে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আপনি কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনি আমাদের দালাল বলছেন কেন
Kishore is live with us. I'm going back to him. In fact, he was surrounded by some of these TMC supporters who tried to intimidate him while he was reporting. They didn't allow him to report. They were trying to stop him from working, trying to harass him there for asking the tough question. I'm going back to Kishore. Well done, Kishore. First of all, well done for standing your ground. Where is Mamata, and has she left with the files? Did she leave with the files? What do we know about the files? Where are the files, Kishore?
Well, Niranjan, first of all, I'll show you the visuals. It's empty now. These cowards, they're not here anymore. But I am here. Republic is here. We are standing our ground. These cowards, they left. No one is here. They had to run away. They escaped. They fled because they knew, and it's very well known, that these cowards don't stand in front of the truth. We were speaking the truth. We were asking the right questions. So Mamata Banerjee fled in the beginning. I asked her personally, are you using coal scam money for your elections? She said, showing me fingers, she told me that I'm not going to answer you. And then she said Dalal, and she left. With me was Shontupan as well. We both were questioning her, Mamata Banerjee, but she could not answer. She left. But then what she left? She left a few gundas here who were creating ruckus and trying to threaten us. But they have escaped. They are not here anymore. We are standing our ground because we are with the truth and people are with us, first of all. Secondly, as the question you are asking, Niranjan, I'll update you. Mamata Banerjee has left Sector 5 premises, and she, before she left, there was a vehicle that went away with the files, and then she came down. She tried to speak. She was thinking of giving out a speech. We asked her questions. She could not answer. She got angry and she left again. So those papers, the files, and Mamata Banerjee and these gundas who were there, all of them left right now, and we are still standing our ground at Sector 5 in front of the IPAC office. Niranjan.
Who did Pratik Jain come with? Pratik Jain, the IPAC co-founder, who did he come with? Who did he come with? Who was he accompanied by? And where is he inside right now? Where is he right now? Was he accompanied by ED or police? Because there are some conflicting versions coming in. Kishale.
Exactly. Niranjan, now ED wanted him to be here. We don't know whether inside the car there was any ED officials, yet we don't have that information. But what we know that there were some police officials, there were some people in plain clothes who were not uniformed. They might be ED officials, but it is a fact that the ED wanted him to come here because they wanted him in this office. The ED officials are still inside. The ones who came here before Pratik Jain, the ones who came here in the morning, they are still now here. The ED wanted him to be here. They are now Pratik Jain is here. He came in a white car. There were a few plain-clothed men and a few Kolkata police officials. We don't know whether ED was inside, but surely police was inside, and he had to come here. Mamata Banerjee said that I won't leave till the time Pratik Jain comes here. So Pratik Jain came here, Mamata Banerjee left. But Mamata Banerjee left with some hard, difficult questions with her, which Republic Network, Republic Bangla raised, and she went with those questions because she knows she don't have answers to those. On the other hand, Pratik Jain is inside in the 11th floor of this building behind me. He is in the 11th floor of this building. Inside is also the police officials. We don't know if the commissioner and DG is still now. We are getting to know from our sources all of them left. Only Kolkata police officials are there with him, a few of them, and ED officials are there, and Pratik Jain is also there inside this office. That is what we are getting to know for now, Niranjan, the latest updates.
In fact, Kishale was harassed and intimidated by some of these people, supporters of Trinamool Congress who were there. They appear to be goons. We don't know who they are. But here's what they did to Kishale. I want to play that sequence out, Kishale, and well done once again for standing your ground there.
What these people are doing, I'll show here. These gundas are trying to harass us. These are the gundas who are trying to harass us. This is the situation of West Bengal. This is the situation of West Bengal where the TMC cadres are harassing Republic Network because we are speaking for the people, but we will stand here and we will report. We will talk for the people. These are TMC cadres trying to harass us, but we will stand here and we will report. Niranjan, we will report. We will talk against these harassment. We will talk against the people, against these people who are gundas of TMC, who are nothing but gundas of TMC, trying to harass us. And I am showing live visuals with these people who are trying to harass us because we are speaking the truth, because we are asking questions for the people. people because we are asking questions to the Chief Minister of West.
Viewers, getting you the biggest updates coming in. Pratik Jain at ED office. Bengal CM Mamata leaves with files from the IPAC office. Viewers, continuous coverage only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics.
Our viewers are getting you the biggest updates on Republic TV. Republic questions Mamata. What was in those files? Republic continues its ground coverage.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act. It let the Americans seize the ship, and which is now being towed to British waters.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yeah.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reached this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Akshay with you, Republic TV, keeping a close eye on the high drama that's unfolding in Kolkata right now. We'll get you the details first, the headlines. ED raids on IPAC co-founder's office in Kolkata. FIR registered in alleged money laundering case. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee at the IPAC office. Piles and piles of documents stolen by Mamata and Bengal police from the IPAC office. ED investigation obstructed. ED to file an FIR.
চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন
Republic confronts Mamata Banerjee over ED raids at the IPAC office. Ducks the questions on stealing files. ED confirms Mamata took away key electronic evidence and documents from the IPAC office. First CCTV footage of Turkman Gate violence out. Clip shows Pelter gang singing out and Pelter gang singling out targeting police force. Supreme Court reserves verdict on Justice Yashwant Verma's plea against impeachment proceedings. He is all set to now appear before the parliamentary panel. Rape convict Rahim out on parole again. Victims say Haryana government helped him out of jail. Start with breaking news coming in right now. Bengal BJP says that ED must be asked how this entire drama happened, how Mamata got to steal the files. BJP says that ED should answer on how files were taken away. Bengal BJP chief says, how did Mamata Banerjee steal the files during an enforcement directorate raid? That's the breaking news we have right now as high drama unfolds. West Bengal chief minister, we saw her camping at the IPAC office as her aide and the founder of the one who's right now heading IPAC was raided, and she along with the police personnel took away some files which she says had her vote strategy, Bengal election strategy and candidate list. She camped there, and ED tells us that literally she snatched those files from the ED offices, and she also addressed the media and targeted the ED, targeted the Home Minister on that. Meanwhile, BJP says that the ED now has to answer on how the files were taken. All right, viewers, we have, in fact, viewers, what we understand is that this is what ED tells us, that this raid was in connection with in 10 locations at least, that this was in connection with the money laundering case, nothing to do with elections. This was not an election, this was not a party office that was raided. Now, Republic TV also confronted Mamata a short while back on stealing files, and Mamata, of course, ducked those questions.
দিদি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে
that was my colleague Kisholai who was posing questions to the Bengal Chief Minister. Just take a look what all she has said and what all she has not said, what all she has not chosen to answer.
যে লজিস্টিক্যাল ডিসক্রিপেন্সির নামে আগে 54 লক্ষ লোকের নাম বাদ দিয়েছে। Even out of that, nobody is allowed to submit their form number 7 or 8. Even a murderer is allowed to defend himself. But the genuine voters, maximum the women who married recently or earlier after 2, their title is changed and their address is changed automatically because now they became married. They were not allowed. From Election Commission office, one BJP cadre of IT, she is doing all the nuisance, misusing the name of ERO and just deleted the names. हमारा होम डिपार्टमेंट का कागज नहीं मानता है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी का कागज नहीं मानते हैं, ERO को कागज नहीं मानता है, कहता है जो बीजेपी करते हैं खाली उसका नाम बोर्ड में उठेगा और किसी को नाम नहीं उठेगा। अभी तक आज तक more than 72 persons already been died, either committed suicide or trauma they died, and 91 persons along with 72 are seriously hospitalized. Some people went to committed suicide. Some people after coming from the hearing, they are seriously ill, heart attack, brain stroke. Who is responsible for this death? BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I read their party, their IT office, will it be all right? Please remember, one-sided कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। हाँ, हम अभी तक भी चुप है, इतना सहन कर रहा है, इतना जलने का बाद भी, इतना लोगों का खून का बाद में भी, इतना लोगों का जान जाने का बाद भी, मैं आशा करती हूँ कि विचार मिलेगा। विचार के लिए हम वेट कर रहे हैं। How to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister who cannot protect the country, and he's taking away all my party documents? If I read the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called, 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only, and because of election they are collecting all my information of my party.
उसको छीन ले रहा है, तो उसका मतलब क्या है? वो किसको प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहते हैं? Those who are involved in this cold scam and हवाला cases, वो उनको ही प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए ये काम किया। किसी मुख्यमंत्री से ये कोई भी समाज ये प्रत्याशा नहीं करते हैं। I think it's a black day of West Bengal.
But the word which she has used against Home Minister Rajnath Singh and some other leaders.
वो तो बोलते ही रहते हैं. मुख्यमंत्री किस भाषा से प्रधानमंत्री का तरफ आवाज उठाते हैं वो सब जानते हैं. तो इस कोई नया बात उसके लिए नहीं है. इसका जवाब जनता दे देगा. पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता ये ठान लिया है कि 2026 का जो चुनाव आ रहा है उसको तृणमूल को हमेशा के लिए विसर्जन दे देगा.
That is Bengal BJP chief Shamik Bhattacharya, who is, of course, also raising questions on Mamata Banerjee, the alleged scam, and also on ED, that how did this happen? How could she get away stealing those files? Now, in the meantime, we have some breaking news coming in right now. The ED is set to move the High Court. What we are getting to know is that the ED will be moving the High Court. Kolkata police, meanwhile, has also filed 3 FIRs against the ED. Police files 3 FIRs against ED, and ED says, in fact, police FIR is accusing the central agency of intimidation. So ED goes and conducts an investigation. Mamata Banerjee barges in and she snatches the files, allegedly, as per ED. And now Mamata police has filed 3 FIRs against the enforcement directorate officials, accusing the ED of intimidation. That's the breaking news we have right now. And in the meantime, we're also getting to know that ED will be moving the High Court. ED has in fact moved the Calcutta High Court. Next breaking coming in, ED moves Calcutta High Court. ED moves Calcutta High Court. Police, meanwhile, files 3 FIRs against ED. So this is clearly ED versus Mamata, ED versus Mamata police. So ED is is accused of intimidation by Mamata police. The next update we have is of ED moving Calcutta High Court against obstruction of what they were doing, the raids that they were carrying out. ED has sought return of the files stolen by Mamata Banerjee. ED, in its plea, as it moves the Calcutta High Court, is saying that stop the CM from interfering in the case. So yeah, that's what I was telling you. The update is that the ED has moved the Calcutta High Court and sought the files to be returned, the files that have been stolen by Mamata Banerjee and her team, and saying that stop the Chief Minister from interfering in this case, that the suspects must cooperate in the probe. That's the ED as it moves in its plea, calls for cooperation and also asks for return of the files that were stolen by Mamata Banerjee, which she says has a voting strategy or the voter strategy and has the name of its candidates. And ED has thereafter moved the Calcutta High Court. So that's, we will be getting you more details on that. ED has sought the return of files stolen by Mamata Banerjee. So there were files and files, pile of files as we saw, lying in Mamata Banerjee's car after she went in. All right, we have Niranjan joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Niranjan, well, it's ED versus Mamata is going out. On one hand, Mamata police files FIR against the ED's sleuths. Meanwhile, ED moves the Calcutta High Court, calls for return of the files.
Well, you know, there is another bit of breaking news coming in that Shravan is sharing with us. I'm just going to share the lines, the lines of what he has, informed us. He's currently speaking to a few of his sources, and I can confirm to you that there are 3 parts, there are 3 bits of information coming in right now. Part 1 is that the Enforcement Directorate has received information that the Kolkata police has filed an FIR against them. The Kolkata police has registered 3 FIRs against ED officers. This is part 1 of the information that Shravan has been able to share with us. So it's not just the Enforcement Directorate which has gone to court. Kolkata police are staring at another showdown following what happened in 2019, a few years back when another similar incident took place when another officer was under scanner and they had to come in. Mamata Banerjee personally got into it and it went to court and she lost. In this particular case, as ED goes to court, we are hearing that the Kolkata police has also filed 3 FIRs against the police. That is part 1 of the breaking. Secondly, the Bengal police in its FIR has accused ED of intimidation and trespassing. The second bit of breaking that's coming in is that the Enforcement Directorate is going to move the Calcutta High Court. some reports suggesting they've already done that this evening at about 4:30 p.m. And in their petition, the Enforcement Directorate has asked for a return of items taken by the Chief Minister. They've asked that the Chief Minister be prevented from interfering the case. And they have also said that suspects must cooperate with the investigation. So this is a specific prayer of the Enforcement Directorate before the Calcutta High Court. Now, the other big breaking news that I have, and we'll put out the plates right now of what Shravan has shared, is that, and these are inside details of what happened when Mamata Banerjee entered the IPAC co-founder's home and also the headquarters of IPAC at the Godrej Waterside building in Kolkata, Salt Lake. Mamata Banerjee has taken away the IPAC co-founder's phone and laptop. Mamata has taken Prateek's phone and laptop is what we are hearing from our sources. Initially, Mamata took ED officer's laptop, but she later returned the laptop. That was an ED officer's laptop. She later returned the laptop. She ordered that all papers be handed over. The DGP started putting pressure on ED officers. This is startling, the kind of details that are coming out, and we'll put these on the plates. Let's put these details on the plates, please, because we are hearing that Mamata first took Prateek's phone and laptop, and then initially she had also taken the ED officer's laptop. She took the ED officer's laptop, but she, however, later returned the laptop, and she ordered that all papers be handed over to her by the ED officers. The DGP of Bengal, who was also present there with her, starting putting pressure on ED officers. ED sources said that 50 officials from the police department and the Chief Minister's office barged in while the raids were ongoing, and that the CRPF could not have taken any action against the sitting Chief Minister is what ED sources are claiming, that they could not do anything because CRPF could not have taken any action against the sitting Chief Minister. These are details we're picking up. So it's insane. I mean, the kind of details we're picking up, a sitting Chief Minister walks into a raid, walks in with 50 officials, including the DGP, first takes away the accused's laptop, that is Prateek, who works for Trinamool Congress through IPAC, takes away his laptop and documents linked to him, and then pressurizes the ED to hand over the other documents. And she then takes over an ED officer's laptop, but she, however, returns that laptop later, and then 50 officials are with her, so she's putting pressure on the ED to hand over all the documents to her. And finally, CRPF, overwhelmed by the number, because over 50 to 60 officials were present, including police officials, and the ED sources saying that CRPF could not have taken much action in this particular case because she was a sitting Chief Minister. So these are some breaking news details that Shravan is sharing. Shravan is getting these details from his sources in the Enforcement Directorate. We should be able to get you more details, but this is unbelievable what we've seen through the day. Mamata Banerjee sitting Chief Minister barging into someone's house, which is being raided, then going into another office. None of them are linked directly to her because they are agencies. IPAC is a political consulting firm. So I wonder why Mamata Banerjee went to the IPAC consulting firm co-founder's residence and then went to the IPAC headquarters, and she even declared that she will be guarding the IPAC headquarters. She stood there for almost 5-6 hours before eventually she left after that. So these are unprecedented times in an election season. I'm handing it over to you. The moment we have Shravan live, we'll get him live on the story. Back to you for now.
Yeah, the inside details that Niranjan was sharing with us, ladies and gentlemen. We have what happened inside when Mamata Banerjee entered the IPAC office. She took away Prateek's phone, Prateek Jain's phone, and the laptop. And initially, she took ED officer's laptop as well. Later, she returned that. And the laptop she ordered and then she said that all papers should be handed over. And this is what we are getting to know as per what transpired. She later returned the ED officer's laptop, but she kept Prateek Jain's laptop. She also asked the ED to give all the papers back. Now, the DGP started putting pressure on the ED officers, and the ED sources tell us that at least 50 officials from the police department and the CM office had barged in while they were conducting the raid. And the CRPF could not have taken any action against a sitting Chief Minister. So there are own limitations, because there are questions being raised on the ED itself, viewers, that how did it happen? Even the Bengal BJP unit is asking that the ED must answer how did this happen. But there is the ED is conducting a raid. Meanwhile, the security officials are also, of course, they have their own limitations for a sitting chief minister, and the DGP and the other police officials she was accompanied by. And ED, in fact, has alleged that she has snatched, officials have snatched the files from their hands, from the ED's news hands. They moved the Calcutta High Court now, and they've said that that Mamata Banerjee should stop obstructing this process, this investigation, the raids that have been taken, that have been carried out, and the files that she has taken away, they should be returned for investigation to continue. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Details of what happened inside. Mamata Banerjee took away Prateek's phone and laptop. This is a very, very important detail that we have accessed as far as this entire drama is concerned, entire episode is concerned. After this very, very short break, we continue to get you more details from Ground Zero and from our ED sources, as the agency has now moved the Calcutta High Court.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yep.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sophia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sophia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act. It let the Americans seize the ship, and which is now being towed to British waters. And in the case of Sophia, it's being taken to the US coast, and of course, no confrontation whatsoever from China. But what is clear is that there is one set of rules for rest of the world and another rule or rules when it comes to United States. Because remember, this action by the US comes on a day when President Trump has announced that US would be purchasing about $2 billion worth of oil from Venezuela and about 30 to 50 million barrels or whatever. But there is no problem if the US takes that oil, but if the rest of the world takes it, then of course Uncle Sam gets itchy. That's coming out of this. But for how long rest of the world, specifically equivalent powers like China and Russia, are going to tolerate it is the question. And if
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Republic TV gets you all the latest details on the drama that unfolded in Kolkata today as Mamata Banerjee went on to guard the IPAC office, leaving all her official duties. We'll get you more on that, but first the headlines. ED raids on IPAC co-founder's office in Kolkata. FIR registered in alleged money laundering case. CM Mamata Banerjee at the IPAC office. Piles and piles of documents stolen by Mamata and Bengal police from IPAC office. ED investigation obstructed. ED to file FIR.
দিদি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন
Republic confronts Mamata Banerjee over ED raids at IPAC office, ducks question on stealing files. ED confirms Mamata took away key electronic evidence and documents from the IPAC office. First CCTV footage of Turkman Gate violence out. Clip shows Pelta gang singling out and targeting police force. Supreme Court reserves verdict on Justice Yashwant Verma's plea against impeachment proceedings. All right, we have breaking news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate has moved the Calcutta High Court, and the ED hearing took place before Justice Shuvra Ghosh. It is going to take place before Justice Shuvra Ghosh tomorrow. And ED says that illegal interference during its search operations should be stopped. That's what the ED has mentioned in its plea. So the ED has also asked for the files that have been taken away by Mamata Banerjee should be returned. My colleague Shavan Sen gets us more details on that. Shavan, tell us more details. What are you gathering from the ED headquarters?
Well, after the unprecedented move that was made by the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, by obstructing the Enforcement Directorate officers from carrying out their duties while they were carrying out searches at IPAC office and the residence of co-founder Pratik Jain, we are now being told that the Bengal police has actually filed 3 FIRs against the ED officers, and the charges that they have leveled is of criminal intimidation and trespassing. Keeping that in mind, a counter has now come up from the Enforcement Directorate. They actually made a mention this evening around 4:30 before the Calcutta High Court regarding a plea that they are going to file. In all likelihood, the matter is going to come up for hearing only tomorrow. As far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, let me quickly take you through some of the details that I'm picking up from top sources. One is with regards to what was taken by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee from the very place where the searches were being carried out, which basically includes, if we can put this out, the breaking news now coming in, we can confirm that the Chief Minister of West Bengal stepped out of Pratik's residence as well as the IPAC office, taking a mobile phone as well as a laptop. Initially, the Chief Minister of West Bengal walked off with the Enforcement Directorate officer's laptop. It was only later on that she realized that this belongs to the Enforcement Directorate, and that's when she came back and returned the Enforcement Directorate's laptop. But important to point out that thereafter there were certain documents that were taken, and it is assumed at this point in time this was pertaining to certain transactions that were taking place
between IPAC and a few others. As far as what exactly are they really probing at this stage? Now, we are given to understand between 2021 and 2022 is when Hawala operators were essentially engaged. It is alleged that the Trinamool Congress had used Hawala operators to transfer some funds. And these funds were coming in from Kolkata to Goa. Roughly about 20 crore is what is suspected at this point in time. It's an allegation that has been leveled. In fact, during the course of the investigation, several statements that were basically recorded under various provisions of the PMLA, and by which they have been able to come to some sort of a conclusion that Hawala money, not just domestic Hawala, international Hawala was also taken into account, and in fact money was being transferred. IPAC effectively received money in cash. So that is very important to point out. 20 crore rupees in cash was allegedly received by IPAC itself. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate had called in Pratik Jain to basically explain as to where did this money really come from and what were they essentially using it. In fact, Senior Advocate Mahesh Jethmalani is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. The information that I'm getting in right now, Mr. Jethmalani, is that the Enforcement Directorate, they say that they have got evidence that 20 crore rupees in cash was actually transferred from Kolkata to Goa. And it seems that the Chief Minister of West Bengal moved out of the residence of Pratik Jain, walking with a laptop as well as phone, obstructing the public servants from carrying out to do their duties.
Right. Serious offences, but only to be expected from Mamata Banerjee. I mean, she protects her freedom and her offences with zeal. So you can expect this from Mamata. There are serious offences, but these can't be investigated by the Bengal police. They have been committed in West Bengal, in Kolkata. But the offences committed, which, her going to the office, threatening the ED officers and so on and so forth, these can't be investigated by the Kolkata police, right? The police commissioner came with her to the premises of Pratik Jain, which the ED had already entered. So this has to go to the CBI. This investigation has to go to the CBI. It's a serious offence. This constitutes the most serious offence I can think of, apart from, willfully obstructing a public servant in the discharge of his duty. That's one offence. Then there's pure theft. But the most serious offence is under 332 of the BNS, and that is house trespass with intent to commit theft. That's punishable with 7 years, and it's non-bailable.
Mr. Jethmalani, the information that I have from top sources within the agency is that when the Chief Minister really walked inside the premises where the searches were being carried out, it appears that she had walked in along with the DGP and the Kolkata Police Commission, demanding that the Enforcement Directorate hands over the documents and items that have been seized. This is undoubtedly a criminal offence, but the hands were tied for the Enforcement Directorate officers as well as the CRPF. They could not have really done anything when a sitting Chief Minister was actually ordering them. What happens in a case like this? Because it sets a dangerous precedence.
Well, as I said, these are all offences under the BNS now, right? And there's a serious offence of committing house trespass for the purpose of committing theft of documents. And I'm told there's also a hard disk that was taken. I'm not sure. That's what the press has reported earlier. So these are serious offences. The West Bengal police are disqualified. They cannot, given the fact that they aided and abetted her and came with her into the premises. And in their presence, there was this theft committed, theft or extortion or criminal intimidation. By either of those means, these documents were seized, right? And this matter has to go to the CBI now.
Mr. Jethmalani, one quick question before I let you go. This is with regards to, do you believe that the Enforcement Directorate should go ahead and file an FIR in this case? Because in the past, in Shah Jahan's case also, where the Enforcement Directorate did actually try doing that, it appeared that this was misused by the Kolkata police, and in fact, ED officers were being called in for questioning when they were the ones who were the complainants in this case.
Yeah, I mean, those were serious. They had serious head injuries, the ED officers. I know 3 of them in 2024. But Yeah, I remember, I recall that well, the Shahjahan Sheikh episode. That is why I said the West Bengal police cannot be allowed to investigate offences. This time they have been brazenly hand in glove with the chief minister in stealing documents which probably disclose a complicity in ED offences, in PMLA offences. So they are disqualified. In fact, they are aiders and abettors of Mamata Banerjee's most brazen act of committing house trespass, entering those premises, and then committing theft, either by way of extortion or intimidation, and taking those documents away. So the CBI has to be brought into this matter, and the only way it can be brought in is by having these cases investigated through the High Court. Through the High Court, a High Court has to be moved, and the CBI has to be told to take over the investigation of these offences. Otherwise, there is no law. The writ of the centre does not run in Delhi. That's what will be established if we don't do this. Sorry, the writ of the centre doesn't run in
Well,
West
thank you
Bengal.
very much, Mr. Mahir Jethmalani, for joining us. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jethmalani, for joining us on this broadcast. Here you have a senior advocate, Mr. Mahir Jethmalani, making it very clear that the only option that is available right now is that the High Court basically intervenes, and the matter essentially should be probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, because the Bengal police is completely discredited here. You have the Bengal police basically walking inside an area which was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, and it appears that at some level the Enforcement Directorate officers were literally being threatened to hand over the documents.
You know, Shravan, we have some exclusive inputs coming in. Hawala transaction that is being investigated reportedly took place between 2018 to 2022. And around 20 crore, as Shravan was pointing out, around 20 crore in cash was sent for Goa elections, and Hawala operators were the same for TMC and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, IPAC received this money from the Hawala operators for the Goa elections. So that is what is being investigated for the unrest. This is the Hawala transaction for which the Enforcement Directorate had in fact gone in to investigate, and around 20 crore rupees as per ED sources was sent for Goa polls by the TMC to IPAC. That's the breaking news we have right now. And all these transactions were happening in cash. That's what my colleague Shravan Sen just told us a while back. So the Hawala transfers are under scanner. Mamata Banerjee, while she continues to allege vendetta, we understand that there is some proof that ED claims it has. ED has proof, and it's on the basis of that it has conducted these raids at least in 10 locations. And in 2, we saw that Mamata Banerjee was there, her team was there. The policemen were there, and they ran away with the file. As you can see, as they are marked in that visual we are playing out, they took away these piles of files, and they were all dumped in the car. Mamata Banerjee's car, as you can see, very much zoomed in. We'll in fact go back to my colleague Shravan. So Shravan, well, clearly these are ED's linked these IPAC raids to the Hawala transfers. And we talk about what happened in Goa elections. Of course, that has been that has been under scanner. The transaction took place between 2018 and 2022. 20 crore sent for Goa elections, and the Hawala operators were the same for TMC and Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, in fact, it's important to highlight and perhaps emphasize this, that the Enforcement Directorate is not just throwing some random numbers. This is basically based on hard evidence that has been collected. In fact, over the last couple of months, when they were basically investigating, they essentially came across certain WhatsApp conversations of transactions that were taking place, when they have been able to identify the specific Hawala operators. And it turns out that these are the same Hawala operators who had surfaced even when the liquor scam was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, where the Aam Aadmi Party also faced similar charges. It turns out that the same Hawala operator was actually engaged by the Trinamool Congress. That's what appeared from the investigation that has been carried out, and the money that was transferred was roughly about 20 crore rupees in cash, and that went in from Kolkata all the way to Goa, and that's when they essentially, that's where IPAC basically comes into the picture, because IPAC allegedly received this money from the Hawala operators, which ineffectively was used for the campaigning purposes in the state of Goa. And that the period that you're basically looking at first is between 2018. It starts from 2018. This is the money that was generated from the coal smuggling that was actually taking place. Anup Maji happens to be one of the main accused as far as this case is concerned. And the money that was that you're basically looking at, the total amount is roughly about 86 crore rupees. Now that is with regards to the coal smuggling, but 20 crore rupees is directly linked to IPAC, and that's the reason why these searches were extremely important, because for the Enforcement Directorate, they essentially want to know who exactly engaged them, and more importantly, who received the funding. And that's when Pratik Jain was supposed to be questioned for this. But what I'm given to understand is that when the Enforcement Directorate office actually reached in Kolkata at Pratik Jain's residence, and as part of the protocol, they would have taken the statement of Pratik Jain, but that did not happen, because immediately thereafter the Chief Minister actually entered, prevented the Enforcement Directorate's officers from carrying out the questioning of Pratik Jain. And that's the reason why it seems that the Enforcement Directorate wants to take this matter before the Calcutta High Court, and they essentially want the High Court to basically intervene, prevent the Chief Minister from further interfering in this entire investigation. And not to forget, the Chief Minister left the residence of Pratik Jain with a laptop, with a phone, and certain documents, which the Enforcement Director wants the High Court to direct the Chief Minister to return all these items, because this is part of an investigation. The matter is sub judice.
Right. Absolutely. Many thanks, Shravan, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Public TV getting you each and every development, viewers, on that story we're tracking from Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee there guarding the IPAC headquarters. In fact, Public TV also posed a question. He confronted, my colleague Kisholai confronted Mamata Banerjee on the matter. Listen in.
Didi, চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে। দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন। মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন? মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে? আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা, ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে, আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন? আমাদের দালাল বলছেন। এদিকে ক্যামেরা আলিদা, এদিকে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, আপনি কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে? আপনি আমাদের দালাল বলছেন কেন?
যে লজিস্টিক্যাল ডিসক্রিপেন্সির নামে আগে 54 লক্ষ লোকের নাম বাদ দিয়েছে। Even out of that, nobody is allowed to submit their form number 7 or 8. Even a murderer is allowed to defend himself. But the genuine voters, maximum the women who married recently or earlier after 2, their title is changed and their address is changed automatically, because now they became married. They were not allowed. From Election Commission office, one BJP cadre of IT, she is doing all the nuisance, misusing the name of ERO, and just deleted the names. हमारा होम डिपार्टमेंट का कागज नहीं मानता है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी का कागज नहीं मानते हैं, यारों को कागज नहीं मानता है। कहते हैं जो बीजेपी करते हैं खाली उसका नाम बोर्ड में उठेगा और किसी को नाम में नहीं उठेगा। अभी तक, आज तक more than 72 persons already been died, either committed suicide or trauma they died, and 91 persons along with 72, are seriously hospitalized. Some people went to committed suicide. Some people, after coming from the hearing, they are seriously ill, heart attack, brain stroke. Who is responsible for this death? BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I read their party, their IT office, will it be all right? Please remember, one-sided कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. हाँ, हम अभी तक भी चुप है. इतना सहन कर रहा है. इतना जलने का बाद भी, इतना लोगों का खून का बाद में भी, इतना लोगों का जान जाने का बाद भी, मैं आशा करती हूँ कि विचार मिलेगा. विचार के लिए हम वेट कर रहे हैं. How to collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister, who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents? If I read the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side, the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called. 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details. They are using WhatsApp only. And because of election, they are collecting all my information of my party. देखो मैंने सब लेके आया. Because I rang up Potik, because he is the in charge of my party. So my hard disks, see, phone, hard disk, all they are collecting, and they have already attacked my IT office also. In fact, Sector 5, I am going there also.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6. Extraordinary drama unfolds in Kolkata, all caught on camera. ED raids IPAC's Pratik Jain and CM Mamata Banerjee rushes to secure files. ED confirms intrusion. And also our sister channel Republic Canada has found out that illegal immigrants continue to live in Bengaluru, and they are from Bangladesh, and they're also being helped by these so-called agents. All this and much more coming up on 6 stories at 6.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia-flagged And the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा आर्थिक मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Let's see, what do we have in store for you? Coal scam funds allegations escalated today. Extraordinary scenes were seen at the IPAC office. Chaos in Salt Lake building amid ED raids at IPAC. Chief and co-founder, we see that Mamata Banerjee fumes and steals files. ED moves Calcutta High Court against Mamata Banerjee, taking files during those raids at IPAC. Investigation by Republic Canada exposes how illegal immigrants from Bangladesh are living in Bengaluru, raising concerns of border security. Also, we will talk about the rape convict Gurmeet Rahim, granted 15 parole, sparking outrage. Families of the victims allege political patronage. And US President Donald Trump throws 500% tariff tantrum as Trump green lights Russia sanctions bill. Those are the top stories you're tracking on 6 Stories at 6. We're getting some breaking news is coming in. Huge. CM Mamata, her aides and state police personnel forcibly have been removed. Physical documents, they've removed physical documents, viewers, and electronic evidence. Let's go to the big breaking update coming in. What we see right now, viewers, are unbelievable scenes coming in from Kolkata. Republic keeps getting you the top updates. Let's tell you what's happening there. CM Mamata, her aides and state police removed physical documents and electronic evidence. They insisted that search teams wind up the operations. They told ED to end the search proceedings by recording a nil punchnama. Mamata aides wanted ED to mention that nothing was found in the searches. Mamata and IPS officers insisted ED wind up the search operations. Huge update coming in Republic TV. We keep a focus on what's happening in Kolkata, because the scenes which are playing out in Kolkata are absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes playing out. Simultaneously, ED has moved Calcutta High Court seeking return of files Mamata took away during IPAC raids. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Okay. Shaman, huge updates coming in. CM Mamata, her aides have physically removed these documents. They have removed the electronic evidence. We're getting these big breaking updates coming in as those scenes which were playing out in Kolkata are absolutely unbelievable scenes and drama playing out.
Well, this is a claim that has now been made by the Enforcement Directorate when the searches actually began at Pratik residence and thereafter at IPAC's office. That's where the Chief Minister, along with her aides and the police department officials, landed up. And in fact, immediately thereafter, not only did the Chief Minister and her aides take away certain documents that were present there, she left from that area with a mobile phone, with a laptop, and initially with the Enforcement Directorate officer's laptop. But it turns out that there was a pressure that was essentially being made on the Enforcement Directorate when the officials were being instructed by the Chief Minister's aides as well as the police department that they need to wind up with the search proceedings. And it does not end there. There was pressure that was basically built on the Enforcement Directorate that they leave the premises by saying that they did not find anything. They wanted a nil panchnama to be filed by the Enforcement Directorate, and that was the demand that was essentially made by the Chief Minister as well as her aides and the police department officials. And we are talking about the senior most police officials who were present there telling the officers, the joint directors and others who were basically present there to ensure that they leave the premises by saying that there is nothing that they have essentially found out. That's what the intention was, that they would not have been allowed to leave that premises, taking away any documents, taking away any electronic devices. That was the demand that was made, Shivangi. This is never before have we seen something like this, that a sitting Chief Minister has not only obstructed the Enforcement Directorate officials from carrying out their duties, but she has actually gone ahead, a step ahead, and literally threatened the Enforcement Directorate officers by telling them that they need to wind up the search proceedings. And not just that, the panchnama, which is essentially a record of what they have essentially found and whatever they have seized, the panchnama, they essentially wanted that to be mentioned as nil panchnama, effectively meaning that the Enforcement Directorate did not find anything.
Right, so we have seen a lot of chaos unfold, Shravan, in Salt Lake. And, this story is getting bigger and bigger because we know that ED will be moving the Calcutta High Court. They want those files which were taken by Mamata and aides, they want them to be returned. So how do you see this developing in the next few hours, Shravan?
Well, in fact, the legal recourse that is now being taken by the Enforcement Directorate is by moving the Calcutta High Court. In all likelihood, the matter is going to come up for hearing sometime tomorrow. What is expected in the plea that is going to be filed by the Enforcement Directorate, by way of sources we've been able to pick up for the Enforcement Directorate right now, what is paramount is that the Chief Minister basically returns all the items that were taken by her, which includes electronic devices and certain documentations. It is assumed at this stage that the documents that the Chief Minister had taken from Pratik's residence as well as from IPAC offices, these are financial transaction papers which they want the Chief Minister to return. And not just that, they also want the High Court to basically intervene and pass an order by way of preventing the Chief Minister from interfering in the matter in future. And not just that, they also want that the accused in this case, or some of the suspects who are likely to be called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, they essentially want them to cooperate with the agency, because for them right now this is the fresh evidence that has been gathered, and they effectively want the suspects to come and cooperate with the investigative agency and get their statements recorded.
Yes, Shravan, we showed those pictures. In fact, Republic Bangla team has been showing pictures of those documents, and we highlighted those documents. Now, what we saw on those documents were West Bengal government files. The question that we're asking is, what exactly were in those files that Mamata Banerjee had to take those documents and guard them, Shravan?
Well, Shivangi, at this point in time, there is no clarity as to what was the content of those very documents. All that I can tell you is that these were financial transactions, financial statements that have been taken by the Chief Minister and her aides from the residence of Pratik as well as from the IPAC office itself. And not just that, all throughout, when the enforcement director was trying to carry out the investigation, she was camping there, she was guarding the IPAC office, preventing, as I said, preventing the public servants from carrying out their duties. If at all there has been an objection, there is a legal manner by which she could have actually gone, the legal route that could have been adopted by the state government, perhaps even challenging the investigation that has been carried out by the enforcement director before a court. None of them were actually used. These were high-handed tactics of the chief minister, which was basically employed earlier today. And it sets a dangerous precedence given the fact that the enforcement director was unable to carry out their entire work. They were hoping that the CRPF would be in a position to intervene. But remember, there are limitations that even the Central Reserve Force has at this point in time. After all, we are dealing with a sitting chief minister. There are limited powers that the central agency also has, and they were unable to prevent the chief minister from taking away those files.
That's right. Well, Shravan keeps getting us a top updates. Republic TV getting you minute, every second of what is happening in Kolkata, the chaos which is unfolding. And let's tell you exactly what Republic TV has been tracking the entire day. A major political face-off has erupted in West Bengal after the ED carried out raids linked to the election strategy firm IPAC in Kolkata. The searches, part of a money laundering probe, has triggered a dramatic showdown with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee confronting central agencies on the ground. The TMC Supremo accused the BJP-led centre of misusing investigative agencies to target her party and interfere in the democratic process, while the ED maintains it is acting on evidence linked to financial irregularities. The confrontation has now sharpened the war of words between the centre and the Bengal government, with legal action which will be following.
দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় দিদি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি
A high voltage drama unfolded at the consultancy firm IPAC office in Kolkata, West Bengal. Enforcement Directorate carried out raids linked to IPAC as part of a money laundering probe. This prompted a sharp retort by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
का स्ट्रैटेजी पूरा छीन के लिया, एक क्राइम है। अगर आप हमारे साथ लड़ने नहीं सकते हैं तो अब क्यों हम बंगाल में आते हैं? आप हिम्मत से काम लो, आप लोकतंत्र पुलिस प्रोसेस में जीतो। आप एजेंसी लगा के हमारा पेपर लूट करते हैं, करते लूट बोलते झूठ, हमारा पेपर लूट करते हैं, हमारा स्ट्रैटेजी लूट करते हैं, हमारा डेटा लूट करते हैं, हमारा वोटर लूट करते हैं, हमारा बंगाल को लूट करते हैं, हमारा भाषा को लूट करते हैं।
Bengal CM accused the central agency of stealing TMC's party documents and shielded the IPAC office from being raided.
अमित शाह आपको बंगाल को जीतना है तो आपको हिम्मत है तो आप इलेक्शन में लड़ाई करके आइए। आप क्यों हमारा पार्टी आईटी सेक्टर को रेड करके पूरा पेपर ले लिया? आप क्यों हमारा बंगाल में एक जो क्रेडिबिलिटी नहीं है जो ऐप का, उसको देके आप एक बीजेपी वर्कर को इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफिस में बैठा के 54 लाख नाम को डिलीट कर दिया, फॉर्म 7 फिलअप करने नहीं दिया, फॉर्म 8 भी फिलअप करने नहीं दिया।
What you can see on your screen is the Bengal Chief Minister staying put at IPAC office after extracting documents mid-raid. She stole the documents right under the ED's nose. The ED conducted searches at two locations: the residence of Pratik Jain, a senior IPAC functionary in central Kolkata, and the firm's office at the Godrej Waterside building in Sector 5, Salt Lake. ED will now fire an FIR against Mamata Banerjee for obstructing the probe. 10 premises associated with the election management company IPAC in Kolkata and Delhi were raided by the ED on Thursday. ED claimed that the IPAC moved coal scam hawala money and took away key electronic evidence and documents from the IPAC office. With tempers flaring and allegations flying thick and fast, the political storm over the IPAC raids has now escalated into a full-blown confrontation between the centre and the Bengal government.
A routine ED search has now exploded into a full-blown political flashpoint, with the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee stepping directly into the middle of an ongoing central probe. The ED was conducting evidence-based searches linked to an illegal coal smuggling and money laundering case, when Mamata Banerjee stormed the IPAC office, created a scene, and later reached the residence of IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. The agency alleges that Mamata Banerjee intruded raid locations and forcibly took away documents. And we see that this is an allegation which the CM has strongly denied. Let's play out this report for you. After storming the IPAC office and creating a ruckus during the ED raid, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee escalated the showdown. The Chief Minister then reached the residence of IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. Visuals show Mamata Banerjee confronting
तो इस आईपैक कंपनी के प्रेमाइसेस में भी बंगाल में रेड हुआ। रेड जब चल रहा था उस समय उच्च पुलिस अधिकारी आए और उन्होंने आके ईडी के ऑफिसर्स से अपना वेरिफिकेशन मांगा, अपना आईडी मांगा, जो कि स्वाभाविक है कि ऑथेंटिक रेड हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है, ये जानने के लिए होता है। ईडी के अधिकारियों ने, जो हमने मीडिया में देखा कि उन्होंने अपने आइडेंटिफिकेशन कार्ड इत्यादि सब दिखाया, जो ऑथेंटिक डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे रेड्स को परटेनिंग, कि रेड करने के लिए उनके पास डॉक्यूमेंट्स है, वह भी दिखाया। और उसके बाद पीसफुली रेड चल रहा था कि अचानक ममता बनर्जी बंगाल पुलिस के साथ वहां पहुंच गई आईपैक के ऑफिस में, और खुद सबको धक्का देते हुए आईपैक के ऑफिस के प्रांगण के अंदर जहां रेड चल रहा था वहां वो स्वयं घुसी और उसके बाद वहां से फिजिकल डॉक्यूमेंट्स, कागज इत्यादि, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस जैसे पेन ड्राइव, लैपटॉप इत्यादि और भी कई तरह के एविडेंसेस को उन्होंने अपने साथ ले लिया। आप जरा चिंता करके देखिए, शायद ऐसे वाकयात, ऐसा मैं कहूंगा दृश्य हिंदी फिल्म में भी आपने नहीं देखा होगा कि कहीं सीबीआई या ईडी की रेड चल रही हो और स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री वॉक्स इन, खुद मुख्यमंत्री अंदर आती है और आके एविडेंस लेके चली जाती है। प्रतीक जैन नामक व्यक्ति, जिसको आईपैक का सारा आइडिया है, जो आईपैक चलाता है, आईपैक के प्रीमाइसेस में रेड होता है और आईपैक के प्रतीक जैन जी के घर में रेड होता है, और दोनों ही जगह ममता बनर्जी व्यवधान करती है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और फिजिकल एविडेंस चुराती है और वहां से ले जाती है। बंगाल की पुलिस का इस्तेमाल करती है, प्रयोग करती है अपने मनसा को अंजाम देने के लिए। यह दिखाता है कि ममता हैज लॉट टू हाइड। ममता जी के पास ऐसे कई राज हैं जिनका वो खुलासा नहीं होने देना चाहती है। याद करिए, ममता बनर्जी जी के ही एक मंत्री, उनके कैबिनेट के ही कलीग, उनके ही एमएलए मदन मित्रा ने विगत वर्ष 2025 में कहा था कि ये पैक वाले, जो आई पैक को वो पैक वाला कहते थे, कि ये जो पैक वाले हैं ये बड़े भ्रष्ट हैं, यही हमें बर्बाद करके मानेंगे। खुद उनके नेताओं ने आईपैक वालों को भ्रष्ट कहा था, और जब आईपैक के दफ्तर पे और आईपैक के प्रतीक जैन के घर पे रेड होती है तो ममता बनर्जी एविडेंसेस को चुराने के लिए, साक्ष्य को चुराने के लिए खुद आ जाती है और दबंगई के साथ साक्ष्य चुरा के ले जाती है। यह अपने आप में मुझे लगता है बहुत ही शर्मनाक और बहुत ही दुखद विषय है। इज बंगाल आउटसाइड ऑफ द पर्व्यू ऑफ द लॉ इन इंडिया? क्या बंगाल को ममता बनर्जी ने ऐसा बना दिया है कि वो भारत के कानून के बाहर कोई क्षेत्र है? जहां ममता बनर्जी कहती है घुसपैठियों के विरोध में कोई कानून नहीं लागू होना चाहिए, जहां ममता जी कहती है एसआईआर लागू नहीं होना चाहिए, जहां ममता जी कहती है कि मैं बीएसएफ को बॉर्डर फेंसिंग के लिए जमीन नहीं दूंगी, जहां ममता जी कहती है ईडी का रेड नहीं होना चाहिए, और ईडी का रेड होता है तो स्वयं ममता बनर्जी ईडी के ऑफिसर्स को धमकाने के लिए वहां पहुंच जाती है। इज बंगाल कट ऑफ फ्रॉम इंडिया? क्या बंगाल को भारत से काटने की कोशिश ममता बनर्जी कर रही है? यह सवाल बहुत जायज है और आज प्रत्येक बंगाली को, प्रत्येक हिंदुस्तानी को यह सोचना चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये जो माफिया राज चल रहा है, ये जो दबंगई का राज चल रहा है बंगाल के अंदर, जहां भ्रष्टाचार को बचाने के लिए स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री उतर के आ रही है, ये कब तक चलेगा? जनता है, जनार्दन है, सब समझती है और जनता के मन में, जनता के मानस पटल पर भ्रष्टाचार के लिए कोई भी ममत्व नहीं है. The public does not have any sympathy for corruption and those who support corruption. So we are absolutely sure that in the days to come, the people of Bengal will resort to democratic means to answer to the anarchy of Mamata Banerjee. हम पूरी तरह से इस बात से वाकिफ हैं कि आने वाले दिनों में लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से बंगाल की जनता ममता बनर्जी का ये जो अराजक तरीका है राज करने का, उसके खिलाफ उठकर खड़ी होगी और ममता जी के खिलाफ जवाब भी देगी.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yep.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act. It let the Americans seize the ship, and which is now being towed to British waters. And in the case of Sofia, it's being taken to the US coast, and of course, no confrontation whatsoever from China. But what is clear is that there is one set of rules for rest of the world and another rule or rules when it comes to United States. Because remember, this action by the US comes on a day when President Trump has announced that US would be purchasing about $2 billion worth of oil from Venezuela and about 30 to 50 million barrels or whatever. But there is no problem if the US takes that oil, but if the rest of the world takes it, then of course.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reached this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that
very good evening. Well, I'm breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We continue our coverage from Kolkata. Chaos in Salt Lake as we see that official files were moved from the IPAC building amid ED raids. Mamata Banerjee has taken those files. We see the stories developing so fast. Republic keeps getting you the biggest updates here. We'll tell you all you need to know, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Sources say CM Mamata, her aides and state police personnel forcibly removed physical documents and electronic evidence during ED raids at IPAC office. ED moves Calcutta High Court against obstruction, seeks return of the files stolen by Mamata. BJP slams Mamata Banerjee for obstructing ED raids at IPAC office, stealing evidence.
চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন
Republic confronts Mamata Banerjee over ED raids at IPAC office, ducks questions on stealing files. Supreme Court reserves verdict on Justice Yashwant Verma's plea against impeachment proceedings. Viewers, a big update coming in. A lot of chaos was seen, and in some huge updates, CM Mamata, her aides and state police personnel forcibly removed physical documents and electronic evidence. These are amid scenes of massive chaos. Tense standoff outside the IPAC building in Kolkata, Salt Lake. We saw a vehicle carrying official West Bengal government files was observed leaving their premises under heavy security. And from what we understand, Mamata and her aides insisted that the search teams wind up the operations. They told ED to end the search proceedings by recording a nil panchnama. Mamata aides wanted ED to mention that nothing was found in those searches. So big update coming in, viewers. And we're getting some reactions coming in from the BJP.
ईडी के अधिकारियों ने जो हमने मीडिया में देखा कि उन्होंने अपने आइडेंटिफिकेशन कार्ड इत्यादि सब दिखाया, जो ऑथेंटिक डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे रेड्स को परटेनिंग कि रेड करने के लिए उनके पास डॉक्यूमेंट्स है वह भी दिखाया, और उसके बाद पीसफुली रेड चल रहा था कि अचानक ममता बनर्जी बंगाल पुलिस के साथ वहां पहुंच गई आईपैक के ऑफिस में, और खुद सबको धक्का देते हुए आईपैक के ऑफिस के प्रांगण के अंदर जहां रेड चल रहा था वहां वो स्वयं घुसी, और उसके बाद वहां से फिजिकल डॉक्यूमेंट्स, कागज इत्यादि, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस जैसे पेन ड्राइव, लैपटॉप इत्यादि और भी कई तरह के एविडेंसेस को उन्होंने अपने साथ ले लिया। आप जरा चिंता करके देखिए, शायद ऐसे वाकयात, ऐसा मैं कहूंगा दृश्य हिंदी फिल्म में भी आपने नहीं देखा होगा कि कहीं सीबीआई या ईडी की रेड चल रही हो और स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री वॉक्स इन, खुद मुख्यमंत्री अंदर आती है और आके एविडेंस लेके चली जाती है। प्रतीक जैन नामक व्यक्ति, जिसको आईपैक का सारा आइडिया है, जो आईपैक चलाता है, आईपैक के प्रीमाइसेस में रेड होता है और आईपैक के प्रतीक जैन जी के घर में रेड होता है, और दोनों ही जगह ममता बनर्जी व्यवधान करती है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और फिजिकल एविडेंस चुराती है और वहां से ले जाती है। बंगाल की पुलिस का इस्तेमाल करती है, प्रयोग करती है अपने मनसा को अंजाम देने के लिए। यह दिखाता है कि ममता हैज लॉट टू हाइड। ममता जी के पास ऐसे कई राज हैं जिनका वो खुलासा नहीं होने देना चाहती।
Viewers, Senior Supreme Court Advocate Mahesh Jethmalani exclusively spoke to Republic on ED raids at IPAC office. He said that Bengal police aided and abetted, stormed into the premises. Listen in.
Mr. Jethmalani, the information that I have from top sources within the agency is that when the Chief Minister really walked inside the premises where the searches were being carried out, it appears that she had walked in along with the DGP and the Kolkata Police Commissioner, demanding that the Enforcement Directorate hands over the documents and items that have been seized. This is undoubtedly a criminal offence, but the hands were tied for the Enforcement Directorate officers as well as the CRPF. They could not have really done anything when a sitting Chief Minister was actually ordering them. What happens in a case like this, because it sets a dangerous precedence?
Well, as I said, these are all offences under the BNS now, right? And there's a serious offence of committing house trespass for the purpose of committing theft of documents. And I'm told there's also a hard disk that was taken. I'm not sure. That's what the press has reported earlier. So these are serious offences. The West Bengal police are disqualified. They cannot, given the fact that they aided and abetted her and came with her into the premises. And in their presence, there was this theft committed, or theft or extortion or criminal intimidation. By either of those means, these documents were seized, right? And this matter has to go to the CBI now.
Viewers, a major political face-off has erupted in West Bengal after the ED carried out raids linked to election strategy firm IPAC in Kolkata. The searches are part of a money laundering probe triggered a dramatic showdown with the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee confronting central agencies on the ground. The TMC Supremo has accused the BJP-led centre of misusing investigative agencies to target her party and interfere in the democratic process, while the ED maintains it's acting on evidence linked to financial irregularities. Now, the confrontation has now sharpened the war of words between the centre and the Bengal government, with legal action which will be following very soon. Take a look.
দিদি কি বলবেন? দিদি এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়
দিদি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি।
A high voltage drama unfolded at the consultancy firm IPAC office in Kolkata, West Bengal. Enforcement Directorate carried out raids linked to IPAC as part of a money laundering probe. This prompted a sharp retort by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
How चुनाव का स्ट्रैटेजी पूरा छीन के लिया। एक क्राइम है, अगर आप हमारे साथ लड़ने नहीं सकते हैं तो अब क्यों हम बंगाल में आते हैं? आप हिम्मत से काम लो, आप लोकतंत्र पुलिस प्रोसेस में जीतो। आप एजेंसी लगा के हमारा पेपर लूट करते हैं, करते लूट बोलते झूठ, हमारा पेपर लूट करते हैं, हमारा स्ट्रैटेजी लूट करते हैं, हमारा डेटा लूट करते हैं, हमारा वोटर लूट करते हैं, हमारा बंगाल को लूट करते हैं, हमारा भाषा को लूट करते हैं।
Bengal CM accused the central agency of stealing TMC's party documents and shielded the IPAC office from being raided.
अमित शाह, आपको बंगाल को जीतना है तो आपको हिम्मत है तो आप इलेक्शन में लड़ाई करके आइए। आप क्यों हमारा पार्टी आईटी सेक्टर को रेड करके पूरा पेपर ले लिया? आप क्यों हमारा बंगाल में एक जो क्रेडिबिलिटी नहीं है जो ऐप का, उसको देके आप एक बीजेपी वर्कर को इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफिस में बैठा के 54 लाख नाम को डिलीट कर दिया, फॉर्म 7 फिलअप करने नहीं दिया, फॉर्म 8 भी फिलअप करने नहीं दिया।
What you can see on your screen is the Bengal Chief Minister staying put at IPAC office after extracting documents mid-raid. She stole the documents right under the ED's nose. The ED conducted searches at 2 locations: the residence of Pratik Jain, a senior IPAC functionary in central Kolkata, and the firm's office at the Godrej Waterside building in Sector 5, Salt Lake. ED will now fire an FIR against Mamata Banerjee for obstructing the probe. 10 premises associated with the election management company IPAC in Kolkata and Delhi were raided by the ED on Thursday. ED claimed that the IPAC moved coal scam hawala money and took away key electronic evidence and documents from the IPAC office. With tempers flaring and allegations flying thick and fast, the political storm over the IPAC raids has now escalated into a full-blown confrontation between the centre and the Bengal government.
Viewers, a routine ED search has exploded into a full-blown political flashpoint with the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepping directly into the middle of an ongoing central probe. The ED was conducting evidence-based searches linked to an illegal coal smuggling and money laundering case when Mamata Banerjee stormed into the IPAC office, creates a scene and later reached the residence of IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. The agency alleges that Mamata Banerjee intruded at the raid location and forcibly took away documents, which is an accusation the CM has been denying. Let's have a look at this report as we tell you what's been happening the entire day. After storming the IPAC office and creating a ruckus during the ED raid, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee escalated the showdown. The Chief Minister then reached the residence of IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. Visuals show Mamata Banerjee confronting central agencies with the ED alleging obstruction and intrusion during an ongoing search operation.
To collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah? The nasty Home Minister, the naughty Home Minister, who cannot protect the country, and is taking away all my party documents. If I raid the BJP party office, what will be? What will be the result? They didn't have any guards. One side the SIR case, they are deleting all the names of the Bengal people. More than 2 crore people, 1.5 crore people are being called. 54 lakhs are being deleted without any asking their details.
Jain is widely described as a key member of Mamata Banerjee's bold strategy team. From the IPAC office to Pratik Jain's house, the ED raid turned into a full-blown political face-off, with Mamata Banerjee at the center of the storm. The TMC calls it harassment. The ED calls it obstruction. Visuals from Kolkata tell the story of a day like no other. Files allegedly being removed, stacks of papers loaded into convoys, and a chief minister accused of turning herself into a human shield against a central probe. The nation watches as due process, politics and power collide, all on camera in broad daylight. And viewers, much more coming up. We are live and we are breaking. ED moves Calcutta High Court against the obstruction and seeks return of the files stolen by Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister. Stay tuned, viewers, with live and breaking.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law, Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act. It let the Americans seize the ship, and which is now being towed to British waters. And in the case of Sofia, it's being taken to the US coast, and of course, no confrontation whatsoever from China. But what is clear is that there is one set of rules for rest of the world and another rule or rules when it comes to United States. Because remember, this action by the US comes on a day when President Trump has announced that US would be purchasing about $2 billion worth of oil from Venezuela and about 30 to 50 million barrels or whatever. But there is no problem if the US takes that oil, but if the rest of the world takes it, then of course Uncle Sam gets itchy. That's coming out of this. But for how long rest of the world, specifically equivalent powers like China and Russia, are going to tolerate it is the question. And if not, then are we looking at a situation
welcome back. We'll tell you exactly what's been happening in Kolkata. We saw some unprecedented scenes there play out. So what was in those files that CM Mamata Banerjee was so particular about guarding during the raids at IPAC? ED says electronic devices and crucial documents were removed and alleges active obstruction of its investigation. Republic showed you the exact vehicle with the IPAC files leaving the building. In those visuals, clearly West Bengal government files were visible. And now the ED demands these items taken by the CM, they should be returned. And they also want the CM to stop interfering in this case. Take a look.
Huge trauma played out at Kolkata as the fuming Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee rushed to secure TMC files at the Salt Lake office. According to the ED, IPAC is one of the entities linked to the Hawala network under scrutiny. In a dramatic escalation, the ED claims that Mamata Banerjee personally took away key electronic evidence and documents from the IPAC office during the course of the operation. The ED says electronic devices and crucial documents were removed and alleges active obstruction of its investigation. But what was in those files snatched away by Mamata? Look at these documents our Republic Bangla team showed us exclusively.
Unprecedented situation in West Bengal as Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee herself intervenes in order to steal the files that was kept inside the IPAC office here in Salt Lake Sector 5 IPAC office. Before she came here, she went to Pratik Jain's house. In the same way, she took out some files that she alleges contains information about the TMC, and now she is at Salt Lake Sector 5 office. Here as well, she directed her men, her police officers, to collect some files and put in her vehicle, in her car, and send those files back to her office or some other destination that is not revealed yet.
Vehicles with the IPAC files were seen leaving the building, and clearly West Bengal government files were visible.
And viewers, much more coming up on the side. We will continue to be live, we will continue to be breaking on Republic TV. ED moves the Calcutta High Court against obstruction, seeks return of files stolen by Mamata Banerjee. Stay tuned as we keep getting you the latest.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act. It let the Americans seize the ship, and which is now being towed to British waters. And in the case of Sofia, it's being taken to the US coast, and of course, no confrontation whatsoever from China. But what is clear is that there is one set of rules for rest of the world and another.
এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি এই মুহূর্তে কি বলবেন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাকের সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন। মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি এই মুহূর্তে কি বলবেন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাকের সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি এই মুহূর্তে কি বলবেন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাকের সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন।
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at the pictures that have been coming in from Kolkata all of today, these are pictures you will not see on television for a very, very long time. A sitting chief minister barges into a raid site, steals files, steals a lot of files, and just guards an office, a private office of a consulting firm just before elections. Unprecedented drama, the kind of visuals you will not see for a long time. It's been a dramatic day of politics and action in Kolkata. Here are the headlines. IPAC headquarters raided in Kolkata by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the coal scam. Mamata Banerjee, the sitting Chief Minister of Bengal, steals files, electronic evidence, intrudes 2 sites where raids were being held. Mamata decides she will guard the IPAC office, IPAC, the firm that is helping Mamata fight the elections in 2026 again. As Mamata steals evidence, ED decides to move court to ask the Chief Minister to return the files and the evidence and to back off from the investigation. In a new twist, the Kolkata police has now decided to book the Enforcement Directorate for intimidation.
Inside details of the 20 crore Hawala, the crux of the entire issue. ED says coal scam money, 20 crores of it was routed to the Goa elections fought by the Trinamool Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to show you the pictures of what has been happening this Thursday morning. Since morning, it's been a very, very unprecedented news day for us. Let's start with the pictures. I want to show you the pictures. There are 7 or 8 sequences that I'd like to now show you of what happened through the day. It started with Mamata Banerjee barging into a raid site. This was the residence of IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. She went to his house even as the raids were being conducted. Take a look.
এই মুহূর্তে তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাকের সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন।
She walked in empty-handed. But what is amusing is that 5 to 6 minutes later, the Chief Minister walked out of Pratik Jain, the IPAC co-founder's residence, with a file in her hand. She walks out with a hard disk and a file. Take a listen to what happened. And she even spoke to the media after that. That was Mamata Banerjee leaving with evidence in her hand, and from the residence of Pratik Jain, she decided next to move to the IPAC headquarters. And before that, she addressed the media at Pratik Jain's residence. She claimed that the green files contained details of Trinamool Congress's candidate list, election strategy, etc. Take a look.
To collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty home minister, the naughty home minister?
And at 12:43 this afternoon, Mamata Banerjee decided to land up at the IPAC headquarters in Kolkata, Salt Lake Sector 5. She went to the Godrej Waterside, which is the headquarters of the IPAC in Kolkata, the agency that's been helping her for roughly 7 years now. She entered the building via the back entrance, flanked by the acting DGP, Rajiv Kumar, Commissioner of Kolkata, Manoj Kumar. Here are the pictures of what happened when she barged in to IPAC headquarters. And when she arrived at the IPAC headquarters, what you will see next is that video of piles and piles of documents, stacks of documents, boxes of documents being brought down from the 10th floor office of the IPAC at the Godrej Waterside in Kolkata and then stockpiled into the car of the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. While the Enforcement Directorate did its job, the Kolkata police, IPS officers included, went up to the IPAC office and stole the files. Police stole the files. Take a look.
আমি ছবি দেখে ফাইল নিয়ে সংখ্যায় নাইয়া এমনটা ফাইল নিয়ে বানিয়ে যাচ্ছেন ফাইল নিয়ে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আসার পর তার গাড়িতে ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে ছবি দেখানো হচ্ছে ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে।
And after over an hour at the IPAC, Mamata left the IPAC office calling the entire ED operation nothing but a witch hunt. Of course, she's been saying that. She decided to once again address a news conference, impromptu news conference. These days, Mamata Banerjee goes around and in her car that she travels in, her team has a mic and a speaker at hand always. This is how she did it today.
BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I raid their party, their IT office, will it be all right?
And finally, all attempts were made outside the IPAC headquarters in Kolkata to intimidate the Republic Bangla team. She was leaving the IPAC headquarters at the Godrej waterside in Salt Lake. And we tried to shoot some questions, straight questions. We asked her, Mamata Didi, are you using coal scam money or did you use coal scam money to fight elections? This is the moment when she was leaving. We asked questions. What happened next is unbelievable.
দিদি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আমাদের দালাল বলছেন এদিকে ক্যামেরা আলিদা এদিকে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আপনি কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনি আমাদের দালাল বলছেন কেন?
And after this, the major confrontation that unfolded, Mamata Banerjee left. She couldn't take the question. She was clearly rattled by the questions asked by Republic Bangla. And then the goons who were outside decided to heckle Republic TV. And the Chief Minister and her aides forcibly removed documents. We have details in the inside story of what really happened. They insisted that the search teams not just wind up the operations, but she wanted a nil panchnama. A Chief Minister went in, asked the ED to file a nil panchnama, saying they had found no evidence just as the raids were beginning. Can you believe it? This happened today in Bengal. I'm going across to Shravan. First up, Shravan is joining us with the details of how she wanted a nil panchnama. Not just that, she was accompanied by around 50 officers. I want to first go across to Shravan, and then we have a part 2 breaking of the 20 crore hawala. Before that, what really happened, the inside story. Shravan, the inside story, if you can tell us.
Well, let me take you through the details of the investigation that was being carried out and why it has basically come across as a shock for Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, because the political consultancy firm engaged by the Trinamool Congress, that is the IPAC, is now a part of a money laundering scam, a money laundering case in which they are being probed. In fact, it turned out that when the Enforcement Directorate was basically carrying out investigation in the coal smuggling case, that's when they came across that the proceeds of a crime were basically being used for political purposes. I'll come to that in the second part of our breaking, but let me now tell you what really happened, because we are the only network, Niranjan, with the full details of what happened the moment the Enforcement Directorate team reached Pratik Jain's residence. In fact, this was a small investigating team of the Enforcement Directorate accompanied by the CRPF. In fact, in other places, in other states, you wouldn't have the central forces really accompanying the ED, but this is West Bengal. In the past, ED officers have been attacked by those who have been under the scanner. That is the reason why that precaution was essentially taken. The investigation actually began, the searches actually began a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. The moment this information actually received Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee a little afternoon, post-noon, is when the Chief Minister landed. She was accompanied by her aides, not just her aides, but also the West Bengal police, which includes the DGP as well as the police commissioner. What happened thereafter? The moment she entered the residence of Pratik Jain, the first instruction that was actually given to the ED was this, that you need to wind up your search proceedings. And not just that, it does not end there. Immediately thereafter, the police was basically instructed that take whatever you can take. And that's when the Chief Minister first grabbed the mobile phone, the laptop. And this, we are given to understand, belongs to Pratik Jain. And it does not end there. Interestingly, Mamata Banerjee also ended up taking a laptop which belongs to the Enforcement Directorate. But perhaps some better sense prevailed, and the Chief Minister came back and returned the laptop that belongs to the Enforcement Directorate. So she was basically taking whatever was available at that point in time. And some documents were also taken. And these documents, Niranjan, we are being told that these are financial transaction documents. It's quite crucial, which I'm going to explain to our viewers perhaps in the second breaking, that we have the details of what really happened as far as the investigation. Why exactly is IPAC under the scanner?
It's a 20 crore hawala that took place is what we are hearing. 20 crore in cash hawala went all the way from Kolkata to Goa. 20 crore hawala. And that is now under the scanner. And that is, those are the details that Shravan is breaking. There are different companies that are now under the scanner, which are being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. But before that, this is how we are hearing Mamata Banerjee tried to steal the files this morning. How she tried to steal the files? She first tried to take away Pratik Jain's phone and laptop from the residence and then the office. She tried to clear them. And not just that, she initially took even the ED officer's laptop. She took the ED officer's laptop, but eventually returned it, having realized that she'd taken the ED officer's laptop. And then she ordered that all papers be handed over. She wanted all the papers to be handed over to her and the police who were present there. And the DGP who was present there allegedly started putting pressure on the ED officers, is what we are hearing. And after that, 50 police officers barged in to the IPAC headquarters, the raid site. 50 officers, including IPS officers, Bengal police, bureaucrats, etc., barged in, starting putting pressure on the ED team that was present there. And the CRPF, which was clearly outnumbered by this point, could not have taken any action against the Chief Minister. Now we have the next breaking news coming in. Now this is the number of the story. If you're wondering what is going on, why is ED searching IPAC, here it is. The ED has unearthed a 20 crore hawala trail linked to the coal syndicate, with investigators identifying a hawala operator through WhatsApp chats recovered during the investigation. Now, according to the documents available, there was an hawala firm called Kranti Lal, that was used for the transactions, and the hawala operator placed 20 crore of proceeds of crime, and the money was given in Goa. We have those details as well. Shravan is breaking that story. The full details are with Republic. In fact, the transactions were between 2018 and 2022. There were different firms and people involved. Pankaj Malik, Siddhartha Malik, who owned firms that worked with IPAC. Here are the details. Hawala operator was used by a coal syndicate. He was identified via the WhatsApp chats. A hawala firm called Kranti Lal was used for the hawala transfers that took place between IPAC and the coal scam. Hawala operator had placed 20 crore, which was the proceeds of crime. The hawala man revealed working in Hertz and Pixels and also ASM Event Tech Private Limited. Now, Pankaj and Siddhartha Malik are directors of ASM Event Tech Private Limited. Siddhartha Malik also worked for IPAC in the Goa campaign during 2021-2022, and they have confessed receiving ASM Event Tech Private Limited hired by IPAC for event management, and one of their directors has confirmed, or rather confessed, that cash was arranged via hawala with hawala help, with the help of some of these hawala operators, is what we are hearing. I'm going across to Shravan. Quickly, Shravan, if you can tell us about this angle, right?
Well, in fact, for everyone wondering why exactly IPAC is now under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, that's because it is linked to the coal block scam. In fact, Anup Maji, who was investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, it turned out that from the WhatsApp conversation of Anup Maji's chartered accountant, they essentially figured out that there was hawala transactions that were taking place, domestic as well as international. But interestingly, just ahead of the Goa elections, you've had certain companies essentially being used for the transfer of funds, and hawala operators that were basically identified when the liquor scam was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, and the same hawala operators used by the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, that's the allegation that was levelled, was used also by the Trinamool Congress. It turned out that what essentially happened was that once the money was received in Goa, it was allegedly received by IPAC itself. IPAC had received roughly about 20 crore rupees in cash. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate is now looking at the financial transactions that have taken place and whether at all IPAC was actually aware this money was actually generated from the coal smuggling. In fact, it was a particular company that was paying Anup Maji money that was being paid in cash.
Okay, Shravan, thank you for joining us with those inputs. That's all the time we had on this edition of the news. I have to take a break. We're ending this show a little early today. So, Shravan, thank you for joining us. Unprecedented day, ladies and gentlemen. As you saw those pictures, never short of action, isn't it? Bengal elections have not even been announced. Campaigning is on. And look at the action that is unfolding in Bengal. You'll get all the updates on Republic Media Network and Republic Bangla, tracking the latest. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
I think this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor.
For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India.
Yep.
On Indian prime time.
Yes.
Built by an Indian team.
Yeah.
So everything is like India first.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act.
A very good evening, viewers. From your smartphones to the smart televisions, the stories are always breaking the internet. And tonight on Trending, we bring you the stories that are shaking up the timeline, shaking up the headlines. And first up is the controversy straight from the United States, as ICE agent was tasked with enforcing immigration law is now under fire after a 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis was shot dead. And the chilling murder is on camera, viewers. In fact, there is this debate that whether it's a murder or it was self-defense that triggered what happened. Next, we'll get you the major geopolitical shift making waves online as Venezuela is changing course. Washington, D.C. has indefinite control, and in fact now it says that from the oil sales, Venezuela is only going to use those oil revenues to buy American-made products. So sell to America, buy from America, everything's America. America takes control, full control over Venezuela. We'll get you all that and much more. That's on Trending tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra. United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, is a federal agency under the Department of Homeland Security that's tasked with enforcing immigration laws and protecting national security. But tonight, ICE is at the center of a controversy. During a massive immigration crackdown, federal agents shot dead a 37-year-old woman in a residential neighborhood, not even the target of the operation. Video shows ICE officers surrounding her SUV, and as the vehicle moved, an officer fired multiple shots at close range, one hitting her in the head. She died instantly. Her car crashed into parked vehicles and a pole. Now, federal authorities claim that in self-defense, they say that the vehicle was weaponized. Because the vehicle was being weaponized, so he had to shoot her. That's what some are defending. Many are defending. Trump has defended that. And in some eyewitness videos, there are many questions that are now being raised. FBI is now investigating. So there are multiple videos that have come to light. We'll just play out those videos one by one. Moments after the woman was shot, a person identifying himself as a doctor repeatedly pleaded with ICE agents to let him check on the victim, but ICE officers blocked the request, preventing any medical assistance. Now, local police who were present were seen backing the federal agents as the woman lay dying. We'll just play out that video.
Check a pulse.
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician.
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You killed my neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How the do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the man? Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician.
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You killed my Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
So this is one of the videos that is actually triggering a lot of anger and questions, because you clearly see that one man is volunteering to check up on her, and the agents say that, no, we have our own medics, while a woman says that, where are the medics? We don't see anything. So they are literally obstructing someone, a doctor, from checking up on the woman that has been shot down. Now the Minneapolis mayor, Frey, has gone head-on with the federal narrative, calling the shooting reckless and unnecessary. He accused ICE of spreading chaos, not safety. In fact, in a fiery response, the mayor told federal agents to get out of Minneapolis, demanding accountability and a full, transparent investigation. Listen in.
Dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people.
Soon after, anger exploded on the streets. Just within hours of this incident, protesters swarmed the scene, blowing whistles, chanting slogans and confronting the federal officers. There were, of course, a lot of slogans being raised. Police vehicles were heckled. And by nightfall, hundreds gathered for a candlelight vigil. Flowers, posters, chants of ICE out of Minnesota. So what began as an immigration crackdown has now become a flashpoint, fueling grief, rage and a growing battle over justice in America. In fact, we'll just play those videos out from the streets of Minneapolis.
We keep us safe! Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe! This is what community looks like! Show me what community looks like! This is what community looks like!
U.S. administration, meanwhile, is holding its ground. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem defended the shooting, calling the woman's action an act of domestic terrorism. Noem says that the officer followed training, claiming the woman tried to block agents and attempted to run them over with their vehicle. While calling the death a tragedy, the administration insists the use of force was justified, even as the FBI investigates the shooting. Listen in.
Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
And we're being joined by Dr. Joseph Jalil, who is an author and also a publisher of Universal News Network. Thanks so much, Dr. Jalil, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, this is a very shocking incident. We've seen, Minneapolis being in the eye of the controversy years ago because of, the death of Floyd. The police action was widely condemned and debated. And today, a woman is shot dead in broad daylight. Now, there are multiple versions. There is a lot of debates. But there is this, self-defense theory that is coming up. Then there is murder theory that is coming up, that she was killed, in an act of brute force that was used against her. So what's your take on this, and what's the kind of reaction that is on ground from the United States?
Good morning from Palm Beach, and thank you for having me. Again, any loss of life is sad, but unfortunately, the fact remains that in America, if you are disobeying a command from a police officer and you try to run him over with a car, because I have seen angles of it wherein the officer was standing in front and this lady was speeding towards the officer who shot her. So this could be claimed self-defense if that's the case. But even otherwise, it is very unlikely that the police is usually justified in the US. If they command you to move, then you should. It is not a peaceful protest if you park your car in the middle of the street to prevent the ICE officers from arresting illegal immigrants and then, take them to the detention facilities. And that's what she was doing. She was a protester, and I don't think she expected to get shot. I don't think, she has a young child. That's not the way. But again, but now what they're doing is they're playing into President Trump's hand. So where he can now, if there is a large scale riots, he can invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 and then deploy U.S. military or National Guard without the permission of the state governor. So you should understand this state has been under scrutiny for past few weeks because of so much immigration fraud. A lot of Somali immigrants have called Minnesota and Minneapolis home. And they have been now exposed that they have stolen over $9 billion of American taxpayer funds in fraudulent daycare centers and other businesses. And they were funding or siphoning this money straight to Somalia. So sensitivity was very high. Second thing is the governor of the state, or the chief minister of the state of Minneapolis, was a former vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, of Kamala Harris. So there is that Democratic, how to make some issue about something is there. And the third thing is the agitated Democratic or Democratic Party workers, most likely anti-immigration workers, were fighting with the police or the immigration and customs enforcement. They're called ICE here. But the thing is, the truth's gonna come out, because all these all the police officers or the ICE officers have body cameras, means they have live recordings from their chest. So they have a camera placed in their chest, which is recording every activity, and it cannot be turned off. So most police officers, most ICE officers, most federal officials have that, and that will be evaluated by the FBI and by the courts and to find the truth. So if it's true that the lady was trying to run the officer over and he shot in self-defense, and it's muscle memory that somebody's trying to come towards you, you shoot, then he is justified. And the interesting thing is the same officer was run over. Maybe I was told maybe a few weeks ago by another protester in another city. So he might have been overly sensitive to something like that. So that could have also led to this. So once again, my suggestion to any of our viewers or Indians in these cities is, stay away from the street. Do not try to try to stop any police activity. If they're trying to arrest an illegal alien criminal, in the sense, they're only arresting people who have criminal warrants against them, but they're in the country illegally. I was told there are around 600 to 700 such people currently in Minnesota. That's what they're looking for. And they're currently there. Even today, they're there. So if they are trying to arrest them, let them arrest. We should not be
Dr. Tally,
in the middle,
sorry to interrupt you, but there's a difference between how they arrest and how they treat. In India, even in, we've seen in dire situations, one is first shot in the leg, or maybe the tire could have been punctured even if she was trying to, the way whoever they try to catch hold of, the way police brutality, is caught on camera in America, sir. That is something that has been seen for a long, long time now, from James Floyd to, what we are seeing today in, Minneapolis. That's, of course, a big matter of debate, Dr. But thank you so much, sir, Dr. Joseph Jalal. Always having a lovely pleasure to having you on the show. And thank you so much for joining us on Trending tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the other stories. Venezuela is changing course and Washington is calling it a wise choice. Now, of course, it will, because it all benefits Washington, D.C. Trump says Caracas will spend revenue from the new U.S.-brokered oil deal exclusively on America-made products. From agricultural goods and medicines to medical devices, technology and energy infrastructure, it's all set to be stamped Made in USA. Announcing the move on Truth Social, Trump called it a strategic realignment, saying Venezuela is committing to the US as its principal economic partner after years of close ties with rivals China and Russia. Now, calling the move a wise choice, Trump says it would be good news for both nations, boosting American businesses while helping Venezuela rebuild its economy and infrastructure. All right, viewers, let's take a quick check of the trends that are running hot on social media today. A viral rescue video from Ladakh has ignited a debate after the Indian Army saved a stranded YouTuber near Umlingla Pass. Now, critics argue such rescues strain the military resources in sensitive border zones, while others defend that it's the Army's humanitarian role. Instant reopen conversations on responsible tourism in extreme terrains. YouTube giant Mr. Beast has publicly invited Virat Kohli for a potential collaboration, triggering massive buzz online. Fans are already calling it a record-breaking crossover that could unite cricket lovers and digital audiences worldwide. Well, nothing is confirmed yet. Social media is flooded with speculation about what could become one of the most watched collaborations. Childhood chapter officially closes as Doraemon airs its final episode on television in early 2026. Now, fans across generations flooded social media with nostalgia, memories and emotional tributes. While the iconic anime continues on streaming platforms globally, its departure from linear TV highlights how the viewing habits have evolved, and it marks the end of an era, on TV at least, for millions. Kiara Advani is gearing up for a visually stunning return in Toxic, training with international performers for a Cirque du Soleil-inspired act. It is a circus-inspired act, and Kiara reportedly underwent intense physical preparations to deliver a spectacle never seen before in cinema. Disney has officially cast Tegan Croft as Rapunzel and Milo Manheim as Flynn Rider in the live-action adaptation of Tangled. Fans are already obsessed with the pairing, praising the fresh casting choices. With expectations soaring, the announcement has reignited excitement around Disney's expanding live-action universe. German rock icons Scorpions are set to tour India this April after nearly 2 decades. As part of their coming home tour, the band will perform in Shillong, Delhi, Bengaluru and Mumbai. Fans can expect classic anthems like The Wind of Change and Rock You Like a Hurricane, bringing old school rock nostalgia roaring back. Now, actor and politician Vijay Jananayagan has taken a massive financial hit after a last-minute postponement due to CBFC delays. Despite no clearance, advance bookings had already opened, leading to heavy losses and refunds worth nearly 50 crore rupees. Now, the setback comes just days before the release, dealing a major blow to the makers of Vijay's final film before his electoral plunge. Vicky Kaushal and Katrina Kaif named their newborn son Vihan, sparking emotional reactions online. Now, the name mirrors Vicky's iconic character from Uri, The Surgical Strike, and director of Uri, Aditya Dhar, called it a full-circle moment, leaving fans touched by the deep cinematic and personal connection. And ladies and gentlemen, as we close this episode of Trending for you tonight, he's presenting a glimpse into what lies ahead for us this year. The Indian Navy is set for its biggest ever power boost, with the plans to commission 19 warships in 2026. That's the largest single-year induction in Indian Navy's history. From the frontline combat vessels to the force multipliers, this massive rollout signals India's growing maritime strength and self-reliance in defense manufacturing. A landmark year ahead for the Navy, strengthening deterrence, dominance and India's footprint across the oceans. We leave you with the visuals. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला. मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela, but carrying Venezuelan oil, but working for the likes of China and Russia. Are we really building up to a situation where there could be a military confrontation? We don't know, because remember, in this case also, there was a Russian submarine that was closely tracking and following merchant vessel Marinera, but it did not act. It let the Americans seize the ship, and which is now being towed to British waters. And in the case of Sofia, it's being taken to the US coast, and of course, no confrontation whatsoever from China. But what is clear is that there is one set of rules for rest of the world and another rule or rules when it comes to United States. Because remember, this action by the US comes on a day when President Trump has announced that US would be purchasing about $2 billion worth of oil from Venezuela, and about 30 to 50 million barrels or whatever. But there is no problem if the US takes that oil, but if the rest of the world takes it, then of course Uncle Sam gets itchy. That's coming out of this. But for how long rest of the world, specifically equivalent powers like China and Russia, are going to tolerate it is the question.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho बेफिक्र.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
प्लीज स्टॉप.
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका.
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building President Trump himself leading.
A sitting chief minister barges into a raid and steals files. What's in the IPAC documents and hard disks that Mamata wants hidden? Nation hooked as Mamata stands guard at IPAC headquarters. Arnab's debate at 8 p.m.
এই মুহূর্তে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি এই মুহূর্তে কি বলবেন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাকের সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন।
Raj Thackeray अभी कहते हैं कि there is no dispute they are trying to finish brand Pawar और brand Thackeray को खत्म करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हमें अलाउ नहीं करेंगे। आप कहते हैं ये प्रीत संगम नहीं, ये भीत संगम है।
मैं सबसे पहले आपको बताता हूँ, there is no brand Thackeray.
How can you say that?
There was only one brand. हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे, that was a brand. अब कोई ब्रांड नहीं बचा है। इन्होंने उनके जो विचार थे, उनकी जो राजनीति थी, उसको टोटली समाप्त कर दिया है, उसको कुचल दिया है, और इसलिए अब कोई ठाकरे ब्रांड वगैरह नहीं है। ब्रांड वही रहेगा। ये देखिए, जन्म से संपत्ति मिलती है, विचारों की विरासत नहीं मिलती।
As Trump takes control of Venezuelan oil, What does the Russia sanctions bill mean for India? Will India face 500% American tariffs now? Arnab's debate at 9 p.m.
अजीत पवार जी खुलकर बोल रहे, आप पे पॉट शॉट ले रहे, कह रहे जो हमारे पे 70,000 करोड़ के एलिगेशंस करते थे वो उनके साथ मैं सरकार में बैठा हूँ। ये बात उनको कहने की जरूरत क्यों?
कोई भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज करना ये आसान नहीं होता पॉलिटिक्स में, और विशेष रूप से जब आप एक पार्टी में काम करते हो तो आपको फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दिखानी पड़ती है। आज इस चुनाव में मैंने ये स्ट्रेटेजी रखी है कि मैं मेरा डेवलपमेंट का प्लान इसको मैं किसी भी हालत में दूर नहीं होने दूंगा, इसलिए मैं किसी चीज का जवाब नहीं दे रहा हूँ।
वो क्यों?
वरना आपको तो पता है जवाब देने में तो मेरी जबान जो चलती है वो तो कोई रोक नहीं सकता, लेकिन अभी मुझे किसी चीज का जवाब नहीं।
आप कह रहे हैं अजीत पवार के स्टेटमेंट पर आप अपने आप को रिस्ट्रेन करते हैं?
बिल्कुल, आई हैव वेस्टर्न
नेचुरल स्टाइल में आप जवाब दे देते हैं।
हाँ, मैं पक्का एकदम जोर से जवाब देता हूँ, लेकिन मैंने तय किया इस बार नहीं देना।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, how a sitting Chief Minister barged into an ongoing ED raid and stole files. And at 9 p.m. as Trump takes control of Venezuelan oil, what does his proposed Russia sanctions bill mean for India? And ladies and gentlemen, what has happened in Kolkata is absolutely disgraceful. I still cannot believe that a chief minister can behave in the way in which Mamata Banerjee has done today. Mamata Banerjee, you are lowering the position of chief minister when you behave like this. In case you missed what happened, let me describe it for you in a nugget. The Enforcement Directorate, the ED, decided to carry out raids in a private company at the residence of the head of the private company called IPAC and in the office of the private company. Now, this company apparently does electoral strategy and social media management, etc. for the Trinamool Congress. It is a private company. It is not the office of the Trinamool Congress. For whatever reason, we are told because of suspected hawala transactions, because of suspicious actions of this company, there was a raid by ED officials from a unit called the High Intensity Unit or the HIU. 7 officers came and they went to a house of a person called Pratik Jain who heads this company. By the way, this is originally Prashant Kishore's company. He claims he's no longer involved with it. Ladies and gentlemen, before you know it, Mamata Banerjee lands up where the raid is happening. She panics. She goes to the home of the head of this private company and decides to do everything possible to block the Enforcement Directorate. This is completely disgraceful behavior. And then she panics. First, she steps out of her car and goes to Pratik Jain's residence. And then she goes to the office of IPAC. Ladies and gentlemen, why does the Chief Minister go to help a private company? She rushes in a state of absolute panic. Even before the office opens, even before the IPAC employees themselves enter, Mamata Banerjee enters and walks out with a green file. There's something, she starts taking out files from there. Personally, she takes the commissioner and the DG of police of Bengal with her, like her own private employees, and goes into the office of IPAC and says, take the files out, take the hard drives out, and then she starts taking away material from the office of IPAC. People are stunned across India. Then she decides, I'm not going to leave this place. Ladies and gentlemen, she goes to the Sector 5 Salt Lake office. She enters a company called Godrej Waterside, goes to the 11th floor, goes to the IPAC office and starts browbeating the ED officials. This is absolutely crazy behavior, ladies and gentlemen. She goes up and down, she takes documents. And while all of this is happening, ladies and gentlemen, she also snatches away in all of this the mobile phone and the laptop of Pratik Jain, the head of this private company, and takes it with her. Confiscates it. I'm told that she also tried to take the laptop of one of the ED officials. Now, what is Mamata Banerjee hiding? What is she afraid of? What is there in that office of IPAC, which is originally Prashant Kishore's company, that she does not want anyone to have access to? Let's first realize she has behaved in a completely, I wouldn't say unconventional, in a very suspicious manner. My first question is, Mamata Banerjee, what are you trying to hide? What is there in that office? What are there in those files that you're so scared if the ED gets their hands on it that you'll be exposed? Are you afraid of being exposed? Now I have a series of questions here, ladies and gentlemen. We see Mamata entering the basement of that building, taking piles of documents in the car from that IPAC office, coming out of the IPAC office, giving a speech. And before I go into why I think her behavior is suspicious, I want to play a sequence of confrontations between Republic Bangla reporters, the brilliant reporters of Republic Bangla, and Mamata Banerjee. Just watch these series of interactions and how she runs away each time she is questioned. Take a look, a short clip.
দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি 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 কি বলবেন দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি 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 এই মুহূর্তে কি বলবেন এই মুহূর্তে তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাকের সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন।
Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are multiple sequences like that. I asked for 4 to be played. 1 was played. I'm not going to lead into each one. Please play them.
দিদি দিদি উনি তো টিএমসির কেউ না, মানে কাকে বাঁচাতে আপনি এলেন? দিদি 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 উনি তো টিএমসির কেউ না, মানে কাকে বাঁচাতে আপনি এলেন? দিদি
আমি ছবি দেখে ফাইল নিয়ে সঞ্জয় নাইয়া এই মুহূর্তে ফাইল নিয়ে বানিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। ফাইল নিয়ে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আসার পর তার গাড়িতে ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে, ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে, এই মুহূর্তে ছবি দেখানো হচ্ছে, ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে।
The reason I played those sound bites is for you to see for yourself how completely, what's the right word for it, how completely wound up Mamata Banerjee was. It was as if she was panicking that all her secrets will be found. The way she was behaving, she was like someone who had lost something very precious. She was going around, not looking at the media, but she was consumed with fear, ladies and gentlemen. She was consumed with fear. Why so is what the nation wants to know. I am pretty sure, Mamata Banerjee, this company only does social media for you. Does this company do anything else for you? Or for Abhishek Banerjee or anyone in your party? Please tell us, the nation wants to know. These are questions. Does this company only do social media for you? Question number 1. Does this company do only electoral analysis? or does it manage other things? If so, what other things does it manage? What other information does it have? This so-called private company. What are you scared of would have been found in the home of this company? The nation wants to know. Have you outsourced any other work to this company? Have you outsourced any other work to this private company? Something which lets them run a parallel machinery. Is there any truth in that? It's only a question. Because Mamata Banerjee, this is a corporate setup. What is there to hide? What exactly are you trying to hide? Now, Mamata Banerjee, don't lie. IPAC is not a party. You've gone around today, given a speech saying that, you know what, my party office has been raided. No. Since when did a private company become your party office? And if indeed you have rolled Trinamool Congress's operations into IPAC, why so? The nation wants to know. You get votes in the name of the Trinamool Congress, then where is IPAC? IPAC is not a political party. Most importantly, Mamata Banerjee, what is in the green file? Why are you holding it so close to you? Why did you take the risk? Why did you embarrass yourself? Why are you creating a situation where you are a laughing stock today everywhere in the country? People are saying, how is the Chief Minister behaving? What were you trying to protect? The nation wants to know. Now, ladies and gentlemen, two things. Will Mamata Banerjee return Pratik Jain's mobile phone and laptop? This is becoming a Sherlock Holmes kind of mystery. Will she or will she not return? If she tries to clean the data from that laptop or phone, it will be found out. In fact, she could be in a trap already. Secondly, is it true that she was trying to put pressure on the ED officials to file a nil Panchanama? Why is she behaving like this? Here is a chief minister of one of the largest states of the country, most populous states, putting pressure on an officer to file a nil Panchanama. Is this the way to behave for a chief minister, to disgrace her position by behaving like a bully? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen, just think about it. Finally, once again, Mamata Banerjee, what exactly were you trying to hide? Puchta hai Bharat. The nation wants to know. Jawab chahe Bangla.
Unprecedented scenes in Kolkata.
এই মুহূর্তে তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আইপ্যাক এর সহ প্রতিষ্ঠাতা কর্ণধার প্রতীক জৈনের বাড়িতে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় প্রবেশ করলেন।
The Bengal Chief Minister walked straight into an active raid site.
দিদি এই মুহূর্তে কি বলবেন?
To collect all of our party hard disk, the candidate list, the party strategy, the party plan. Is it the duty of the ED and Amit Shah, the nasty Home Minister, the naughty Home Minister?
Confronted by Republic, she simply zoomed to her next stop.
দিদি আইপ্যাকের অফিসে কেন? সরাসরি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। দিদি দিদি কি বলবেন? দিদি দিদি আইপ্যাকের অফিসে কেন?
And then Mamata does the unthinkable at the Godrej Waterside IT Park in Salt Lake.
আমি ছবি দেখে ফাইল নিয়ে সঞ্জয় নাইয়া এই মুহূর্তে ফাইল নিয়ে বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। ফাইল নিয়ে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আসার পর তার গাড়িতে ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে। ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে ছবি দেখানো হচ্ছে। ফাইল ঢোকানো হচ্ছে।
She walks out with documents even as the raids are underway. She decided to stand guard.
BJP is a killer's party. They are the great killer of democracy. An IT office, IPAC office. How can they do it like this? If I raid their party, their IT office, will it be all right?
The situation turned ugly as these goons targeted Republic Bangla.
what these people are doing, I'll show here. These gundas are trying to harass us. These are the gundas who are trying to harass us. This is the situation of West Bengal. This is the situation of West Bengal where the TMC cadres are harassing Republic Network because we are speaking for the people, but we will stand here and we will report. We will talk for the people. These are TMC cadres trying to harass us.
The Enforcement Directorate links the raids to coal scam Hawala money.
Never before have we seen something like this, that a sitting chief minister has not only obstructed the Enforcement Directorate officials from carrying out their duties, but she has actually gone ahead, a step ahead, and literally threatened the Enforcement Directorate officers by telling them that they need to wind up the search proceedings. And not just that, the Panchnama, which is essentially a record of what they have essentially found and whatever they have seized, the Panchnama, they essentially wanted that to be mentioned as nil Panchnama, effectively meaning that the Enforcement Directorate did not find anything.
Mamata has stolen evidence and blocked public servants. A repeat offence. Will she return the files or face the law?
Okay, Niladri of Trinamool Congress. Okay, we got Sanju Verma of BJP. Let's move fast. We got Satyaprakash Mishra of JDU. We got Niladri from 3MC. We got Faizan Kidwai, spokesperson Samajwadi Party. Anmol Pawar of AAP. And yep, let's start. Okay. So Niladri, she was hiding something. What was in the green file that she stole?
Arnab, she was not hiding something. Rather, the question should be raised that why the BJP is utilizing the ED to take out confidential and secret documents of the TMC.
No,
that is the first question we should be asked.
1 minute, one sec, just 1 minute. You said confidential and secret documents. What is the secrecy of the document in a private office called IPAC? The private office, no? What's secret?
It is common knowledge that IPAC does the voter profiling, manages the IT.
No problem, but does it do any money transactions? Does the IPAC, 1 minute, does the IPAC do any money transactions? Because when the ED comes in, it is only when there is a PMLA offense, which means it's a financial offense, PMLA, prevention of money laundering.
The case which they are referring to refers to a 2020 case.
No, does the Trinamool Congress, I'll bring Sanju in on this 1 minute. Just 1 minute, we'll keep it focused. Niladri, does the Trinamool Congress, does the IPAC, I don't know, I am only going to ask questions. Does the IPAC manage any money? Distribute any money? I'm asking, does the IPAC distribute any money, or does it only looks and likes and subscribers?
The question is that why does the BJP uses the institutions to fight a battle which it can't win politically?
Okay, I'll get Sanju on the debate. My question is not a leading question. It's an innocent question from an innocent man. Does the IPAC handle any money? That's all. You can say yes or no. But the way she has taken the files out... Sanju is on the debate. Sanju, the charge against your party is that you're targeting her politically. You want her political secrets. You want her strategy. That's why you've raided the office using the ED, because you want the secret of Mamata's political strategy. Sanju.
Thank you, Arnab. You know, I just want to say a couple of things here. Do you remember when the SIR exercise started in West Bengal, openly threatening the election commission? What did Mamata Banerjee say? Amake aghat korle ami shara Bharat Varsho hiliye debo. If you dare touch me, if you dare undertake this exercise, I will create an upheaval in the entire country. Despite the fact that the election commission is a constitutional body under Article 324. And Mamata Banerjee's today's anguish is not an isolated case. She has abused the BSF. She has in the past, in 2022, when the Enforcement Directorate landed in Birbhum, after the Birbhum massacre, when the CBI landed there, Trinamool goons, they tried attacking the ED and CBI officials. This is the same Mamata Banerjee who, after the Arjikor rape, instead of sacking the then police commissioner Vineet Goyal, guess what is the new position of Vineet Goyal?
doesn't give you the right to steal the documents.
I don't understand. What is wrong with you? Did I heckle you? Fine.
Okay, big political debate tonight. Viewers, 1 minute.
Why do you need it?
One question here. One question. Okay, 1 minute. May I just ask you a thing?
What kind of
1 minute. 1 minute.
debate is this?
1 minute. May I just intervene for a moment? You see, look at it very logically.
I was quiet when he was talking.
Yeah, just a moment.
I was absolutely quiet.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment.
Niladri, can you show
Mamata
some
Banerjee allegedly has gone to the ED officials and said, after taking away and stealing on the documents which she says are hers, after running away with the green file, she has also taken away Pratik Jain's mobile phone and laptop. Now, what secrets are there, the nation wants to know, in the mobile phone and laptop of Pratik Jain, the co-founder of IPAC? By the way, I keep repeating, this is Prashant Kishore's company. Maybe not technically today, but non-technically, the way everyone who knows IPAC in India knows it through Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore, where are you today? The nation wants to know. This is the office where you used to manage everything for Mamata. Where are you, Prashant Kishore? Nation wants to know. Now tell me one thing. Why did she confiscate the mobile phone, the laptop? Chor ki dari mein tinka. The question is, Faizan, something's very shady about this. Why is she doing it? And why is she taking the DG and commissioner with her to intimidate the ED?
I'll tell you, sir. Good evening, first of all. Good evening to you and to the fellow panelists. And Mr. Goswami, as Mamata Banerjee has explicitly said that these are personal documents of TMC. And this has nothing to do with the corruption probe. So, first of all, this violates Article 19, which talks about freedom of association. So, what ED was doing was unconstitutional. As Bharatiya Janata Party, a lot of people are asking what Mamata Banerjee has to hide. So, kindly tell me, Bharatiya Janata Party people, what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to hide, that he wasn't disclosing the PM care funds. Why were they kept out of the
don't make this about Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Why were they kept out of the ambits of RTI? What was Narendra Modi hiding?
Calm down, everyone. Calm down. Only two voices. Niladri, stay out of it. Niladri, stay out of it. Niladri, stay out of it.
Mr. Goswami, you have to let me speak.
Yeah, 1 minute. Sanju, let him attack you. You attack him. You attack him after he attacks you, but not over him. Sanju, no, 1 minute. Now you, Faizan, chill. Chill, Faizan, Phil. Chill this moment. Chill right now, I'm telling you. And Sanju, don't intervene right now. Calm down. Order. Sanju, calm down. Let him attack you. You attack him after. You let him attack you. You attack him after. Then I otherwise lose the audio track, right? I lose the audio track. Then people tell me, or no, why do people speak over each other? I say, I don't know. Now listen, let him. Faizan, complete your point in 30 seconds. Please calm down. Welcome, Jyotsna. The debate's hotting up. Yeah.
This is so obvious. Viewers see how the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson got rattled the moment I spoke about PM care funds क्योंकि आपका पैसा चोरी किया था. And these are the very people who were not letting you.
Sanju, do not respond to every word and hyphen used by him. Sanju, don't do that.
Who are the donors through electoral bonds? They stole around 6,000 crores, I'll tell you. Aurobindo Pharma was accused. They took crores of rupees and the case has been dropped. Then there's Mega Engineering. They took 966 crores. Case was dropped. Future Gaming, 1,400 crore. Your money. Bharatiya Janata Party took money from these big companies and the cases were shut down. So this is the Chal Charit character of Bharatiya Janata Party. Do they have even an iota of credibility? Okay, Sanju Verma, I'll just tell you what the observations of the Honorable Supreme Court are about
Sanju!
this.
Honorable
Sanju!
On July 21st, which has been done by IPAC.
ED for
when
being
it comes
used
to
for
money laundering,
issues.
the Enforcement Directorate has suo motu powers under Section 16, 17, 18 and 19 of the PMLA. Mamata Banerjee should be arrested under Section 238 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita.
Is the BJP officially asking for 1 minute? Sanju, 1 minute. Did you just ask for Mamata Banerjee's arrest? Are you doing so in your personal or professional capacity? Sanju, are you asking for the arrest of Mamata Banerjee as a BJP spokesperson? Shall I carry a breaking news grid that BJP demands immediate arrest of Mamata Banerjee? Are you doing so consciously, fully aware that you're here as a BJP spokesperson asking for the arrest of a chief minister?
Yes, let me finish. I'm very, very sure of what I'm saying. I don't want the Samajwadi Party.
She didn't let me speak.
Goon
This is
to
so
influence
Sanju
me, then
Verma,
you
why
can
don't you
run
answer
what
my
you want
question?
to run
Sanju
on your
Verma,
ticker.
why don't you answer my question?
Ask this man
Sanju
to shut
Verma,
up first. I refuse
why
to
don't you first of all answer my
debate like
questions?
this.
Why do you need
You know, get
TMC's
this-
personal
get
data?
this radical
Their
jihadi
blueprint,
goon off the
because you
screen.
know you cannot defeat Mamata
I will not
Banerjee
debate like this,
electorally.
Arnab.
So-
Calm down now. 1 minute, viewers. Okay, now
Faizan,
Faizan, just chill down, Bring your blood pressure down. Slowly, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Anulom Vilom. 1 minute, calm down. Now my question is to Jyotsna. I'll have to have a ceasefire in this for 20 seconds. Do not call him a jihadi, please, Sanju. 1 minute. Now question
Let
is.
me finish.
You are a jihadi, Sanju
No, let me
Verma.
finish.
You are a
I need to get everyone in.
What I was saying.
Fair enough, good.
I will give everybody their turn, but right now there are 4 people who haven't spoken on the debate. I'm drawing them in and I'm getting
I
in.
say Mamata Banerjee should be arrested.
Break
Because
it.
in her position
Narendra
as
Modi
the
should
Chief
be
Minister
arrested.
of West
Narendra
Bengal,
Modi should
she
be
had no
arrested
business
because
going
it
to
was
Pratik
him.
Jain's
Narendra
residence
Modi is the most
and
corrupt
trying
man.
to
The
obstruct
problem with
the
Narendra
ED.
All right, I hear you now, and now you hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, my question is that obviously if you see the visuals and I commented over it, Jyotsna and Anmol, we are looking at the legal precedent, the present situation. The fact of the matter is that this is not the Trinamool Congress office. What was arrested, and the ED says that no party office has been searched. The search is not linked to any elections and is part of a regular crackdown on money laundering. So the ED is saying this is about money laundering. Now, if there is no money laundering, then good. If there is money laundering, then it cannot be protected. You cannot say that, the IPAC, where Prashant Kishore is to work out of, is a quasi-party office. It's either a party office or not. Right, Jyotsna? As of now, it's not a party office. It's disgraceful to see the Chief Minister turn into the person handling the security of a private office. What on earth is going on in Kolkata? The nation wants to know tonight. Jyotsna is on this hot debate this evening, Jyotsna. First TDP, then up. Jyotsna. Unmute, Jyotsna. Unmute.
Arnabji, it's very clear. I hope I'm clear, Arnabji.
Yes, loud and clear, even louder.
Okay. Now, the point is that the debate and the discussion tonight is not, BJP versus TMC or things like that. It's about just the nation wants to know today that how can a chief minister walk in where an ED raid is going on, simply take some documents and walk out of there.
Louder.
And then again come back and say that I am the victim. The point is you have committed a crime there and then you say I am the victim. Now, my simple question lies, if she says that those are her documents, her party's documents, then she could have sent somebody, those documents could have been checked by the ED officials there and they could have handed over to her. Simple.
We'll have to improve your audio. I'll get a response in the meantime from Satya. Satya, can you take that forward? Satya, because TDP audio is not good. Improving the TDP audio. Satya, the fact is a chief minister cannot snatch documents during a raid. This has never happened in Indian history. I keep underlining it. This cannot happen. There is a process, there's a protocol, there's a convention, and there's a way of behaving, for God's sake. Satya.
Arnab, the act of this Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is commission of offence under the law. If any common man like you, me, or any other people would intervene or disrupt the process of any government agency, investigating agency, we will be liable to face the consequences of law and will get arrested by that such kind of
Then why was
act.
she not arrested on the spot? Why was she not arrested? Why was she allowed to go out with a file?
Because, the ED's responsibility not to arrest Mamata Banerjee. The ED's responsibility was to carry out a raid.
In that sense, has the ED failed in its duty? Has the ED, one minute, has the ED, why did the ED allow her to go out with the files?
The green, because she snatched the file. She rushed there with
So she snatched the file. I mean, she's not Muhammad Ali. She snatched the file. Stop her and take it away from her.
The West Bengal.
No,
police
she,
have already
1 minute,
found
1 minute.
with
I don't
CBI
understand this.
in different
I don't
cases
understand this. You are saying tonight, and this is a mad situation we are in. It's a crazy situation we are in. It's an unseen situation we are in. Full frame visuals. I want to talk over it for 20 seconds. The ED raids a private office.
Has nothing to do with constitution. She is ready to violate all laws.
No, but for God's sake, if you believe,
she has
1 minute.
nothing to do with democracy as well.
She's looking angry. She's looking confused. She's pushing back the cameras. She's looking totally possessed. She's looking panicked. Look at her. She's gone completely. She's out of control out here. Increase the audio. Increase the audio. Let the people get a sense of what's going on. Play the loop from the beginning. Play the loop from the beginning. Look at her. She comes out.
দিদি কি বলবেন দিদি দিদি দিদি
And she says she goes there, or barita kothai. Let me repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first shot we get. 1 minute, back on the screen with the guest here right now. This is the first visual we have of Mamata Banerjee looking completely possessed, like God knows what's going on. And she says out there, or barita kothai. This is very early in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. She just lands up like that at the residence of the head of a private company with her DGP and her commissioner. She's crazy. There's something in that house. There's something in that office she doesn't want the ED to get its hands to. What could that be?
That green file which she snatched away, you know, that green file must have some black deep nexus between the private limited company and the Mamata Banerjee personally.
No, 1 minute. Now I'll show you a confrontation between Republic Bangla anchor Kishalai, Republic Bangla anchor Kishalai and Mamata. Let's play this one. Please listen to this. Listen to this.
চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার হয়েছে দিদি মমতা ব্যানার্জি চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি চুরির টাকা ইলেকশনে ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন মমতা ব্যানার্জি আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন ইলেকশনে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ক্যামেরাটা এদিকে আপনারা কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন আমাদের দালাল বলছেন এদিকে ক্যামেরা আলিদা এদিকে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আপনি কি কয়লা চুরির টাকা ব্যবহার করেছেন
Kishalai there. You can see she clearly here. She goes away from the Republic Bangla camera today. Republic Bangla, the most popular channel in network. There is another network which is a min-min channel. We call it Tausif, a min-min channel. It's a scared, cowardly channel which doesn't ask that question. She could have answered. She could have said, no, I have not taken money from any coal scam and used it for the election. She doesn't say that. Tausif.
Arnab, you suggested that Mamata Banerjee was possessed. You must not indulge into such superstitious statement because this is a criminal act under the law. You must never promote any.
Mamata Banerjee can abuse the Prime Minister.
I'm saying she's looking like she's panicked. My question is here.
Use the Election Commission.
Mamata Banerjee is a tigress. Anyone comes to attack her should be ready.
Tausif and Sanju. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. I am not bothered. Tausif, 1 minute. Sanju, calm down. First question is Sanju, 1 minute. Let me say one thing to Tausif because he said something to me out there. 1 minute.
Mamata Banerjee needs to go and visit a shrink.
This is 1 minute. No personal comments. Let's keep it professional. My point is, Mamata, Sanju, that as far as the law is concerned, and Tausif, we need to look at the facts here. Anmol, interference with the investigative process. Interference with the investigative process under Article 256 of the Constitution, 257 of the Constitution, and if you had done this, Anmol, you would be arrested under Section 221 of the BNS, which is obstructing a public servant in the discharge of their public functions. This is clearly mentioned under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. It's also under 132 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, where you are using assault or criminal force to stop a public servant from doing their duty. Now, this is unseen. See, the point is, Anmol, if there is nothing, if it is the social media profile as you are claiming it is, this is such an innocent company, it does subscriber social media management for Mamata, then why is she behaving like this? Is this company doing anything else? Anmol, would you have behaved in this manner?
Good evening. Good evening, Arnabji. Arnabji, agencies like ED and CBI, they have lost their credibility a long time back. They are working at the behest of the ruling party, Bharatiya Janata Party.
Here and take this lightly.
You know what?
Stop demonizing our
even the
institutions.
honorable
Your boss, Arvind Kejriwal, is out on bail.
I didn't interject.
Your deputy
Please,
boss, Manish Sisodia, is out on bail.
Can I put my point?
Satendra Jain, one of your other bosses, is out on bail. Your
our
Rajya
leader,
Sabha MP, Sanjay Singh, is out on bail.
The same agency
top brass is out on
gave
bail.
clean chit to our leader Satendra Jain, saying that they are filing a closure report because there's no evidence.
Sanju, 1 minute. May I?
There was no evidence.
1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. Anmol, I'm countering your point. Sanju, please don't just allow me to counter his point factually with a very important example I want to refer to tonight, Anmol. And the example is this. Anmol, Sanju, please don't speak over him. 1 minute. Anmol, the example is this. 1 minute. Anmol, the example is this. The example is this, Anmol, you need to prepare to be countered. You see, Bengal is a part of India. 1 minute. Listen to me now. Everyone, just please don't interrupt me. I'll establish the point in 30 seconds, right? I won't even have to raise my voice, so calm down. Please understand, Bengal is a part of India. It is a state of India, okay? You cannot say, I will do what the hell I want. Now, in February 2019, 8 CBI officers had reached the official residence of Rajiv Kumar. Then he was a Kolkata police commissioner to question him in the Sharada chit fund case. Okay. Now, whenever, and this question is to Niladri also, everyone 2 versus 2. If today, Niladri, you are a lawyer and I'm a police, I want to question you, and you don't cooperate, then I have a right. I have a right to arrest you for non-cooperation. Okay. Mamata Banerjee, instead of allowing the questioning to happen, she picked up the CBI officers, told Kolkata police, take them to the Shakespeare Sarani police station. She, 1 minute. She deployed large contingents of Kolkata police around CBI offices, around the Joint Director's office, around the ED offices, right? And it became a situation where one began to fear, Niladri, that this lady believes that she does not believe that the law of the country applies to Bengal. Now that is a different situation. 1 minute, you can't allow that. She can't allow that. She can't allow that. She can't allow that. She cannot defy tomorrow. She'll defy every single constitutional norm. And let me ask you, what are you scared of? Is your party's name Anmol in those papers? Is your party's name in those papers?
Why was Mamata Banerjee
1 minute.
so desperate to rush to Pratik Jain?
One of you audio control, please. Right now, I'll tell you. One minute. By the way, Niladri.
What is the relationship between Pratik Jain and Mamata Banerjee?
You've given one
I one at a time. Niladri up. 1 minute.
2021.
Niladri right now, please. Sanju, 1 minute. Niladri, 30 seconds to Niladri.
Yes. See, you have told one instance, or not, let me tell you the second instance. In 2021, there was an allegation of the CM that she had barged into the CBI office and the 4 ministers were arrested. The matter went up till Supreme Court. Words like mobocracy and all these things came up.
Of course, it's a mobocracy in Bengal.
But ultimately, what happened? The Supreme Court and the Calcutta High Court refused to intervene. And the matter is lying in court.
Let me give you a more recent example of the mobocracy in Bengal, and Sanju and you are on the debate. 1 minute. I would like Niladri and Sanju to be on the screen. Niladri, Sanju, 1 minute. Sanju, can you not be the audio track here? Give me a moment.
This is IT cell. It raises questions. The nation should know this.
Audio, 1 at a time.
Functioning only as the B team of the BJP.
Sanju.
And the B team
Talk
of the BJP.
about the Hawala operations of the Shakhambari group. What is the relationship between Mamata Banerjee and the Shakhambari group? The CEO of Shakhambari, Deepak Agarwal, is a close friend of Mamata Banerjee. Last year, the Shakhambari group had a turnover of more than 6,000 crores. And this happened out of almost zero.
Now, 1 minute. Sanju, don't do the whole reading here. I'm asking a very specific question. I want AAP and TMC on air for a moment. Everyone else, please put them in a 4-window, 2 windows on the side. I have a specific question here to Anmol. See, Anmol, there is one thing which connects TMC and Aam Aadmi Party. You know what that is? Goa. Both the parties, Trinamool and Aam Aadmi Party, have spent a lot of money in Goa in pursuing political ambitions in Goa, Niladri and Anmol. Now, I am not saying anything, but ED sources are saying that both TMC and AAP presumably could have been using some people, or rather same people, in Goa. I'm not saying anything else, anything more. I have, please, thank you. Now the question is, please understand out here. I just am asking a question, okay, Niladri and Anmol, listen carefully to the question. Did either Trinamool or Aam Aadmi Party use any people connected to any syndicate who in turn had any links with any Hawala operators? Was any money used or not used in the electoral process from Goa, right? Because IPAC also worked in Goa. IPAC is not a event management company.
Can I respond?
IPAC, listen to me. You first hear the question, don't be in a hurry to respond. People are listening to every word I'm saying tonight. IPAC is not a company that organizes rock concerts. IPAC is a company that works for political parties. You people have said that IPAC only does subscribers, likes, dislikes, Facebook, Meta, social media management. It's an innocent little small company of Prashant Kishore. Small company, it does innocent work where bright young people do social media management. कुछ करते ही नहीं, ये content creators हैं ये लोग. यही हमारी magic है. This is what has been told to the people / sold to the people. Now I am asking you, at any point of time, do you recollect IPAC doing any other stuff, any hanky-panky, any money matter, any transactions in cash check kind? Think closely before you reply.
To answer your question, Arnav, first of all, the raids of the ED is not linked to whether on the TMC. It is linked to a cow smuggling. It is linked to a cow smuggling case of 2020 where all the accused have been given bail.
How do you know? The ED officers told you?
The case, the case was in court for the last 5 years. Today the election has come.
It is not linked to cow smuggling. It is linked to the coal scam.
Secondly,
and the
if
people
the
involved
ED
in the
feels
coal scam
that TMC is involved in this, why don't you file an FIR against the TMC and investigate?
The people involved in coal scam
You don't have the guts on that. And I'm very shocked, Arnav, by seeing the BJP spokesperson defending ED, the investigating agency, the person. So it clearly proves that the BJP is in cahoots with the ED and they are using the ED to have a backdoor.
Hello, 1 minute, these stickers not to be taken. Literally.
From Eastern Coalfields Limited situated in West Bengal.
No.
This has nothing to do with the cattle smuggling scam. You don't even know the basics of the topic of the debate and you're ranting on and on and on. And I demand that Mamata Banerjee should be arrested for obstructing a public official from doing his duty. Mamata Banerjee should be arrested for tampering with electronic evidence. And Mamata Banerjee should be arrested
You should send someone to collect something.
investigation site
Ourselves,
all
rush to the
necessary electronic proof.
where the raid was going on. And she snatched the file from ED. She seized the laptop, mobile phone and everything. And so a huge amount of file was thrown in.
I am asking again. I'd like to see. I'll ask you a question. Let me give you a hypothetical situation tonight. Let me give you a hypothetical situation. I want Jyotsna to be on air. Jyotsna and Satyaprakash will be on air. Let me give you a hypothetical situation. Suppose there is a political party hypothetical, has no bearing to any real situation as of this minute. Suppose, Jyotsna, there is a political party that outsources financial work and financial dealings to a company. Suppose that company does financial dealings with hawala operators. Suppose crores of rupees are transacted through a private company in a hypothetical situation for a political party to make payments, manage people, manage situations, do payoffs, etc., like that, right? And if that is done using hawala connections, cash transactions, tell me then, Jyotsna, is it a crime or not? Is it money laundering or not in that hypothetical situation? Jyotsna.
Arnabji, every small child knows what it is. Now, I'll come because I have very less time. So I request you to give me 1 minute to just ask a question to whoever is backing Mamata Di or whoever is, backing TMC. My question is simple. If there some documents, confidential documents of TMC were there, they could have sent somebody. Got that. One second, Anmolji, you don't have to intervene here. You don't have to back Mamata Ji so much. Let me answer. My point is simple. They could have sent somebody, asked them to come there, check those documents, and then she could have taken. Why did she literally had to snatch the documents from there? And then again she plays the victim card. Why does she play the victim card? Why does she
the information that she has snatched? It is all hearsay. It is all hearsay, ma'am, that she has snatched.
She is the thief. And then she comes back as it is visible. It is visible. Sir, it is visible. You have to understand that. Sir, where is
just spreading canards.
Sir, does a chief minister walk to a raid place of an ED? Does the chief minister walk to a place where a ED raid is going on?
It is her job to
Is it your
protect the
party
party
office, sir?
in the best,
Sir, is it your party office? 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 It's not your party office.
Yes,
it's not your party office. It is not your party office.
It is an office of an agency which deals with the TMC
or you
anti-cell.
yourself for a thief.
It is an office which deals with the TMC anti-cell. You want to have my voter list. You want to have my surveys.
Why did you go there?
You want to have all my confidential
Don't you know it is
documents.
unconstitutional?
Why do you want? You did not get through,
Sir, don't you know that it's a crime to get into an ED raid?
No, unless, okay.
Don't you know it's a crime?
Just 1 minute, Niladri. A specific question.
Don't you know that
a specific
it's a
question, please.
To go to a place
unless she feels that the fingerprints are hers or her party's. Faizan, I repeat here today, have the Trinamool people left any fingerprints in the IPAC office or evidence which they feel could get them in trouble? Is that the reason she behaved unnaturally?
Faizan, any small kid will tell you the answer for that. Any small kid will tell you
Ma'am, Jyotsna ji, please kindly let me. Since you are supporting Bharatiya Janata Party, I would want you to kindly ask this question to Bharatiya Janata Party. It's very unfortunate. Bharatiya Janata Party in this unholy nexus of ED.
I'm not supporting
you're supporting the system. Right. I'm helping you. I'm giving you some information. Kindly just do some analysis here, madam. Now try and understand. Bharatiya Janata Party is using ED not only to target political opponents, but also Bharatiya Janata Party is using ED to destroy the lives of innocent Indians. You know what? The climate activist Harjeet Singh has been targeted by ED. You know why? Because he's trying to push for fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. And who's going to benefit from this? Who will be troubled from this? This is going to threaten the massive coal and petrochemical expansion plans of Adani.
Too many voices. One is Sanju, and you'll have to manage it on your own. Sanju is speaking. I'm telling you.